This is Audible.
Recorded Books and RB Digital present Vendetta Road by Christine Feehan. Narrated by Jim Frangione. Chapter 1. Isaak Koval, known to his brothers in Torpedo Ink as Ice, moved with the crowd of tourists down the Las Vegas Strip. He could fit in anywhere. It was a gift, and one he worked on as often as possible. He'd learned early in life that, if he chose, he could be invisible, or nearly so, fading like a chameleon into whatever background surrounded him. That gift had saved his life on more than one occasion. He was very careful to keep several people between himself and the two men he followed. He wove his way through the tourists, but was always careful his reflection wasn't caught in the glass as he passed windows and doors. That was simply a matter of matching steps for a moment. He kept his head down but his eyes up, scanning the crowd, the buildings and even the rooftops. Heat waves bounced on the sidewalk, hitting him squarely in the chest. At times it felt as if he couldn't breathe, but then he had been feeling that way for some time, even at home on the coast. His quarry stopped for a moment just inside one of the doors leading to a casino, forcing him to stop as well. He couldn't get in front of them or take a chance they'd pick him out of a crowd if they spotted him more than once. There was a brick pillar just on the other side of the doors of the casino, and he paused there to pull out his cell and look at text messages, just the way dozens of others were doing. He glanced across the street to where his twin brother, Storm, mirrored his actions. Ice was able to keep the two men in sight while studying his phone, and then moving at a snail's pace with a group of tourists from India. The two men they followed argued for a moment over something they read on their phones and began walking the strip again. They appeared to be looking for a good time, stopping briefly at the strip joints, as if debating whether they'd go in or not. They never did, and Ice didn't expect them to. His club knew just about everything there was to know about the men they were tracking down the strip. They knew for certain that neither man was looking for a night of fun with strippers, prostitutes, or women they picked up. They were coming up to a red light. That was always a danger zone. The two men, Russ Jarvis and Billy Kent, were in the habit of taking the opportunity to look around them when they got to a crosswalk. The crowd pushed together at the stoplights, and both men would casually turn and survey those beside and behind them. They often looked across the street to study everyone waiting to cross to their side. Still, Ice could come up right on them, do them both just as the light changed, and walk across the street with the crowd before the bodies fell. He wiped the sweat from his face and kept sauntering. His club needed the two alive long enough to lead them to the asshole they were hunting. He forced himself to put one boot in front of the other. He was dressed in blue jeans and motorcycle boots. It wasn't like he had a lot of clothes to choose from. The tight tee stretched across his chest, damp now with sweat from the unrelenting heat. He fucking hated this place, almost as much as he detested the two men he followed. Worse, he couldn't wear his distinctive colors. That felt like walking down the street naked, which would have actually been better than being without his colors. Sometimes, like now, he thought he might go insane from the chaos in his head. He listened sometimes when Czar, the president of Torpedo Ink, their motorcycle club, and his wife, Blythe, said some things needed talking about no matter how difficult. That was such bullshit. Who did someone like him spill his guts to? And what fucking therapist would understand what he'd been through? What any of his brothers and sisters had been through? He could just hear that conversation. How many men did you say you killed? How did you say you killed them? How do you feel about that? How did they fucking think he felt about that? It would be prison or a padded cell, and he'd been locked up most of his life and wasn't ever going there again. Not ever. Ice swept off the silly ball cap he was wearing, the one covering his distinctive hair. He wasn't just blonde. His hair blazed in the sun. Platinum, gold, silver. It was all there. He wore it longish, but not as long as some of the brothers. He wiped at the sweat again and replaced the ball cap. As he came up to the light, he dipped into the brightly colored open tote a woman dangled so invitingly on her arm, lifted a small package and dropped it on the sidewalk just in front of him. "Ma'am," He bent down. "You dropped something." The older woman turned and her eyes went wide. "Oh, no. Thank you. I bought that for my granddaughter." He took his time rising with it, angling away from the light and keeping most of the crowd between him and his prey. He flashed a charming smile at her. "How old is your granddaughter, if you don't mind me asking? Because you sure as hell don't look old enough to be a grandmother." He meant it, too. He didn't have to pour bullshit sincerity into his tone. She beamed at him. "That's such a sweet thing to say. I'm definitely old enough. She's 8. She took the little package and dropped it into her tote, pulling her bag more securely to her. "I really like your tattoo. It's unusual." He had a wealth of tattoos on his arms, chest, and back, but she was referring to the 3 teardrops dripping down his face from the corner of his left eye. Those tears reminded him, every time he looked into a mirror, that he wasn't human anymore. Everything had been taken from him, leaving a shell, an empty shell. The tightness in his chest made it difficult to breathe again. He touched one of the tears as if just remembering he had them. Had them for years. You know the kind of thing you do when you're a kid. She smiled at him again. "You still look like a kid to me." Now he'd run out of things to say. She was nice. He didn't live in a nice world. He didn't know how to make conversation with nice people. He could beat the holy hell out of someone for her. He could kill someone for her if she asked him to. Shit, he might do both. But polite conversation was beyond him. Of course, there was always the alternative. He could pull out his gun and shoot the bastards right there in front of everyone. The cops would come and there would be a hell of a shootout, but in the end, he might have some peace. Might. There was probably a special place in hell for a man like him. He didn't have the luxury of offing himself via cop, because if he killed the 2 he'd been following for 4 fucking days in the hottest place in the world, then he would be condemning some little boy to a lifetime of hell. He knew what that was like. Shit. The woman was talking to him, but he couldn't hear a thing she said. The crowd moved, and he risked a glance over his shoulder. The 2 assholes were already in the street. He turned back to the street and moved with the woman, angling his head down and toward her, as if fully engaged in everything she had to say. He had a lot he could tell her, specifically that he was so fucked up that if he was in a room full of hot babes stripping for him, he couldn't get it up unless he commanded it. That was getting damn tiresome. What was the use in having chicks blow him when he had to force his body to cooperate? Yeah, that would make a great conversation. He could ask her advice. Maybe he should ask Blythe and shock the holy hell out of her. Not that much shocked her. She'd taken Czar back and taken the entire club in as if she were a mother hen. He had to admit he actually felt affection and admiration for her when he thought he was long past real emotion. Blythe and her troubled children, he could relate to them. Unfortunately for them. He walked with the older woman for another block, listening to her chatter on about her adorable granddaughter. When she paused, and he had no choice but to fill the silence with words, he talked about his darling nieces and nephews. He supposed it wasn't a lie. They didn't have to be related by birth. All members of Torpedo Ink were his brethren. That meant their children were part of his life, right? That was how it worked in his world, whether it did or not in the normal world. Movement caught his eye as he turned the corner with a little wave at the woman who went straight. A white dress with flowers all over it. Not just any dress. A fucking sundress like women wore in old movies. She was across the street, standing in the sunlight, and she might as well have been wearing a halo. She looked so beautiful she took his breath away. He actually stopped walking right there on the sidewalk to stare at her, which was fucking nuts because he was on a job. The top of the dress was fitted, and its wearer had amazing tits. They filled out the material of the sundress to perfection, pushing against the bodice as if seeking freedom. The front of the dress was tight, but gathered around the cleavage line. His palms itched to tug down that fitted camisole and free those mouth-watering tits. His mouth actually salivated. He would stand behind her and slowly pull the material free until the bodice was under those soft curves and her tits spilled into his hands. She had a face most men would fight and die for, at least him. High cheekbones, large eyes, a mouth made for kissing, lips to wrap around a man's cock. Just like that his fucking dick reacted, on the street, looking at a fully clothed woman, the proverbial girl next door. What the hell? He dropped his hand over the front of his jeans, just to make sure he wasn't having some kind of a hallucination. He was shocked when nothing ever shocked him anymore. He didn't have natural erections. That had been beat out of him a long time ago. There was nothing whatsoever normal about him and sex. Nothing. He forced his hand away from his jeans and took another long look at the woman. Her rib cage and waist were narrow, accentuated by the tight bodice. The skirt flared out, drawing attention to her legs. She had gorgeous legs. He could almost feel them wrapped around him. Hell, if his erection was going away any time soon, not when he was having fantasies like that about her. She hesitated at the crosswalk, but then turned to walk back toward a man who seemed to be calling out to her. He thought he was a breast man, but the way her perfect ass swayed with that white floral skirt was enough to change his mind. Her hair glowed in the sun, so shiny it hurt his eyes. Dark, cascading down her back, it was thick and just wild enough to ruin that good girl vibe she had going on. She shook her head at something the man said to her and started to turn away, back toward the street. The man, dressed in an impeccable suit, grabbed her arm and jerked her back to him. Ice felt it then, the glacier. That blue well deep inside him, glacier cold, so cold it burned. Need was there, the need to kill. It was overwhelming. It swept over him like a tidal wave, yet deep inside he was frozen. He took a step toward the edge of the sidewalk. Cars rushed by, but he hardly noticed them. Time had tunneled, pulled him into a cold, dark place he was all too familiar with. A whistle pierced through the glacier, the sound causing a long, jagged crack to penetrate that deep, dense blue. That note shook him out of his head, and Ice glanced away from the couple. His twin, parallel to him, was already at the crosswalk and headed toward him with the green light. Shit. He'd just made the biggest ass of himself in the history of mankind. His brother was already as worried as hell, and this little episode wasn't going to take any pressure off. Their quarry was a good block ahead of them. Storm had dropped back to cover him. He gestured toward them and started walking. He couldn't help stealing a glance at the couple. She continued to shake her head. The suit was angry, glaring at her, making demands. She refused. Good for her. Money didn't make up for lack of character. He should know. He had more money than he knew what to do with, but character? Not so much. "What the fuck?" Storm hissed, falling into step beside him. "We can't lose them." They picked up the pace, winding through the crowd to catch up with the two men they followed. "I wasn't planning on losing them," Ice muttered, pulling his cap down farther to shadow his face. "I knew you were on them." "A woman? You almost blow this hunt over a woman? You need to get laid, Ice. We can pick up a dozen women when we get this thing done." Ice looked at his brother for the first time, letting him see how close he was to losing his shit. Storm scowled and shook his head. "You go, I go. That was the deal we made." "We were 7 years old when we made that deal," Ice reminded quietly. He risked another look at their prey. They were separated by quite a few people. One group of tourists kept stopping in the middle of the sidewalk, and the crowd flowed around them. Because they were close and looked alike, Ice slowed the pace again, staying behind the photograph-crazy sightseers. "Neither of us thought we'd live to see 10. You go, I go. That's the deal," Storm insisted. "Why do you have to be so damn fucking stubborn?" Ice asked, keeping his voice low. "I've always followed your lead, and that's what you'd do," Storm answered with a careless shrug of his shoulders. Ice couldn't argue with that. He would have done the same. "Don't know, Storm. I'm getting to the point I could be dangerous to everyone." "Savage is dangerous to everyone, not you. You always choose the right thing to do, whether or not you want to do it. Dying isn't the right thing. We've had this conversation multiple times now. You're in a bad patch. We both get 'em. Fortunately, not at the same time. That much was true, but damn it to hell. He didn't want to go out hurting innocents, and he thought more and more about just killing a bunch of fucking pedophiles in public, lining them up and mowing them down. Sometimes he dreamt about it. He couldn't seem to get any relief anymore, not from booze, not from women, and not from hunting the bastards who stole and violated children. Mostly, he detested that the men in front of him were upstanding citizens. They had money and prestige, just like the others in the ring Code had discovered online. Auctioning children. They were accepted in society, but he wasn't. He never would be. Never. He was a biker, in a club. Those riding with him were his family, and he would fight and die for them, for his colors. He would never be accepted by society, but they invited monsters into their homes and allowed them around their children because they were dressed properly, and they didn't say fuck in front of anyone. They just did it behind everyone's back, with children. One was a doctor, Dr. Hank Bernard, married with 3 girls of his own. The problem was, he preferred little boys. The younger the better. Then there was George Durango. He owned a string of spas and retreats for celebrities. He ran in big circles. Bill Churchill was a prominent judge, one with an eye toward moving up in political circles. Paul Bitters was a very respected fire chief. He knew every policeman in his district by name. When he spoke, everyone listened to him. Russ Jarvis and Billy Kent owned a chain of grocery stores together. They'd been boyhood friends and continued to be partners. Most people thought they were a couple. It suited them to let others think that. Code, with his mad computer skills, had stumbled across the online auction of a little 6-year-old boy. It was Paul Bitters who had him up for auction. He had offered the child to what appeared to be a large ring of pedophiles. Torpedo Ink had anonymously bid on the boy, and at first it seemed as if they might get him. They would have been given an address, and the exchange would have been made. Unfortunately, law enforcement had gotten wind of the auction, and Bitters had shut it down instantly. Bitters didn't come back online for nearly 3 weeks. He sent out an encrypted message. This event was by private invitation only. It was clear the man was nervous and wanted only those he knew and trusted implicitly to show up. He wanted them there in person so he could visually identify each man. Code had managed to break the encryption. Torpedo Ink hadn't had a lot of time to put together a rescue operation. They didn't just want a smash and grab. They wanted more names. This was no small operation. The original auction had been open to multiple bidders over several states. They wanted to permanently shut it down. The club and their women were in Vegas for a very good reason. Their vice president, Steele, was marrying his woman, putting a ring on her finger and making that shit real. Naturally, all members of Torpedo Ink would come to celebrate, to witness the event. No one would question their presence in Las Vegas. Ice and Storm flowed with the little group of tourists, fitting in the way they did. So if the 2 men happened to glance back, which they did occasionally, they would see them as part of the group. Storm had been wearing a ball cap, but when he crossed the street, he switched to a Panama hat. It covered his distinctive hair. He walked with a bit of a slump to shorten his height. Their quarry suddenly turned abruptly and walked straight back toward them. Ice kept walking straight, keeping his head down, while his brother crossed the street with the light. A motorcycle roared past, keeping up with traffic on the street. Transporter had Elena, Ice and Storm's younger sister, on the back of his bike. Her very distinctive platinum hair was tucked up in a helmet. Neither wore their colors. "I've got them," Savage murmured softly into his radio. "Switch shirts and hats and come back around. They've got a tail checking to see if they have anyone on them. These fuckers are careful." Savage was an enforcer for the club. He was also, along with his brother, one of the scariest men Ice knew. And his club was made up of straight-up assassins, trained from childhood. Each of them knew hundreds of ways to kill. Savage was in a league of his own. "We made them," Elena reported. Ice turned the corner the opposite way the two men had gone. Code had narrowed their destination down to 2 possible buildings on the other side of the block. The lights of the strip faded just a little bit, and a seedier clientele joined those walking along the street. Storm continued down the street he'd chosen. It was still close to the road Code had identified as the likeliest goal. The taxi Savage had driven up in was at the curb in front of the two men, and he took his time paying the driver, asking directions as he did so. Russ Jarvis and Billy Kent went right past him without even glancing at him. Their quarry's backup drove past them in a Toyota pickup, giving the two men a quick sign as he did so. Right behind the brand-new Toyota was an old Ford. Mechanic drove the Ford, and it was every bit as souped up as any road rocket out there. Torpedo Ink was out in full force, each member contributing in any way they could, working like a machine together, determined to get the child away from those putting him up for auction. "I'm on backup with Transporter and Elena," Mechanic said into his radio. "We'll take this driver for you, Savage, and Elena and Transporter will double back to secure the building while I secure the prisoner and wait for you." "Make sure you do. We need one alive," Savage murmured. Jarvis's nod to his backup was nearly imperceptible, but Savage caught it. The driver of the pickup believed no one was following the two men. "They're doubling back. Now that they think they're clear, they'll head to the live auction. You're on again, Ice. Let's take them down fast," Savage said. Savage turned the opposite way the two men were walking, heading for the street corner. He crossed with the light and walked purposefully down the strip. Ice turned the corner behind Jarvis and Kent. He was in a dark navy tee and a dark sports jacket, and a fedora covered his head. Storm remained on the same side of the street as Savage. Ice joined the very small crowd at the crosswalk, ignoring his quarry as they waited for the light. Storm crossed at the light. Jarvis and Kent were the first ones to step off the curb, walking fast now, glancing at their watches and picking up the pace. Ice and Storm fell into step behind them, with only 2 couples between them. Savage crossed back at the next stoplight, falling into step half a block behind Ice and Storm. "Backup is ready," Reaper, their sergeant-at-arms, said. "Van waiting for package," Czar reported. "Medic on standby," Steele said. Absinthe fell into step with Ice and Storm just as Jarvis and Kent turned into the doorway of a massage parlor. The parlor proclaimed 24-hour massages on the doors and windows in gold paint. Ice, Storm, and Absinthe were only a few steps behind Jarvis and Kent. Ice glanced up at the surveillance camera. It was no longer recording. Code had worked his magic, taking over the cameras in the building and shutting them down. Savage was 30 seconds behind the other 3. Jarvis and Kent didn't check in at the desk. Instead, they started right down the hall. The hostess ignored them but perked up when she saw Ice, Storm, and Absinthe. They had that effect on women. Savage made her nervous as he entered, and she avoided looking too closely at him, which gave him the opportunity to keep their quarry in sight as they made their way down the hall. Absinthe leaned toward her, putting his elbows on her desk and smiling, looked directly into her eyes while Storm went back to the door. "Hey, beautiful, you really need to go home now. It's late and way past your shift." He pitched his voice low and mesmerizing. "You just want to get out now as fast as possible." She caught up her purse, frowned slightly, and rushed out the door Storm held open for her. He locked the door but left the open sign on so that it flashed right over the words declaring they gave massages 24 hours a day. Savage was already striding down the hall, keeping Jarvis and Kent in his sights. Ice and Storm followed, while Absinthe manned the desk, just in case someone happened to come by at that precise time to get a massage. He would be shocked at the locked door, taking his time to get to it, and he'd suggest they wanted to go to the place down the street. He was very good at making people believe anything he wanted them to. They'd found the nest, and no one could get away, not unless they wanted them to. Once Code had narrowed down the possibilities to 2 places, they had run simulations for each building. They were good at what they were doing. They'd been hunting since they were children. Transporter and Elena, after identifying the truck that was backing up Jarvis and Kent, would leave the driver to mechanic and return to guard the back door. 2 other escape doors were built into the parlor as well. One led directly to the shop next door and was usually kept locked. According to the employee, Absinthe had chatted up earlier in the day. The second one led straight into the basement. Ice was willing to bet the kid was in a cage in the basement with a camera on him to remind the buyers what they were getting. 2 guards spun around as they approached. Both were armed with semi-automatics, not the usual equipment for a rent-a-cop. These 2 were definitely private security, paid for by bidders. No way would the massage parlor pay for obvious mercenaries. The place was classier than most, but they'd never shell out the kind of money that would pay for these 2. That meant there were more mercenaries inside. One guard was directly in front of the door. The other was 3 steps away, just about to start his walk along the halls in order to ensure no one was near the room he had been paid to keep secure. He dropped back a little farther in order to cover his partner. The sentry looked grim as he held up his hand to stop Savage. "You need an invitation to this party," he said. "Everyone on the list has already checked in. Wait at the front desk, and Tabs will find you a masseuse." He winked when he said it, but he had turned slightly, just enough that the weapon was pointed directly at Savage's chest. Ice wanted to laugh, but he wasn't very good at that. He was better at killing. He didn't so much as glance at the guard in front of Savage. That was Savage's problem. He moved out from behind Savage, Storm pacing along beside him. They didn't even look at the mercenary, the party room, or anything else. Storm held up a piece of paper with lines drawn on it. He indicated the hallway the second guard had begun to walk down. "Hey," Storm said, holding out the paper. "The room numbers don't match what that girl wrote on this. She did write down her phone number, but that isn't helping when we want massages." "That's not how it works," the guard snarled and brought up his gun. "I'm so sorry." A female voice came from behind them. It was sultry, low, gave promises of sinful sex. Everyone froze in place as heads turned to see the newcomer. She was tall with a killer body. Her thick hair was glossy black and curved around her face, kissing her neck with every step she took. Not that anyone was looking at her hair. Not with the amazing rack she had on display. Her curves were full and round, pushing to get out of the simple thin tee she wore, stretched over them, with a logo for the massage parlor. "This is my first day, and I got stopped by a cop for speeding." She flashed a grin, inviting them to be happy with her. "I got off with a warning. Tabitha at the front desk said I was supposed to meet 2 customers in room 407. It should be down this hall." She caught up with Ice and Storm, but kept walking to lead the way, pointing to a room at the end of the hall. Her walk was just as sexy from the back as it was from the front, and the man watching Savage kept shifting his gaze toward her swaying ass. She was nearly up to the guard in the hall. He was trying to pull his gaze away from the 2 breasts nearly falling out of the too small uniform she was wearing. Ice could have kissed her. Lana was known as Widow to the other members of Torpedo Ink. She often made widows out of women married to mercenaries. She looked sexy as hell and innocent at the same time. How she did it, he had no idea. But she was a thing of beauty. She always had been, even when she had been a child, being tortured like the rest of them. She'd come back crying, but ready to do whatever it took to escape. She walked right up to the sentry, as if she were going to walk past him, her eyes staring right into his, a sultry, sexy expression on her face. Savage and Lana stepped into their victims, and 2 blades slammed deep into throats simultaneously. Ice caught the guard in the hall, while Lana knocked on a door lightly, opened it, and indicated the room was free. Ice hauled the guard into it, took the weapon, and handed it to Lana. She rolled her eyes and shoved it onto a massage table. The guard gulped a few times, his eyes wide with shock, choking on his own blood while Storm dragged in Savage's victim. Ice moved into position with Storm, Lana behind them, and Savage bringing up the rear. "If the kid isn't there, we need one alive," Savage reminded softly. Ice gave him one look and then stepped close to the door, his lockpick out. He was very quiet as he took care of the rather flimsy lock. Those inside counted on their guards just a little too much. He and Storm each stepped to a side of the door, leaving Lana in front of it. She hovered her palm a whisper from the door, her hand as steady as a rock. Ice admired her, the way she could go from soft and sweet to kill mode just that fast. They'd counted on her when she'd been just a beautiful, dark-haired child, and she'd always come through. She still did. She held up her fingers. 6 men down in front by where they knew there was another exit, and 4 more guards. 1 on either side of the door. 1 up high, on a small balcony behind a curtain. 1 by the exit on the other side of the room that led to the alley. Savage indicated for Ice and Storm to take the guards out on either side of the door. He would take the one at the far exit, and Lana would take out the one behind the curtain. She was the most accurate when there was no clear shot. Each had the men they were going to kill. Paul Bitters was the man selling the kid, so he would be last to die. They needed to know where the kid was. "In position," Savage reported. "In position," Reaper said, waiting at the exit directly behind the seller and the buyers. "Have your package, Savage," Mechanic said, indicating they had taken the driver of the truck and were holding him, so they could extract more information about the ring and move up the chain to the even bigger fish. "Transporter and I at back door," Elena reported. "It's a go," Czar commanded. Ice glanced over his shoulder one last time, and then at his twin, Storm. His heart clenched. Abruptly, he shoved open the door, stepping through, as he turned and fired through the wood at his target. Storm moved with him, back to back, a practiced move they'd done hundreds of times. His gun blazed as well. Lana was right behind them, stepping in front and to one side to give Savage his shot. She fired 3 times at the curtain. Savage calmly pulled the trigger, and all 4 bodies dropped to the floor nearly simultaneously. Savage reached back and closed the door behind them and strode down the aisle toward the 6 men. "Gentlemen," he greeted them softly. There was no child in the room. Bitters hastily tried to get to the computer projecting the image of a small boy in a dog cage, sitting on the floor, holding a blanket to his chest. The 4 guns went off a second time, and Jarvis, Kent, Bernard, and Churchill dropped to the floor with very loud thuds. Torpedo Ink used silencers, but silencers only muffled the sound of a shot. The gunshots could still be heard if anyone was close. Bitters looked hopefully toward the exit that was directly behind him. George Durango edged closer to him. "I've got money. Whoever is paying you, I can double it," Durango said. Ice shot him through the heart, and for good measure shot him a second time between his eyes. Durango fell into Bitters, who automatically caught the falling body and then dropped it with a small squeak of fear. Ice and Storm moved together right past Bitters to the computer. "Where is he?" Ice snapped, staring up at the screen. "If you don't tell me the first time, that man right there, standing in front of you, is going to take you apart piece by piece. No one is going to come save you. The back exit is ours. The alley is ours. The front desk is ours. The cameras are not working. Where is the kid, Bitters?" Storm worked on the computer, using a few keystrokes to allow code to break in. It wouldn't take long to find the boy on their own if necessary. "Code's in," he said. Bitters looked around at the dead bodies as if he couldn't believe what had happened. He was clearly still in shock. Killing 9 people inside the room had taken less than a full minute. He took 2 steps back and held up his hands. "If you want him, of course I'll take you to him. We have a team that will pick him up. You're going to tell us where he is," Ice reiterated. Savage had shoved his gun out of sight and pulled out a wicked-looking knife. The blade caught the lights from above and gleamed, drawing Bitters' eye. Savage had no expression on his face, and his eyes were flat, cold, dead. It was very clear he could do exactly what Ice had said he would do. Bitters looked to Lana. She was a beautiful woman, elegant and classy. "Please, I don't know what's happening." He took another step back. "Look over your shoulder," Ice suggested. Bitters turned, his face a mask of fear. Reaper, Savage's older brother, filled the doorway, looking like the Grim Reaper. Bitters's frightened gaze jumped from man to man. It was impossible to say which was scarier. "In the basement, but you'll never get into his cage without me. There's a device." Ice's head snapped up. "You fucking put a device on the cage? Like a bomb? You put a fucking bomb on the cage of a 6-year-old boy you've been molesting for 2 years, and now he's too old and you want to sell him? You put a bomb on that cage?" He stepped closer. He could kill the bastard with his bare hands. "You don't understand," Bitters said. He straightened, putting on his public face, the one he gave to the cameras and that made everyone believe. "This boy, these children, they're sexual beings. They want love. They want what we give them. You need to open your mind. I was born to love children, to teach them." He gave that exact rhetoric to the other pedophiles on the website they all visited. Maybe he'd said it so many times he believed it. Ice hit him hard. He was wearing a thin pair of gloves like his brothers and Lana. Beneath the gloves they wore fingerprints that didn't belong to any of them. He shoved a knee into Bitter's chest when his body went down like a felled tree. Ice hit him 12 times, smashing teeth and his nose and breaking his cheekbone. "Ice is losing it, Czar, with good reason," Storm reported. "Ice," Czar said softly in his ear, "we need information. Back off for a minute." Lana put a hand on Ice's shoulder. "Get him up, brother," she said softly. "Don't get any blood on you." Ice glanced at her over his shoulder and took a deep breath to still the beast crying out for more blood, more death. Reluctantly, he stood up, jerking Bitters with him. Bitters wiped at the blood, but it kept coming. "We're at 4 minutes and counting," Storm reported. "Move it along. You hear that, Elena? Bomb on the cage. Check it out." "Code says the kid's in the basement," Savage said, and took a step toward Bitters. Bitters let out another squeak and held up his hands in surrender. "I've given you the kid. I can give you the code to open the cage. You can have him. I don't need money for him." He mumbled his statement and coughed blood. Savage slapped him hard. The blow was so strong, Bitters rocked back and to his left, stumbled, nearly went down. Blood sprayed across the floor. "You can't do that," Bitters said, grabbing his face and holding it with both hands. "You have to arrest me." Ice looked around the room at the dead bodies. "This look like law enforcement to you? We want to know who the man is that sold the kid to you in the first place. He killed the boy's family and took him nearly out of a crib in order to have him without repercussions. He didn't want anyone looking for the boy. He's established quite an M.O. with his kill families and grab the kids technique. He's a supplier. That's what he does for sick fucks like you. Who is he?" Bitters glanced up at the camera and then shook his head. "I don't know him." "You really aren't of any use to us, then. But we have to be certain." Ice flicked a quick look at Savage. "Transporter has the truck waiting, and the demons have a small chapter here. They're flying under the radar. They lent us their garage for a few hours. I'll get the information we need from one of them," Savage said. "Ice, you're with me on this one. Between the two of us, we can get anyone to talk." Wait! Bitters held up his hands again, as if he could ward them off. Lana moved close, and Bitters grabbed at her. She caught his wrist, twisted, and he went flying off his feet. She retained possession of his wrist while grinding one foot into his throat. She caught the syringe Savage tossed to her and slammed the needle into Bitters's neck. His eyes rolled back in his head. "Now I need another shower," Lana said, and dropped the dead weight of Bitters's arm. He's disgusting." Savage reached down and hauled the man up easily. He put him on his shoulder so the body dangled like a rag doll. "Leave the computer and all the evidence code collected on these men. All of it. He has plenty of copies. He's chosen several news outlets to leak the evidence to. Burn your clothes. Everything. Lana, you'll have to get rid of the shoes. There's blood on them. Use the roots given to you." "Damn it, Ice." She glared at him. "I love these shoes." "Sorry, hon. I'll buy you another pair," Ice said. He slung his arm around her. "Really, he just pissed me off. I needed to kill that fucker, so it's a good thing you and Storm were here to give me a cooler head." "Me too," she said. "I needed to kill him too, but we need to find the one killing families and taking the children." "Remove all evidence," Czar said unnecessarily over the radio. "Package is in our custody," Elena reported. "Poor baby is scared out of his mind." "Sedate him if you have to for transport. We'll take care of him," Czar said. "You all need to get out of there clean." Chapter 2. Soleil Brodeur had never actually used the main entrance to the hotel. She used a private entrance, and always had a concierge waiting to give her any little thing she wanted or direct her to wherever she wanted to go. There was a private car to take her places. She had wanted to walk around the strip like a normal tourist and just enjoy the day. Was that asking too much? Did she always have to dress right and talk only to the people Winston dictated she talk to? They were supposed to be having fun. Make that whatever Winston ordered was fun. She dashed at the tears on her face and stopped to look around her. There were people everywhere. She hadn't used the private entrance because she hadn't wanted the concierge to see her crying like a baby, which was so ridiculous there were no words. She had no idea where to go, which elevator to take, or even if she could get one to her room from the main lobby. She'd traveled the world, stayed in hundreds of hotels, but she couldn't find her way to an elevator? She was such an idiot. No one could force another person to marry them. The idea was ludicrous. She'd brought this entire mess on herself. There was no one else to blame. She might let everyone else do everything for her, but she always took responsibility for her own screw-ups. This was the worst of the worst. She took a quick look around and caught sight of a woman's bathroom tucked behind an alcove filled with gorgeous plants. She hurried across the gleaming marble-tiled floor and ducked into the alcove. The door was opened for her by an attendant in a hotel uniform. She went on through, wondering how many people couldn't open a door. Probably only her. A fresh flood of tears ensured her makeup would be a mess. As with everything else in the hotel, the bathroom was the epitome of luxury. The door opened to a sitting room with faint music, comfortable but elegant chairs, and a sofa, giving women a place to relax if they wanted to hide for a few minutes. A soft fragrance spread through the room, and large lacy plants of various shades of green added to the peaceful ambiance. Once the door was closed, all noise from the outside lobby ceased. A tall woman with dark hair stood in the midst of the greenery, dragging a dark tank top over a lacy red bra. She was beyond beautiful. Her face was flawless, with dark eyes and an inviting mouth. If Soleil hadn't been crying, she would have stopped and stared. She couldn't stay in the sitting room, not with the most gorgeous woman on the face of the earth casually changing from what looked like a sultry afternoon dress, not a girl-next-door sundress. Soleil went past another concerned attendant to the sink, needing to splash cold water on her face. She had to stop crying, but all she seemed to be able to do was to stare at herself in the mirror with tears running down her face. She didn't look at all like the beautiful woman with gold at her ears and a flawless body to go with her flawless face. She probably looked gorgeous when she cried, not all splotchy and red. There was a faint bruise just on her left cheek where her fiancé had slapped her because she'd insisted on a prenup. There were bruises on both upper arms where he'd grabbed her hard and shaken her, as if somehow, by threatening her, it would make her go through with the marriage. She'd always had a ridiculous fantasy about being with someone a little rough, although they never hit her. She never could quite feel that tingle with the men she dated, that spark. Winston hadn't appeared rough. He had soft hands. He always wore a business suit, and his shoes were gleaming with polish. In the weeks she'd known him, he had never had a single hair out of place. She realized having the real thing wasn't at all what she'd dreamt about. No one had ever put their hands on her like that before. It was ridiculous anyway. She had known better than to come to Vegas. She had reluctantly agreed, even though, in the back of her mind, she feared Winston Trent was going to try to get her to marry him. They'd argued about it several times before coming. He wanted to marry her quickly, to take care of her. She needed breathing room. She'd told him, and he hadn't listened. Winston had switched tactics, saying they didn't have to go through with a marriage, but she needed some fun. He'd planned the entire trip and surprised her. She should have refused to go. That would have been the adult thing to do, the intelligent thing. She had done what she always did. She'd drifted. She had let him talk her into it because she wasn't a fighter. She'd never been a fighter. She liked peace. She liked creating peace. Her longtime lawyer and guardian, Kevin Bennett, had died unexpectedly in an accident just a month earlier. He had always managed her affairs, looked after her trust fund, and been more like a father to her, although she didn't really know what a father was supposed to be like. She was grieving. She'd told Winston that repeatedly, but his answer had been to get married and let him take care of things. He had rushed out and hired a lawyer, but she was uneasy around the new lawyer, a man by the name of Donald Monroe, and felt like she wasn't ready to move on. Again, Winston's answer had been to get married and let him handle the lawyer. She touched the bruises on her arm and shook her head, knowing she was at her lowest point. She'd lost the one man she could talk to, figure things out with. Everything felt so tangled, and she had absolutely no real idea of what to do next. "Honey, he's not worth it. No matter how much money he's got, no matter how big a ring he puts on your finger, if he puts his hands on you, you should run the opposite way as fast as you can." Soleil lifted her gaze in the mirror to the woman standing beside her. She had been the one in the sitting room changing. She looked at the woman and then dropped her gaze to the ring. "You're so right," she murmured, and pulled it off her finger to shove in the pocket of her dress. "Thanks for the advice." Up close, the stranger was even more gorgeous. Really, really beautiful. It took some doing not to stare. The woman rinsed her hands in the immaculate bowl, and Soleil couldn't help glancing down to see if she wore a ring. She didn't. She wasn't quite as tall as Soleil had first thought, but looked it because, although she had curves, she was on the slimmer side. She wore skinny jeans, motorcycle boots, and a leather vest over a dark tee. She'd gone from glamorous woman to hot biker babe in about 3 minutes. Who could do that? "You all right, honey? I could get you a room if you needed it for the night." Even her voice was sultry. A perfect stranger in the women's room of a hotel was nicer to her than her fiancé, the man who had sworn he loved her. "Thank you. I really appreciate the offer, but I have a room. I'm going to pack and get out of here fast." The problem was, she was going to have to face Winston. They shared the room. "Good for you," the woman approved. "Did you hear all those sirens?" Soleil asked, trying to change the subject so she didn't look so pathetic. "It sounded like half the police force was going somewhere." The woman nodded. "Around the corner, a couple of streets over. I heard there was a shooting in a massage parlor. Someone said everyone inside was dead." "What is wrong with everyone these days?" Soleil asked. The woman shrugged. "Most likely someone didn't pay when they should have." She picked up a small tote, started out and then stopped, turning back. "You have a cell phone?" Soleil nodded. "I'm Lana." "Soleil, you here alone?" "With him." She held up her bruised arm. "Where's your family? Maybe you should give them a call." Soleil looked down at the floor. It was absolutely clean, just like everything else. She sniffed and wasn't at all shocked to find that even the bathroom smelled good. That citrus fragrance from the sitting room had drifted right in. "I don't have a family," she admitted in a low voice. "Friends nearby?" Lana stepped closer to her, concern in her voice, in her eyes. Soleil struggled not to burst into tears at the obvious sympathy. The few friends she'd had, Winston had managed to alienate. She shook her head. "Sometimes these things get ugly. You have any trouble at all, you can call me. I have friends. They'll come get you out of any situation." Lana snapped her fingers and held out her hand. "Give me your cell." Soleil had no idea why in the world she would allow a perfect stranger to take her cell phone, but she did. She pulled it from her pocket, keyed in the code, and handed it to Lana. "I meant what I said. He's already proven he's willing to put his hands on you, so when you break it off, make certain you're not alone with him. Have your cell handy and call the cops. If you can't, you call me. Understand?" Lana turned and pointed to her vest, even as she programmed her number into Soleil's cell. "It's under Lana. Don't you forget it." There was a very cool tree with ravens in the branches and skulls in the roots on the back of her vest. A rocker above the tree proclaimed her Torpedo Ink. The one below said Seahaven Caspar. Soleil had heard of Seahaven, but not Seahaven Caspar, and had no idea where that was or what Torpedo Ink was, other than a club, but it was cool as hell, and this was Soleil's first time ever talking to a woman who rode motorcycles. "We're in Vegas, celebrating our brother's wedding to his woman, but you call. You understand? He lays his hands on you again or does anything that frightens you, lock yourself in a room and call." She handed Soleil back her phone. "Someone will come for you. I promise." "Thanks." Soleil wrapped her hands around her phone as if it were a lifeline. Maybe it was. At least, it was the first truly nice thing someone had done for her since Kevin had died. Lana gave a friendly wave and walked out. Soleil stared after her for a long time. She wanted to be like that. Smart, sophisticated, independent. She wanted to take charge of her life, make her own decisions. She sighed. Who was she kidding? She was terrified without her lawyer. Still, she was determined to get herself out of the mess she was in. She knew she'd created it through her own apathy. Washing her hands for the third time, she took a deep breath. She had been paralyzed with grief since her lawyer died. Her parents had been killed in a car accident when she was 4, and she had gone to live with her Aunt Deborah. She passed away when Soleil was 8. She went to live with her Aunt Constance. That lasted until she was 10, mostly because Constance thought she would have access to Soleil's trust fund, but Kevin kept a tight grip on it. He refused to allow her aunt anything more than it would have cost to have Soleil living with her. Constance had been furious over that, and let Soleil know every chance she got how unfair it was and just how much trouble it was to have a brat living with her. Soleil was put in a series of boarding schools from that time on. She studied abroad. She lived in various hotels because she had nowhere else to go and she wasn't in school. The only constant in her life was her lawyer, and she'd come to rely on him for just about everything, although, truthfully, she rarely saw him. Mostly they talked on the phone or via email, text, or messenger. It didn't matter that she hadn't seen him. He was always there. She could text any time, day or night, and he answered her. He advised her. He took care of her trust and allowed her to go to art school. She traveled to all the wonderful art galleries all over the world and painted in France, Italy, and Greece. When she got into any kind of trouble, he got her out. She met Winston Trent in London at Sotheby's. They talked for quite a while. He was friendly and knowledgeable about art. Like Soleil, he lived in San Francisco and was on his way back to the States. They were on the same plane and coincidentally seated next to each other. They laughed over that and spent most of the plane ride home talking. She hadn't talked so much or laughed more in years. For the first time in her life, she felt as if she had a friend. They dated, going to dinner, movies, fundraising events that Winston insisted on. Before she had gone alone and felt out of place. She was just so happy to be with someone. She'd been so lonely. She was so desperate for a relationship that, even though he often did and said things that sent up red flags, she ignored them and tried harder to please him. Looking back, she could see how he'd pushed her constantly, even when she'd been uncomfortable with how fast things were moving. But he hadn't listened. She began talking nightly with Kevin Bennett. Her lawyer wasn't happy with the fact that Winston wanted to put a ring on her finger so fast. She had always wanted to be wild and impulsive with her man. She actually dreamt of it often, but Winston didn't inspire that in her. She had thought, because she had met him in Europe, that he was adventurous, but he wasn't. Not in the least. He told her he was a businessman, and he wanted her to look a certain way, to dress a certain way. He even gave her a list of people he insisted she meet and cultivate as friends. When she questioned him, he told her he wanted to make certain she moved in the right circles, and she needed to just let him guide her. Soleil glanced at herself in the mirror one more time. She wished she could be like Lana, tall, gorgeous, perfectly in control. She wore her jeans and vest like royalty. No one would dare lay their hands on her unless she wanted them to. Soleil shoved her phone into the little pocket of the sundress she wore and kept her hand there, holding on for just a minute to the stranger who had shown her kindness. She had tried to get Winston to be adventurous, at least in bed. Something other than his roll on top of her and roll off again while she lay staring at the ceiling, wondering if that was all there was to love and living together. How would she know? She had never witnessed a real relationship. Neither aunt had been married, and Kevin had talked to her via text most of the time. She straightened her shoulders and imagined herself to be Lana. Lana wasn't about to put up with a man who didn't satisfy her or listen to her in bed. She would never let him scare her into marriage. She'd tell him it was over. That was exactly what Soleil was going to do. Soleil glanced at the woman who held out a small, immaculate towel for her to dry her hands for the third time. "She's right, isn't she?" she asked her. The attendant glanced around the large gold and ivory bathroom, making certain no one could see or hear her give advice, and then she nodded. Feeling empowered, Soleil smiled at her and left. She had to ask the outside attendant the way to the elevators, but she found them. Then she had to talk to another attendant there, and he escorted her to the proper one. She was in a suite at the top of the tower. She slid her flat gold key into the elevator and took the ride up to her rooms. There were only 4 suites at the top of the tower. Her room was directly across from the elevator access. She was used to the best hotels and often had a suite, but this luxury suite was so over-the-top and ridiculous for the two of them when they planned on being in Vegas just for a couple of nights. Winston had insisted, and she'd found herself going along with his plans, just as she had ever since Kevin Bennett had died. The suite was nearly 2,000 square feet, with a gleaming grand piano in the middle of the marble floor. Glass walls gave them a view of Las Vegas that was unparalleled. A fireplace and wet bar added to the ambiance in the room. The balcony stretched out for what seemed forever, curving around the building so they could enjoy the sun and breeze. Winston had told her she deserved the best, and he wanted her to have it. It was too much. He'd been rude to the staff at the hotel, complaining about everything. That was the only way to get people to come up to the right standards, he'd told her, and she'd have to learn to deal with those in menial labor positions. They'd argued over that as well until he had just shut her down by telling her she was too young and naive to understand how the world worked. In business and politics, one had to assert themselves at all times. Eventually, he planned to go into politics, and he needed a wife trained to handle anything. Most of this mess was her fault, and she had to place the blame directly on her own shoulders. She had let Winston run her life when she had been without direction. She still had no idea what she wanted to do, but it wasn't marrying a man she wasn't happy with. She was tense all the time and found she was getting headaches when she had never been prone to them. When had he changed? He'd been funny and attentive, listening to everything she said in the art gallery and on the plane. She'd thought they had so much in common. But once he'd actually managed to get her to go out with him, the changes had started. At first, they were subtle. He didn't like a certain outfit, and would she mind changing? He didn't like her boots. They made her look too young. Why would she wear that short denim jacket when she had some really beautiful jackets? She should have noticed sooner instead of trying to please him. Winston was pacing across the long, wide floor as she entered. He looked up quickly as she closed the door, that flat golden key clutched in her hand as if it were a good luck talisman. He skirted around the piano and rushed to her. "I was so worried, Soleil. I must have texted you 100 times. Come in and sit down, darling." Not waiting for a reply, he took her wrist and pulled her across the room to the low-slung couch. The couch was nearest the door and guest bathroom, but still too far into the enormous room for her to be entirely comfortable. The room made her feel as if it were going to swallow her whole. Still she sat down, clutching the golden key to the elevator, feeling as if it would see her through the discussion she needed to have with him. "I'll get us both a drink and we can talk." Why did she hate the sound of his voice? He always said the right thing, but his tone was condescending, or, like now, when he tried to convey worry and sympathy, he sounded as if he were acting, and he wasn't all that good of an actor. Still, a drink sounded good. She hadn't eaten anything, but a drink might just be the thing to help her explain that she was going to call off their wedding for good. "I don't know why I lost my temper, but I really am sorry. I was so afraid I'd lose you, and I reacted like a madman." He poured her a small glass of whiskey. She preferred whiskey, and she really needed it, especially as he was giving her his sweetest, most boyish look designed to make her feel bad for him. "Here, darling, drink that and we'll talk." He drank half the glass he had poured for himself in one gulp, so without thinking, Soleil tossed back a good portion of the whiskey and nearly choked. Tears burned, and for a moment her throat felt like it was on fire. She could barely catch her breath. Winston regarded her over the top of his crystal glass, amusement on his face. He did that a lot, laughed at her. Not overtly, but definitely he found her amusing, and not in a good way. It was as if she was so young and naive, and he was worldly, and she couldn't quite catch up. She supposed she deserved his estimation of her. It didn't matter that she knew she could drink him under the table. She shouldn't have tried to throw back half a glass. "Winston, He held up his hand. "I know what you're going to say. You're such a sweet, compassionate woman, and I know you're going to just dismiss my bad behavior, but it was terrible, and I need to give you my word nothing like that will ever happen again. I feel sick about my behavior. I'll make it up to you. I promise." Over the course of the last couple of months, there had been numerous promises. She couldn't even remember what they were, but thinking back, he had never come through. She nodded and cautiously crossed the room to get a bottle of water. The whiskey was doing what she needed, though, making her feel as if she could tell him what she needed to. "Winston," she began again after taking a soothing sip of water and reseating herself, "this isn't going to work between us. I think you know that." "Of course it is. I made a mistake. It was absolutely stupid of me, but I was so afraid of losing you. Lately we've been out of sync." "Exactly." She pounced on that. "I feel as if you don't like anything about me. Not one thing, Winston. The way I dress, my friends, the way I talk. You have to correct everything I do, and then I'm still not good enough." "Darling." He looked terribly distressed, so much so that her heart hurt. She didn't like hurting anyone. She finished off the whiskey and automatically handed him the glass when he put out his hand for it. Winston took it from her and crossed to the bar. "If I made you feel like that, you should have told me immediately. I love you with every breath I take. I want to be your husband and go through life with you. We don't like the same movies or music." Soleil felt a little desperate. He was looking a little like a kicked puppy instead of a barracuda, and she wasn't good at all with hurting people. She kept trying to assert herself even as she took the drink from him. "Keep going, Soleil. I had no idea you thought I wasn't happy with you. I need to hear this. It's the only way to fix what's broken between us. You don't like to dance. You aren't in the least bit proud of the way I look. You want me to change my hair and makeup and wear clothes I consider far too old for me. I don't understand why you think you love me, Winston." "You are so wrong, Soleil. How could you think I'm not proud of you? I told you I wanted to get into politics. I was trying to help you, so you'd feel comfortable when we're attending the kinds of fundraisers and charity events where we need to be seen." She detested the events he wanted to go to. They were hundreds, sometimes thousands of dollars a plate, very stuffy. She felt everyone was looking down on her. He would sometimes grab her elbow and drag her into a corner and hiss at her that he'd told her to study the list of people he wanted her to talk to. Everyone else there was to be smiled at but ignored. How could an event be fun if she had assignments and failed at all of them, especially when she carefully memorized every single name on his list? She wasn't going to be rude and ignore people who talked to her. She took another drink and shook her head. "I can't marry you, Winston. That's the bottom line. It isn't going to work. I'm not happy. You're not happy. I'm giving you back your ring." He went very still, only feet from her, his eyes going from that watchful amusement to dark and a little scary. Suddenly, the large room seemed too small. "Soleil, stop right there. Don't make a fool of yourself. We are getting married. It's ridiculous for you to suddenly decide after one small slip to throw me over. You're acting like the spoiled child I know you to be, and I'm not going to put up with it. If this is about that idiotic prenup, I'm not asking you to sign one to protect me. Even your lawyer agrees it's ridiculous. I have far more to lose than you do." She stood to make herself taller, tilted her chin, narrowed her eyes at him, and took another cautious sip of the whiskey. "I am not going to marry you, prenup or not. It isn't going to happen. And if he was so damned wealthy, why was she always the one paying for everything? She should ask, but something kept her from doing so. It always did. I realize you're very young and you're upset over Bennett's death. I found you a lawyer and I told you I'd deal with the businesses and the finances. You don't have to do anything but your art. I didn't realize you were so close to your lawyer, but I should have." She wasn't certain what to do when he used his reasonable tone on her and reduced her to being a not-quite-bright child. He did it often, and now, examining the last few weeks, she realized just how often. She always backed off when he did that, feeling inferior. She had degrees in art and art history. His degrees were all practical, in business and finance. He had said they would work well together, and it had sounded a perfect match. It wasn't. Soleil took another drink, emptying the glass, and went to the bar herself to pour another short drink before she tried again. The alcohol was kicking in and giving her more courage. "It's true. Kevin's death really threw me. He's all the family I had, as crazy as that sounds. I'm not comfortable with Donald Monroe. He doesn't listen to me and he doesn't answer my questions. He just says not to worry. He'll take care of things." "Isn't that why we hired him?" Winston sounded as if he was holding on to his patience by a thread. He didn't sound like the man she had met only a few weeks earlier. What had happened to him? "You hired him. You didn't give me a chance to interview him or even talk to him first. I don't know the first thing about him. Someone needed to watch out for you, and you were too grief-stricken to do it. We could have waited a few weeks." Anger flashed across his face. She watched as he swallowed what he was going to say, and then he doubled his fist. Deliberately, he clenched and then unclenched his fingers. "Soleil, is that the reason for all this? You're upset because we hired Monroe? When we get back from our honeymoon, I'll fire him." His voice turned conciliatory, and he even smiled benevolently at her. "I can get rid of him just as easily as I hired him." She had to stop arguing and just insist. He wasn't listening to her, and it was still all about him, not her. She wasn't going to fire Monroe. He was going to do it. He was going to be very, very shocked to learn she'd already done it. "Winston, you don't seem to get what I'm telling you. I am not getting married to you. Not now, not later. There isn't going to be a honeymoon. I've already called and officially fired Monroe. I followed up with the necessary legal papers. I went to someone here to help me. Monroe isn't working for me, nor is anyone from that firm." Not after she'd called him about the prenup and he'd said to skip it. It wasn't necessary. Even she knew better. "You did what?" His face darkened with rage. He stepped into her, took the mostly empty glass of whiskey from her, and threw it sideways away from them. The glass shattered against the piano. Winston backhanded her casually, but hard enough to knock her backward. He followed her, slapping her breasts 3 more times. Each blow made her stumble back more. Pain exploded through her, a shock wave that made her nearly vomit. She knew he was holding back, too. He didn't look like he wanted to. "You little bitch. Do you think I'm going to let you ruin everything because you're so spoiled you want every single thing your way? I want you cleaned up and looking presentable in the next half hour, and then we're going to finish up here with the plans we made." With each sentence, he hit her again, her ribs, and then her stomach, finally knocking her to the floor. With a look of utter contempt, he reached down, pulled her cell phone from her pocket, and tossed it on the couch before he turned away. "Just in case you get stupid. Now go to the bathroom and put some makeup on." Soleil picked herself up gingerly. No one had ever hit her before Winston. It hurt. Her face throbbed and burned, feeling as if her cheekbone had exploded. Her breasts and stomach hurt with every movement. She recognized that he had been careful not to hit hard enough to injure her, to make her see a doctor. Her face might swell later, but she'd have some time before it did. Enough time to get married. She made her way to the bathroom, avoiding the master bedroom because he'd gone in there. She didn't want to get anywhere near Winston. The stranger, Lana, had been so right. These things did go badly very, very fast. She didn't even have her phone to call for help. Not the cops, not Lana, no one. She didn't look in the mirror. What would be the point? She wasn't going to clean herself up and marry Winston. She didn't care how much he hit her or yelled. She wasn't about to tie herself to him. The sound of male voices made her jam her fist into her mouth after realizing she was crying, making broken sobbing noises. She needed to hear whatever Winston was saying. Maybe, if it was room service, she could call out and let them know he was threatening her. Her fist had the flat golden key in it. She had never put it down, and not when she'd drunk the whiskey and not when he'd hit her. At least she had that, the key to the elevator. She opened the bathroom door cautiously. Winston was in the bedroom. He'd left the door open, presumably in order to hear if she came out of the bathroom. He was pulling on another of his immaculate shirts. He had called someone, and they were on speaker. "How the hell could you fuck this up, Winston? It was a golden opportunity. We handed her to you on a silver platter. All you had to do was get her to the altar. Monroe would do the rest. Another month and your wife would die in an accident, and you'd be a young widower, ripe for so many desperate, wealthy women to console, and we could do this again. How hard could it have been? I'll marry the bitch, but she's going to meet with an accident on the honeymoon. Spoiled little bitch. Not even a good lay. All she ever did was talk to Bennett like a little baby. He coddled her. We cleared the road for you. We're good at accidents, Winston, but if you can't close this deal, you'll be the one dead on the side of the road like Bennett. You wanted in, and we gave you this one chance, and you blew it. Get it done." "She'll do whatever I say," Winston assured. "I made sure of that, and she doesn't have the guts to fight back." Soleil felt the color drain from her face. She actually felt lightheaded. Monroe was the new lawyer she'd just fired. She recognized the voice of Harbin Connor. Harbin was a decorated policeman, assistant chief and moving up, one of the many men she had met through Winston. He had been on the list. It sounded like Connor had arranged an accident for Kevin, and he kept saying "we," as if there were more of them. They planned to kill her. Winston wanted her dead. Winston and his friends wanted her dead. She drew in air and told herself not to faint. She just had to make a run for it. Her phone had landed next to her denim jacket on the couch. She had left the jacket there when she'd tired of their original argument and had just wanted to go for a walk to think. He'd followed her, of course, not giving her time at all, and he'd gotten so angry he'd shaken her, not once but several times. He went back to the room declaring she wasn't going to stand him up at the last minute. She'd called her new lawyer, Monroe, and once again, even after he heard Winston had put his hands on her, he'd advised her to quit making him angry and marry the man. She'd fired him on the spot, and then gone to an attorney's office and had the papers drawn up to make it official. That wasn't like her at all. She tended to let things go. Not this time. Kevin Bennett had been such a superb lawyer, she felt if she kept Monroe, it was an insult to Kevin. She waited, her breath coming too fast, and she feared she might hyperventilate. She made a deliberate effort to slow it down. She had to be clear-headed and think out each move ahead of time. She knew if she made it out the door, the elevator would be there waiting. It had to be. There was no other choice. Soleil peeked out of the bedroom again. Winston had turned his back to her and was reaching down for his gleaming shoes. They were always shined to perfection, but he never passed up a chance to shine them again. It was now or never. She sprinted across the room, scooped up her jacket and phone, and ran from the suite. It was only a few steps to the elevator, and she had the key in her hand. Behind her, Winston shouted expletives and commands, but she didn't turn around. The elevator doors opened, and she stepped in and hit the shut button to override the wait period, her heart pounding. The doors closed, and she caught a glimpse of his furious face as she stabbed at the button to take her to the lobby. Even if he ran down the stairs, he'd never catch her. He would have to wait for the elevator. It was private, just for those 4 suites. He had insisted on the best, and he'd have to reap the consequences. She shoved her phone into the inside pocket of her jacket and slipped the jacket on before gripping the golden rail with both hands. He would expect her to take the nearest exit, either the private one or the one to the front of the hotel that opened onto the main strip near all the little shops. The back exit of the hotel let one out on the street, parallel to the main strip. If she took that one and cut through the next hotel, she would be close to the section Winston had warned her about. The bars and massage parlors. He claimed they were nice enough, just not for her. Hopefully, he wouldn't look for her there while she decided on the best course of action. She ran through the lobby, uncaring of turning heads. One didn't run in a very swank hotel. She wanted to grab security, but Winston had a way of talking that made her look hysterical or childish and him look totally controlled. The adult having to put up with tantrums. She wasn't about to take chances, not when she knew they planned to kill her. Who would believe her? Her own fiancé? A lawyer? A policeman? All conspiring to kill her? She would look crazy, and Winston would explain she'd lost Bennett, the only one she had as family. He would get sympathy and understanding, and they would all look to him to take care of her. He'd probably sedate her. Did he have a doctor involved, too? It was possible. She had met one through him, one he considered important. She burst out onto the street, her lungs hurting. Clearly she needed more exercise if she was going to have to run for her life. Her thoughts were wild and a little hysterical. She couldn't have that. It would only play into Winston's hand. She raced to the crosswalk, and fortunately the light changed, and there were few people in her way. She was able to cross quickly and get into the relative shelter of the hotel casino on the next street. Noise erupted all around her. The concentrated smoke from cigarettes threatened to choke her. For a moment, she paused, a little disoriented. The whiskey she'd drunk was making her feel a lot better, clearer. She knew exactly what to do. She made her way through the casino with more dignity, not wanting to draw attention to herself. The casino floor was set up so that the exits were difficult to get to. Every little turn put her in front of card tables, the roulette wheel, craps, or, when she managed to find her way through the maze, machines, a sea of them. They didn't matter. The drinks had finally steadied her, and she was feeling as if she was in control and could do this. Still, it was a good distance to the exits, and it took her a few minutes to make her way to the other side of the room. The casino was enormous, so much so that she knew she'd probably covered a block at least. She had to have, but she walked with more confidence and less panic. Every now and then, just to be certain, she glanced over her shoulder, or paused at a machine to see if Winston was behind her. So far, her plan had worked. Most likely, he'd gone out onto the strip and worried she'd hailed a cab or taken one of the hotel's private limos. She was afraid to do that. He could trace a cab, and he'd talk any driver into coming back for him. She thought about getting another drink, but she hadn't eaten. Already she was much clearer in what she had to do. She felt very courageous. It only took a couple of times going in a small circle before she mastered the maze of machines and was able to push open the door that let her out onto the street. The lights were much dimmer, but still illuminated the sidewalk. She looked left and right. She was right in the middle of the block. Across the street, neon blue signs flashed, and the sound of music was loud. Each of the bars seemed to be playing a different song, but she loved to dance, and the one on the end at the right blared the best music. She headed in that direction and then changed her mind, a little shiver going through her. She knew Winston. He would hire men to find her. He would call the police and report her missing, saying she had a mental disorder and he was worried for her safety. This street was still too close. She hurried down the block to the next line of bars. The streets seemed darker, and as she came around the corner, a few men standing on the sidewalk in front of a bar looked up, nudging one another. Alarms went off, and she paused to get oriented. Just in front of her was another bar blaring dancing music, and in front of it were motorcycles, instantly reminding her of Lana. Her heart jumped. Lana. She hurried toward that one without hesitation. If Lana was there, she would know what to do. She was that kind of woman. Chapter 3. Leaning against the bar, Ice ordered another drink, wondering, now that Steele and Breezy had left for home, why he hadn't gone with them. He should have. What was he doing there? Drinking? Playing pool? Pretending to have a good time? He could fight, beat the shit out of someone. That made him feel a little better sometimes. Not often anymore. He had been in 1,000 bars, had 1,000 drinks, played pool, hustled at pool, gotten into hundreds of fights. Most not of his making, but certainly he had to take responsibility for dozens. Women? Hell, he took the glass and pressed it to his forehead. He couldn't count the women. They all blurred together. To give them their due, they gave their best efforts. But in the end, it had always come down to his absolute control. He had to decide to get hard. Fuck. He downed the entire contents in one sip and lifted the glass toward the bartender. Unbidden, she floated into his mind. The girl. Not just the girl. The girl. The one who had given him a natural, very real erection. And she hadn't done one single seductive thing. Not one. She'd stood on a street corner, looking like a fresh summer day. Soft skin and eyes promising heaven. That mouth of hers, a perfect bow, full, and her tits. Shit. They couldn't possibly be real, could they? He fiddled with his drink on the bar, barely acknowledging the bartender when he gave him a refill. He was too busy remembering every detail of his princess. She had hips and a very nice ass. There was no way to find her and her cute little ridiculous booties that showed off her legs. He could imagine her mouth around his cock, or those tits in his hands. But he was never going to have the real thing. She belonged with the suit, the one with every hair in place and his condescending asshole attitude. She looked like the girl next door, the one that wanted to make her man her first priority, the one willing to have his children and back him up no matter what. That girl, the one that probably didn't even exist anymore. How the hell would he ever get a woman like that? He had certain proclivities. Even if he got her, she wasn't going to do the things he needed. Fuck. He should have pulled out his gun and shot those bastards he was tailing and let the police shoot him down like the psycho he was. He had crossed some line, and he wasn't certain he could pull back from it. There was nothing for him, and in the end, he had to acknowledge that he was too dangerous to just keep around like some loose cannon. He'd shaped himself into a weapon. He'd had no choice, not if he was going to get Elena out alive. Storm had done the same, but Ice had always tried to stand in front of his twin. Now he was expected to act like a wolf in sheep's clothing. Czar knew what he was. Maybe all of them knew, but suddenly Czar had changed the rules of their world. They were supposed to fit in, be tame, follow bullshit rules that made absolutely no sense. He couldn't keep pretending. Sometimes he felt that if he had to keep up the pretense 1 second longer, he'd just implode. "You okay, Ice? We could go back to the motel," Storm suggested carefully. The bar was rocking. 3 different clubs. Czar and Steele had taken their women and the very scared and traumatized little boy home. Lana, Preacher, and Reaper had escorted them. Reaper's woman, Anya, was with them. That left 13 Torpedo Ink members in the bar. With numbers like that, they could wipe up the floor with any of the clubs. Thinking like that was exactly what Storm worried about. And do what? Ice asked. Stare at the fucking ceiling? "You're in a foul mood," Elena, his sister, observed. She leaned against the bar, very close to him, looking like a seductive siren. She couldn't help it. She was born that way, trained that way. She knew she looked good, and she had no problem flaunting it. She often provided a damn good excuse to fight. Most likely Storm had signaled to her that Ice was on the edge again, and they'd need to corral him and get him the hell out of there. Ice loved her. All the brothers did. She was his birth sister and a few years younger. In those early days, he had been too young to protect her, too helpless. He hadn't yet shaped himself into a weapon. Now, maybe he was overprotective when she didn't need it. She was sweet, beautiful, and lethal as hell. Most underestimated her. They saw a gorgeous woman and didn't think for one moment that she could be trained in 1,000 ways to kill. It was a miracle she had survived. Only 2 women, Lana and Elena, had gotten out of that hellhole they had spent their childhood in. Before he could answer her, there was a sudden silence in the bar, an actual pause in the many conversations. The music still pulsed through the room, but no one said a word. He turned slightly, angling his body toward his sister, prepared to take her to the floor if necessary. He glanced toward the door, and his world just stopped. His vision tunneled. For one moment, he thought he had finally gone over the edge and was hallucinating. His heart thudded. She was there, his little princess. She was beautiful beyond belief, standing there in her little white, flowery sundress, with a small denim jacket covering her arms. She wore those little ridiculous boots that showed off her slender legs. He hadn't imagined them. She looked absolutely out of place and, unfortunately, oblivious to the danger. Ice sent a low whistle into the silence, alerting his brothers. He reacted before anyone, pushing through the crowd to get to her as she stepped inside. "Babe, what the fuck are you doing here?" He took her arm as gently as he knew how, which wasn't all that gentle. She was breathing hard, as if she had been running. The bodice of her dress struggled to hold her tits as she labored to find air. For the first time, she really looked around the room and saw the occupants. Most had gone back to drinking and talking now that she'd been claimed, but there were a few watching closely. She was like bait thrown into a sea of sharks. Because he noticed everything, and this was his dream princess, he saw her swallow. But then she glanced back at the door, looking more afraid of what was outside than what was in that bar. He recognized fear when he saw it. "Someone after you?" His brothers had slowly moved into position to defend her if needed, inserting their bodies between his innocent princess and the rough men and women in the bar. He knew that was why most in other clubs had gone back to their own business. Few wanted to take on Torpedo Ink in a fight. They had a certain reputation. He lifted his hand shoulder high, tapped 3 times, and then rested his hand again very gently on her arm. His brothers read the code. Transporter, mechanic, and player slipped out the door, moving into the night, looking for anyone who might have been chasing her. She looked up at him, and those beautiful, lush lips parted. She smiled. Her lashes fluttered, and he nearly went to the floor. This woman had the power to send him to his knees. Holy Mother! His temperature went up 1,000,000 degrees, and for the love of God, his cock became a steel spike and then some. "I'm looking for someone. A friend of mine. She was wearing a vest with a tree—" She looked around and then indicated the Torpedo Ink jacket Storm was wearing. Storm was facing away from him, keeping an eye on the room. "Like that." She tried to peek around him, but he kept his body between her and the room. "Like the one I'm wearing?" He turned slightly so she could see his colors. Her smile brightened. "Exactly. You must know her. Lana?" She stood there looking up at him as if he were a good man and would save her. He was debating whether or not he was that good. Unfortunately for her, he didn't think so. When he took a step to the side, keeping a firm hold, the light hit her face and he saw the bruises. Fuck no. He wasn't saving her. He was going to kill the worm that put those bruises on her face and fear in her eyes, and he was keeping her for himself. Someone should be protecting this woman, and that he could do. "Yeah, babe. I know, Lana. Let's get you a drink, and we're going to talk about whoever put those bruises on your face." He didn't mean to sound like a hard ass, but there was frost in his voice, a promise of retaliation. Ice didn't have a lot of social graces, but he forced himself not to pull her close when she hesitated again and looked at the door. Clearly, self-preservation had set in and she wanted to run, but she thought whoever was chasing her was worse than what she faced in the bar. That didn't make sense to him. The suit couldn't possibly be as scary as a bar full of bikers. "I've probably already had too much to drink." She hedged and tried to step back. He had his brothers there, and because he was acting out of character, they had already backed his play. Maestro stood behind her, and she bumped into him and whirled around. Maestro had his back to her and was talking to Code. He glanced over his shoulder, murmured an apology, and turned back, but stayed firmly between her and the door. "What's your name?" Ice said, trying to sound friendlier. She looked like she was close to panic. "Lana isn't here, but we're her family. And my sister, Elena, is here, and she's as close to Lana as anyone could be. She'll know what to tell you." Deliberately, he used Lana's name and the fact that he had a sister in the bar to soothe her. She bit her lip. "I'm Soleil." She pronounced her name with a slight French accent, and it sounded like Soleil. He liked it. He'd always liked the French language. It sounded exotic and sexy to him. Now he knew why. Soleil. Sunshine. Yeah, he could see that. He tried another gentle experimental tug. "Let's get a drink and find Elena." She did the lip thing again, and his cock jerked hard. If she didn't stop, he might embarrass himself. He changed tactics, taking charge. Circling her back so his arm was an iron bar, he guided her toward the bar. The crowd was tight, and he had to thread his way through, but again his brothers helped him out, moving in a diamond pattern so they could part the crowd for him. "Yo, Ice, you gonna share that sweet little piece of ass?" someone called out. Soleil stiffened. Ice pulled her closer to him. "Fuck you, Sanders. I don't share my woman. Anyone goes near her, they'll be spending some time in the hospital." He put menace in his voice, enough to quiet the room a second time. Everyone turned away from them. Ice's reputation was lethal, something he wasn't eager for her to know. He leaned down to whisper in her ear. "In here, you have to belong to someone or it can get ugly. You'll be fine. No one would dare touch you now." My brothers and I will look after you. I give you my word. You're totally safe with me." He wasn't lying. She was already in the middle of the room. She glanced over her shoulder, looking toward the door, even as he propelled her toward the bar. There was a sea of men and women between her and escape. He kept his arm firmly around her. "You're safe. I'm not going to let anything happen to you. Lana is a very good friend of mine, and because she's your friend as well, Torpedo Ink will look after you." Lana's name was like magic. Ice was very aware Soleil had been crying, and whoever had hit her face had struck her elsewhere as well. She walked carefully, as if protecting her body. "You need a doc? Steele's on his honeymoon about now, but we can get you to the emergency room or have Elena take a look at you." She shook her head. "No, I can't go to the emergency room." Definitely panic in her voice. He wanted to kill the bastard who'd struck her. Savage leaned against the bar right over 2 bar stools. Savage was a man no one in their right mind ever called out. No one. Not even some drunk with an entire club behind them. He'd lay waste to most of them, and those he left alive, the rest of his brothers would send to hell. A few times already, because Savage didn't say much, a couple of young drunks who didn't know his reputation yet and were well past self-preservation thought they could make a name for themselves. Before they got a word out, friends of the two apologized to Savage and dragged them off. Savage straightened like a lazy panther, his cool blue eyes raking the bar as he turned toward Ice. "This your woman, Ice?" "She's mine," Ice confirmed. "Name's Soleil." Savage looked her over. She moved closer to Ice, and he tightened his hold even more, tucking her under his shoulder protectively. He wanted to grin at Savage. The man knew how to intimidate. "What the fuck happened to her?" Savage demanded. "Some asshole hit her," Ice said. He tipped her face up to him, using his thumb and finger. "That suit I saw you with on the street, he do this to you?" His thumb slid gently over the bruises. Soleil looked mesmerized by him. He couldn't help himself. He very gently brushed kisses over the bruises. "You want us to take him out for you?" Her long, thick lashes fluttered, drawing his attention. Ice wanted to kiss them as well. "You mean, like, kill him?" Her voice was very soft, no more than a whisper, but Savage heard her, and he shot Ice a quick glance. If he was amused by her innocent question, it didn't show. But Ice knew him well enough to know he thought Soleil's lack of street smarts was funny. "Yeah, baby. Like, kill him. I don't much like that he put his hands on you. Who the hell is he?" They'd find the bastard and end his days of hitting women. He'd suffer before he died if Savage or Ice got to him first. "He was my fiancé," she admitted. "He wanted to get married here, and I said no way. He wouldn't sign a prenup. Everyone has them these days, right?" Ice helped her onto the stool and glanced at the bartender to make certain he was paying attention. Keeping a hand on her shoulder, he slid onto the bar stool beside her. Savage stayed at her back, and Maestro took the bar stool next to Ice. "You were going to marry that asshole?" Ice persisted. "No, he sort of railroaded me. I was in a bad place, and the next thing I knew he was there running everything. I'm not even sure how it happened. Thank God I woke up." She took the glass the bartender pushed into her hand and started fishing around for her money. "I've got this," Ice said. "He'll put it on my tab. You were saying this asshole tried to force you to marry him?" He leaned in close and soothingly rubbed along her arm. She wore a short denim jacket, but she would feel his touch beneath the material. She looked surprised that he was paying. Clearly, she was used to being the one to pay. The suit really was a first-class asshole, or a con artist, maybe, looking for a sugar mama. Soleil seemed too young for that. "Thank you, Ice. That is very sweet of you." He was pleased she actually remembered his name. The bar was loud, and she had just walked in alone and afraid. He smiled at her. "Tell me about the suit." Behind his back, He signaled to his twin brother, showing his phone and mouthing, "Lana." He needed Lana on his side, and she wasn't going to like what Storm was going to tell her. Soleil took a slow sip of the whiskey and then looked at the glass. "I love the way this burns all the way down." She wasn't slurring her words, but she'd had more than one drink before she'd gotten there. That much was obvious. Ice nodded his agreement. "Feels good, doesn't it?" She was still looking very nervous, and he was afraid if it wasn't for Savage standing right behind her, she might have tried bolting. He was a little out of his depth. He didn't want to sound like her asshole for sure to be ex-fiancé. He didn't know how to talk to nice girls. He tended to just issue orders. Most revolved around sucking his cock. Shit. He needed to keep this woman with him. He didn't even know why the compulsion was so strong, but that need was relentless, bone deep, soul deep. He swore under his breath and tried to find the words that would put her at ease. "It's loud in here, but it will clear out in an hour or two. In the meantime, you think it would be a good thing to give Lana a call, so she can vouch for me? I don't want you nervous. You really are safe with me." Immediately, she put down the glass and all but sighed with relief. "I doubt if I could hear her, but maybe if I text her?" "Good idea." He glanced back again and saw Storm on his cell, talking fast, and knew he was filling Lana in. Storm already knew this was the woman who had caused Ice to nearly blow their cover on the street earlier. She wasn't just anyone. Ice wanted her. For whatever reason, he might even need her. Storm would walk through hell to give Ice whatever he asked for, because he had never asked for anything. His brothers and sisters in Torpedo Ink would do the same. Ice's body felt cold with nerves. He'd faced guns, knives, all kinds of fights, and he'd done so without flinching. This was different. This was important, and he had absolutely no guidelines. None. He swallowed the whiskey down, feeling the burn, needing it. How the hell was he going to get her home, where he had a chance of keeping her? "You know, honey, I've been thinking about this prenup thing. You're right. Everyone has them. He was a fool to give you up over that. I would have signed it without even looking at it in order to have you." Deliberately, he brought it up again, needing her to want to stay with him in the crowded bar. He needed time, a little time. "You would?" Her face brightened, and she leaned into him. Just a little, but it was enough to tell Ice he was on the right track. "In a heartbeat, Princess. Any man worth anything would sign one." "He thought he was still going to get me," she said. "And when he realized I meant what I said, he—" She broke off. Her voice trembled. Her hand shook as she lifted the glass to her mouth. Ice moved closer to her and rubbed her back soothingly. "You're safe here with us. Text Lana. She'll tell you this is the right place. No one can harm you as long as you're with us." He glanced up as his brothers came back through the door. All three shook their heads. They hadn't found any evidence of anyone chasing her. He nodded to them, and they moved in closer to protect his woman. She looked so completely out of place there, but now they had her surrounded. Elena would escort her to the woman's room any time she wanted to go. Some of the women in the bar weren't looking at her too fondly. He didn't give a shit, as long as she was sitting next to him. Soleil took out her phone. Ice noted her hand was still shaking. He wanted to cover it, to soothe her, but she wasn't quite yet certain she was out of danger from him, not even with the liquor. Unashamedly, Ice looked over her shoulder as she typed in her message to Lana. "Came to bar looking for you. Found Ice and others. It was bad. Worse than either of us thought." What the fuck did that mean? He couldn't just ask her. He waited impatiently for Lana's reply. He knew she'd back him, but to have actually spoken to Soleil, given her contact information when they had just run a huge mission, meant she might know more about her situation. They'd separated, changed, made certain there wasn't so much as a speck of blood on any of them, and then gotten back together, everyone wearing their colors, celebrating Steele's marriage to Breezy. Ice will keep you safe. Don't go back to the hotel. Stay with him. He absolutely won't let anything happen to you. If you come with him, I'll see you soon." Ice could have kissed Lana. That was put in there so subtly. Stay with Ice. He'd keep her safe. See you soon. Perfection. The seeds were planted. His girl was that scared, and she needed friends. She needed to feel safe after the suit had gotten rough. He watched her carefully text Lana back. "Thank you." "Here's what we're going to do, Soleil," he said, taking charge, because she might as well know his true nature. "We're forgetting that asshole. He's not coming in here. Even if he did, he can't touch you. There's too many of us. We're going to spend the rest of the evening having fun. We'll dance a little, play some darts, some pool, drink a little. We're ignoring the rest of the world just for tonight. How does that sound? You with me, girl?" She leaned her chin onto the heel of her hand and looked into his eyes. He was usually the one mesmerizing others with his glacier-blue, crystalline eyes, but she turned the tables on him. He was sliding far past want, straight to need. "I think you're making astonishing sense. Absolute sense. I'm with you, 100%. Still no slurred words, but his girl was feeling the effects. "You hungry?" "I could eat something, but honestly, I don't want to leave yet." She glanced over her shoulder, and a little shiver went through her body. "He'll give up looking." She shook her head, and her eyes darted a second time toward the door. "He won't." Her voice dropped low. If he hadn't been bending his head very close to her mouth, close enough to feel her lips whisper over his ear, he wouldn't have heard her. "He has a plan." The way she said it alarmed him. "What kind of plan?" She shook her head and straightened, once more lifting her glass to her lips. That told him two things. She was in more trouble than he'd first realized. A fiancé who was willing to beat her was one thing to contend with, but her fear and those 4 little words said something else, something much more sinister. And his girl had a stubborn streak. "If you're hungry, we can get you some food. What are you hungry for?" She flashed him a smile that made his cock come to attention all over again. The woman was beyond his wildest dreams. Nothing made his cock hard unless he ordered it to get hard. She managed effortlessly. She didn't even have a fucking clue what she was doing. Her tits rose and fell with her breath, pushed against the tight bodice of her sundress, strained for release. He wanted to pull her into his lap and fill his hands with those soft curves. "Stop looking like you're the big bad wolf and you're going to eat her alive," Elena said, leaning into him from the other side. She wedged herself in between him and Maestro. "Hi," she added, leaning farther onto the bar so she could see around him. "I'm Elena." "Soleil." His girl smiled at his sister. He was a little leery of what Elena might do or say. She could be charming, just as Storm could. Somehow, Ice had missed out, but his twin and his sister could charm the birds out of the trees when they wanted. Storm was staying in the background. They had a pact. If one of them met the one, the other would fade until she was hooked. Ice thought Storm wasn't quite as fucked up as he was, so he didn't want to take the chance that his girl did it for his brother or she found out there was a nicer twin. "I heard Ice say something about food. Pizza sound good to you? We could take over the game room, eat pizza, challenge Ice to darts or pool." "You're not going to hustle my girl, Elena," Ice said. Soleil laughed. "Has it occurred to you that I might be fairly good at pool? Or darts?" "Fairly good doesn't cut it around Elena," Ice said. He pulled out his phone and group texted the others, setting up for pizza orders, and one by one they headed toward the game room. A few of them going in wouldn't move many of the other clubs out, but all of them together usually sent the players scurrying. "Elena is a genuine hustler. She looks all cute and cuddly, and then she takes everyone's money." "Sounds to me like you lost a bit of money to her." Soleil said, her long lashes sweeping down. That got him right in the gut. Or cock. Or both. His chest was so fucking tight he could barely breathe. He wanted to tell his sister to go easy, not eat his little sunshine girl alive. Elena could. She might. Ice rubbed his chest right over his heart. Soleil's perfect brows came down in an adorable frown. He hoped he hadn't said that word aloud. Adorable. He'd have to shoot someone if he had. He'd never hear the end of it. "Are you all right?" The soft concern in her voice played over his skin like the touch of fingers. Intimate. Anxious. Shit. Elena had noticed as well. "I'm good. Just hungry." Both women looked skeptical. He raised his hand for another round, and when the bartender delivered, he picked up both glasses and waited for his girl to slide off the bar stool. Her cute little boot things hit the bar floor, and she swayed to the music for a moment before following Elena. He brought up the rear. Close, so there were no mistakes by anyone. She wasn't going to get accidentally touched, or hit on, or worse. Some drunken biker tried anything. Ice knew he would turn murderous instantly. Savage moved with him on his left. Player was on his right. Both were a short distance away, just enough to fight if necessary. The rest of the club had gone inside the game room, one by one, getting the other clubs to drift on out. "Pizza's ordered," Code called out. He was first at the dartboard. Elena bumped her hip against absinthe and took the darts out of his hand. "Ice thinks he can beat me. Want to put money up he can't?" "No," Soleil corrected, shocking him. "I implied I could beat you. Ice had no belief in me." Code spun around. "You sure you want to take on the champ, honey? She's never lost." "I've lost," Elena contradicted immediately. "More than once. Just rarely. And never to an out—" She broke off, looking at her brother. "Oh, what?" Soleil prompted. "And how much money are we betting?" Ice groaned, put down the drinks, and circled his arm around her waist, pulling her back into him. Before she could stiffen or protest, he put his lips against her ear. "Seriously, Princess, Elena is amazing at darts. And pool. Don't play her at pool." "You're a disappointment, Mr. Ice." Soleil sounded haughty, as only a princess could. He wasn't impressed. He stepped back. "Let's see what you've got, Miss Confidence." She laughed and watched as Elena put a 20 on the table. I stepped forward to put up the money for Soleil, but she put a hand on his arm and shook her head. "I don't ever have someone else put up my gambling money. This is on me to win or lose. If you want to bet, that's on you." Her hand went to the inside of her jacket, and she pulled out a matching 20 and set it beside Elena's. "Girl's got class," Elena observed. There was a murmur of approval from the other members of the club. Immediately, the real bets began, with Code collecting the money from club members betting on each of the women. Surprisingly, Savage bet on Soleil along with Ice. They stepped back and gave the women plenty of room to maneuver. "You know the rules, honey?" Master asked Soleil. "I think so," she replied, using her sweet, not-too-sure bullshit tone. She batted her eyelashes at him. "I'll catch on. I'm a fast learner." Ice wanted to kiss her. She didn't have a chance in hell, but she didn't back down from a fight either. Elena winked at him and then threw her first dart. 17. 2 went straight and 1 landed just outside it. Soleil took her turn and managed to hit 1 17 and 2 just outside it. The match went that way, with Elena just ahead by a dart or two, but Soleil was always very close. Ice was impressed. It was clear Elena was equally impressed. She hadn't gone easy on her, and the match was very close. Soleil winced as her last dart was thrown. It was so close to the triple, but missed by just a hair. A groan went up around the room, but Code immediately paid out. "I guess I'll need a rematch," Soleil said. "It's been a while since I played, and Ice is right, you're very good. I'm going to concede that you're good as well, Ice said, but no one is in Elena's league. Double down? Elena challenged. Soleil hesitated. Ice put his arms around her again, his lips against her ear. I'm serious, babe. She always wins. It's like some kind of curse on the rest of us when we play her. I think you're probably as good, but she's got this luck on her side none of us can ignore. I was so close. That's what she does to suck you in, he cautioned. Hey, Elena glared at him. I'm not sucking her in. She played that brilliantly. Give her credit. He was. He didn't want her to lose a lot of money. I want to play again, Soleil decided. Then let me put up the money, Ice said. He glared right back at his sister. I might have to take you out behind the barn, he added. Soleil laughed, the sound teasing every one of his senses. I can tell you really are brother and sister. Aside from the fact that both of you have those beautiful eyes, your hair is nearly the exact same color, and you sound affectionate, even when you're threatening her. Pizza's here, Master announced. Torpedo Ink members weren't shy in the least about grabbing slices out of the box. There were no plates, but they stuffed food as fast as possible into their mouths. Ice had to grab a couple of slices nearly out of Absinthe's hands in order to get any for his woman and himself. Do you all have to be fucking morons all the time? Get some manners. Soleil laughed again as she took the slice and ate it just like the rest of them. Hands, no plate, napkin barely there. Somehow, she managed to look much more refined than his brothers. That sound, her genuine laughter bubbling up, made his gut twist into a tight knot. He had known laughter, not real, not like that. Her laughter was infectious. Ice looked around him and found that all the others were just as affected by her laughter as he was. Maybe not in the same way. He had to adjust his jeans a little to give him some breathing room. Elena leaned against the pool table, eating a slice as well, grinning at his girl. He couldn't tell what was behind that smile. She gestured toward the dartboard, and to his consternation, Soleil nodded and put more money down. Immediately, his brothers began the betting. As before, Savage and Ice bet against Elena. This time, Storm and Absinthe did as well. Soleil stepped up to the line with confidence. Her body posture was different than it had been. She had been a little hesitant before each throw, but not this time. The darts cooperated. Straight, true. 3 triple 20s, dead center. The room went silent. Elena took her spot. I can see that first game was more of a practice round for you. I haven't played in a long while, Soleil reiterated. She nabbed another slice of pizza and washed a bite down with her whiskey. Elena scored 2 triple 20s and 1 triple 6. She stepped back to allow Soleil to take her place. Soleil studied the board while she finished her pizza, and then she blew on the end of her dart. The room went quiet as she stepped up. She hit 2 triple 17s and a triple 20. Elena grinned. Finally, a worthy opponent. That's the way it's done, boys. In spite of the fact that every member of Torpedo Ink left in Vegas was in the room, there wasn't a sound. No one drank. No one ate pizza. They were mesmerized by the 2 women throwing darts. Elena normally carried her own darts with her, but they were working, and she hadn't brought them. If Soleil had her own set of darts, she wasn't using them. Both women were playing with the bar's darts. Ice had watched Elena wipe up the floor everywhere she played. He knew she could give the champions a run for their money. Soleil clearly was as good as or better than his sister. She was fast, effortless, and confident. He found himself a little in awe of the 2 women. Elena was used to winning, but she was clearly pleased with Soleil's abilities, and when she lost by 1 dart, she immediately beamed at his woman. That was the best game I think I've ever played against someone, she conceded, and scooped up the last piece of pepperoni pizza. You earned your money. Soleil flashed a smile that matched Elena's. I haven't played in a while either, and certainly not with anyone who knows how to play." "You as good at pool?" Elena asked. Ice smirked as he collected his money. Savage didn't smirk, but he pocketed the cash, as did Storm and Absinthe. "Teach you not to bet against my woman," Ice said. "Who knew?" Master said. "She looks like she's never been in a bar in her life." "Guess you didn't notice she was drinking whiskey," Savage said. "I was too busy looking at her, He hesitated when Ice glared at him. "Shoes," he settled on. The others erupted into laughter. "Is something wrong with my shoes?" Soleil asked, looking down at the little booties on her feet and then back up at Ice. Her eyes were wide, lashes long and dark and tipped up at the ends. She looked back down to her feet again, frowning a little. The booties came to just above her ankles, making her look even more delicate and girl next door than Ice could almost stand. He was a little in love with her shoes, whether Master had actually been looking at them or not. And then she had those eyes. He could stare into them all night long. Another roar of laughter went up at Soleil's question. Ice wrapped his arm around her waist. "Pay no attention to them, Princess. They're not quite out of the caves yet." "I suppose you are?" Master challenged. Ice wasn't going to look at the front of his woman and the way the bodice of her little sundress hugged her tits. He would join his brethren in the cave, and right now he was doing his best to gain his woman's trust. "Seriously, Soleil, don't even look at them. They don't know any better. Do you need another drink?" He glanced at Maestro, indicating he wanted her glass replaced the moment she was finished with her whiskey. He thought a few more drinks would help his cause. Soleil laughed again, the sound brushing against his skin as if her fingers were touching him, or maybe 1,000 tongues tasting him. Champagne bubbles bursting over him. Whatever the analogy, it didn't matter. His reaction was physical. His body worked, all on its own, without his command. It felt like fucking paradise, and she'd done that with just her laugh. Just like that, all laughter died, and the room went electric. Ice turned toward the door to watch the newcomer sauntering through. He was average height, but walked like he could handle himself, like he owned the bar. There was no one behind him, no one to back him up. He was absolutely confident, and it showed. He wore his colors like his own skin. Chapter 4. "Get behind me and stay there," Ice ordered Soleil in a voice that brooked no argument. He swept her behind him before she could move on her own to obey. He was grateful she didn't protest, but she did lean out to peek around him. "Pierce, didn't know you were in town," he greeted. Storm moved to the left of Pierce. Savage slipped in on the other side. The rest of Torpedo Ink spread out behind them. They would take their cue from him. He was Elena's older brother, and he was the one calling the shots without Czar or Steele there. He would always call them for Elena or Storm. Pierce wore his colors with every bit of the same pride with which Torpedo Ink wore theirs. He was Diamondback, one of the largest clubs in the world, one of the strongest. Torpedo Ink resided in their territory and was technically considered a support club for the Diamondbacks. Pierce nodded at the others as he came right into the center of the room, but his gaze rested on Elena. She was artfully draped on the pool table, looking the way only Elena could look. Her jeans fit the curve of her butt lovingly, while her tight tank barely held in her straining breasts. She stood up very slowly, a lazy, sexy move that was all Elena. Ice wanted to shake her. He sent her a look of reprimand, but she was Elena, and she ignored it. "Heard you were in town celebrating. Where's the happy couple?" Pierce asked Ice, but he still didn't look at him. He looked only at Elena. "They took off for their honeymoon. More to the point, what are you doing in Vegas? Specifically, what are you doing here? This is a little beneath you, isn't it? Slumming? I have business here. Or perhaps a better way to put it would be I have unfinished business. And since she's here in this bar, so am I. Ice wanted to take 3 steps forward and end Pierce right there. He could move with blurring speed. The moment he took that first step, his brothers would distract Pierce. He wouldn't need that edge. He had already planned every step out and each counter Pierce might try. Pierce would drop and they'd be gone. But there was Soleil. He could feel her hands gripping the back of his jacket. Elena was scared. She'd lived through hell, but she was alive, and that was more than any other female other than Lana could say that had attended their school. Ice and Storm had managed to keep her alive by bargaining with their bodies, by allowing torture and rape, by agreeing to monstrous terms. Pierce's club wouldn't welcome her, men or women. She wore another club's colors on her back, on her skin. Just like every one of the brethren, she was Torpedo Ink. He had no idea what was really going on between his little sister and the enforcer for the Mendocino chapter of the Diamondbacks, but for Pierce to saunter alone into a bar filled with members of a club he knew were lethal, something big had to be drawing him. Ice swung his gaze to Elena. She looked cool, nonchalant, as if she didn't have a care in the world, but she had learned, just as the rest of them, to hide her true feelings behind a mask. "Not sure why you're here, Pierce," Elena said. She settled once more over the pool table, looking a little haughty. Ice winced. His sister sounded as sultry as hell. He sent her a reprimanding frown. The only indication that she noticed that he had gone completely glacier was the small swallow. Her gaze hadn't shifted from Pierce, but she'd seen his frown. "Just want to talk, Elena. Walk with me." It was more an order than an invitation, and immediately Ice made a small movement toward Pierce. Elena's breath hissed out. Behind him, Soleil's hand twisted in his jacket, as if she could hold him back. Her hand trembled, and he felt it right through his colors. She had no idea what was happening, but she could feel the terrible tension surrounding them. "You want to talk to him?" Ice asked. He waited. A heartbeat. 2. The room was so still no one moved. No one made a sound. Waiting, just as he was for Elena's answer. "Yes." Ice switched to his native language. "This is a dangerous game you're playing, Elena. It could get both of you killed. This man touches you without your consent or allows you to get hurt in any way, I will kill him. I won't care what club he's in or how many brothers he has. I will kill him. Do you understand what I'm saying to you?" Elena nodded. "I did things to protect you. I sold my soul to protect you. No one hurts you. No one, Elena. His club will not want you." "I know, Ice." Her voice was soft. She spoke in the same language, keeping her eyes on him. "Let him underestimate you. Let them all underestimate you. But this man will know me. He won't take you without seeing who I am and what I'll do to him if anything happens to you. Do we have an understanding?" Elena nodded. "Yes." "And you still want to go with him?" "I need to," she admitted, her gaze still meeting his. Ice was glad she was really looking at him. She needed to see him for what he was, what they all were. She needed that reminder. She was theirs. She belonged with them, and she always would. He knew if he said she couldn't go with Pierce, she wouldn't. She was a fully patched member of Torpedo Ink. She was a lethal assassin. She was also his little sister, and his word was law. "Storm and Savage will shadow you. Don't try to shake them. That will get him killed as well. Don't go near his club. He tries to take you any place they are, walk away. You get me, Elena? You walk." "I give you my word." Pierce hadn't moved during their conversation. Soleil kept her hand on his back, probably because his voice was pitched low and harsh. Ice lifted his gaze to Pierce and waited for the man to look at him. "You need to see what I am," Ice said quietly. "It doesn't matter that all of us are like me. You just need to see me. She will be safe with you, no matter what your club thinks about her." Pierce took his time looking into Ice's eyes, seeing him, seeing the ice-cold killer that he was. Ice didn't hide a thing. He wanted the man to know what he would be dealing with if there was one bruise on his younger sister, just one. "I get you," Pierce replied. "And I saw you back when we first met. She's safe with me. She always will be." He held out his hand to Elena. She didn't move until Ice gave her a barely perceptible nod. She straightened again, a slow, sensual movement that set Ice's teeth on edge. He believed in equal rights. Well, he didn't mind his sister hooking up as long as it was safe. There was nothing safe about Pierce or his club. Ice had no doubts that Elena could kill him. He wouldn't ever be expecting it from her, but she had some kind of soft spot for the man, and she might hesitate. If she killed him, she'd be running for the rest of her life. Elena knew Ice. She knew he meant what he said. If Pierce did anything to her, if a single member of his club did, if she tripped on the sidewalk, he would hunt the enforcer down and kill him. And most likely it would be a slow and very painful death, because Ice could be all about that shit when it was called for. He waited until Elena and Pierce had exited the game room, and his gaze settled on his twin. Storm didn't hesitate. He went out the back exit. Savage went with him. Soleil watched the two men go, and then she looked up at Ice. "Who was that man?" "He belongs to a very big club, and he's bad news, especially for Elena." Instantly, Soleil felt guilty. She liked Elena. If she wasn't there, wouldn't Ice have gone after her to make certain no one hurt her? She bit down hard on her lower lip, frowning, trying to think of the right thing to do. Elena had a family, and they were clearly worried about her. Soleil had never had a family, but she'd always wanted one. She'd fantasized over that very thing more times than she wanted to admit. She didn't want to leave. She wanted to stay with Ice, with his friends. Why couldn't she have met him a long time ago, before Winston? Just a long time ago, when she would have thrown caution to the wind and gone with every impulse she'd ever had. He was a beautiful man, gorgeous, sweet. He made her feel beautiful and hot as hell. When he looked at her, she wanted to strip right there and wind her body around his. She wanted to go home with him and be part of his very cool family, but she was all about doing the right thing, wasn't she? Shouldn't she? Will she be all right? Ice tucked a stray strand of her dark hair behind her ear. Just his touch made her heart accelerate. Her breasts ached. She could feel her nipples push against the material of her dress. She was worried about Elena. She wasn't trying to be selfish. Even if she did secretly want to get Ice so drunk, he'd sign the prenup she had burning in her pocket and take her to a 24-hour wedding chapel. She felt guilty just at the thought slipping into her mind, but it had, and she couldn't get it out. She could seduce him. She wanted to seduce him. She wanted him with every breath she took. You saw Savage and Storm slip out after them. Elena can handle herself, but just in case, they'll follow. It's hard to spot them if they don't want to be seen. It took a lot to force herself to offer. "I can leave, Ice. I put all of you in a very bad position, and that's the last thing I wanted to do. Your sister was very sweet to me. All of you have been." She looked around, as if trying to spot the door. She didn't really know what she was going to do if he told her to leave. "If you need to go after her—" She trailed off. Ice slipped his arm around her. "Elena can take care of herself. She's like Lana. They trained with us in self-defense. If Pierce decided to be so stupid as to throw a punch at her, she'd wipe up the floor with him. 2 of her brothers went to ensure she is fine, just because we do that sort of thing with one another. They'll spend however long it takes on a rooftop watching over her." Wouldn't it be wonderful to have brothers, a family who would stay on a rooftop for however long it took just to watch over you? She would never have that, but she was glad Elena did. She tried hard not to let Ice see her sigh of relief. She had a chance of seducing him. She knew he was thinking he was going to get her drunk and get lucky. She was all for that. All for it. She wasn't about to tell him she just didn't get drunk. She didn't. She didn't know why, but for some reason it didn't happen. But she could get to the feel-good stage, and she knew how to make it all work. She'd let him think she was getting there so he could have the fun of seducing her and she could reap the benefits. She'd have to be very, very careful not to let herself go beyond sex, though, despite her longing for more. Just think sex. No prenup signings, no wedding chapels, no I give the best blowjobs in the world and you'll want me every morning for the rest of your life, biker boy, claims. She was going to die soon. Winston and his friends would find her and kill her. She couldn't involve someone else, or they might kill them the way they had Kevin. She couldn't be that selfish and take a chance. Just enjoy one night doing what she'd always fantasized about. That shouldn't be too much to ask for. Ice tapped out code with his fingers on his thigh, letting the others know this woman was his. The one. And he was taking her home. First, seduction. He'd started without her being aware of it. They'd been trained in seduction. They were very, very good at anything sexual. The first step was to get to know what she wanted most. He only had a few hours to pull it off, but he was certain he was up to the task, if his body would leave him the hell alone. He'd never seduced a mark when it mattered to him. Seduction, as a rule, usually led to assassination. He was always in full command of his body, so it was easy to concentrate on the mark. One didn't make a mistake if one wasn't emotionally or physically involved. They could use any means necessary if their bodies were in control. This was the first time in his life when he didn't have the control over his body, or mind, he needed. It pissed him off, and yet, at the same time, he was intrigued and exhilarated. He had to have her consent. Once she gave it, the club would expect her to keep her word, and he would enforce it. One didn't ever go back on one's word. It was their code. She would have to abide by the code no matter what happened. Maestro handed both of them another glass of whiskey, gave Ice a faint grin, and slipped away, although, like the others, he didn't go far, shielding Ice and his woman from other bikers in the main part of the bar. Soleil stared down into the glass, swirled the liquid, and shook her head. "I'm beginning to feel this. Maybe I shouldn't drink any more." Ice gave her his reassuring smile. He was a good-looking man, and he knew it. Women threw themselves at him. He'd never gone without female attention. "No worries, Princess. I told you I'd look after you. In any case, we're going to dance, and you'll work it off." "We are?" "You said you liked to dance, or at least you were swaying to the music, and it seems like a good idea." He led her toward the door, but paused just inside the game room. "What is the one thing you want most in the world?" He leaned against the wall, pulling her close, so the two of them were cocooned in their own little world. Just before she answered, Transporter jostled her back, nearly pushing her into Ice. He immediately swung her to the wall and positioned himself in front of her protectively. He placed one hand close to her head and leaned close. Soleil's eyes went wide and shone at him. "Thank you, Ice." Her voice was breathless. She was looking at him like he was a knight in shining armor. She didn't see the killer everyone else saw. She didn't see his black soul or his need for the kind of dirty, kinky sex nice girls would run screaming from. He had to be careful not to fall under her spell. She was sweet. He had never had sweet in his life. "Tell me the one thing you really want out of life." "A family." She regarded him over the rim of her glass. "I've never had a family." "You had parents." "They died when I was very young, and I spent most of my life in boarding schools or hotels for holidays." She smiled, but there was sadness in her eyes. Reality. Truth. I think I'm really that proverbial poor little rich girl." So, she had money. He suspected as much. Or she wouldn't have been insisting on a prenup with that suit bastard who was going to die. He deliberately took a sip of his whiskey, and she followed the action. But she didn't really take that much of a drink. "My club is my family," Ice said softly, and leaned in closer when Maestro stepped back and bumped him. His face was almost in her shoulder, his lips sliding along her skin as he spoke. She had the softest skin, and she smelled like heaven. He kept his voice deliberately pitched low, intimate. "My brother and sister are my family. Never had parents that I really remember. Czar, our president, was my parent when he was 10. Looking for a woman who wants to make a life with me, have my children, make us a home. I'd die for my club, but I want my own woman, one worthy of living for." There was so much there to intrigue a woman, especially a woman who craved and needed a family and protection. He felt the shiver run through her body at the touch of his lips on her bare skin. Been looking a long time for the right woman. Not too many women want a home and family anymore. She was compassionate. She hadn't wanted to leave, but she wanted Elena safe. Her eyes widened. "Ice, that's not true." He shrugged his shoulders and inched forward, just enough to press his chest against her tits. They were soft, full. He ached to pull the front of her dress down and expose those beauties so he could feast on them. She moved her body, and her breasts moved seductively against his chest. His entire body shuddered in reaction. Hell, he was never going to pull this off if he couldn't control himself. "It's true for me, Princess. I talk rough. I am rough. I don't know how to talk right to a woman." He ran one finger down her cheek to her chin, and then pretended to take another sip of his whiskey. "Torpedo Ink has a code. Once in, once you give your word, you're held to that. Scares the crap out of women. They think all sorts of things." She pushed at the bottom of his glass, and he had no choice but to drink it. She smiled and put her glass to her lips and took a healthy drink. Her face was flushed, and her tits were rising and falling with every breath she drew, nipples, hard little peaks, pushing at the thin material of her dress, scraping across his chest. To Ice, they felt like flames, burning through his tight tee to brand his skin. It was all he could do not to strip her bare and take her right there against the wall. He kept reminding himself he was in this for the long haul. This was no game. This was for life. "Well," she said softly, an invitation whether she knew it or not. "What does it mean?" "It means your family. A woman takes me on, she's family to the club. All the way in. She's mine. All the way in. Whatever it takes to work it out." "No one's like that anymore." Suspicion edged her voice. It was there in her eyes, the hope, the disbelief. He took her glass and handed it behind him. One of his brothers took both glasses. He was a little surprised that his glass had been empty as well. He put both hands on the wall beside her head and leaned in, creating an even more intimate cocoon. "Unfortunately, I'm not the greatest catch. None of us are. We're outcasts for a reason." She was nearly holding her breath. Not quite, but enough so her breathing sounded ragged. He liked that sound. Knew he would hear it when he fucked her brains out. It was all he could do not to take a bite out of her. Her lashes fluttered, drawing his attention to her eyes. Soleil was staring up at him, and his heart accelerated. His cock hurt. Actually hurt. Fuck. He was losing it because he couldn't control his body. He had to get a lock on that immediately. He loved it, and he fucking hated it. "I hear about clubs. They share women, don't they?" He took a breath as something dark and ugly swept over him. "Any man touches my woman, he won't be on this earth long. That scare you, baby?" He tucked another stray strand of her hair behind her ear with infinite gentleness. "She's protected. My club will protect her. Every single man. They know better than to touch her. He touched the bruise on her face, just a gentle brush of his fingers. I don't hurt women or children. That is something you can always count on. The bastard who put these bruises on you had better run. If I find him, he isn't going to be standing for very long." Ice poured the sound of truth in his statement. He meant every word. "That doesn't scare me, Ice," she said. He stared at her mouth for far too long. This was a slow seduction, not slam her against the wall and fuck her until they both couldn't move. That would come much later. He had to make certain she fell hard, fell for everything. Hell, he was falling hard. He didn't even know what was happening to him. "Come on, baby. They're playing my kind of dancing music. Nice and slow so I can hold you tight." He took her hand, brought it up to his mouth so he could brush a kiss across her knuckles, and then led her to the small dance floor, hoping to distract her. Or him. He wasn't certain which. He didn't know shit about dancing, but he could hold her close and move around. The music had slowed down, which was good. He drew her into his arms, pulling her tightly against him so that he could feel her soft tits against his chest again. He was addicted to the feeling. His body reacted of its own accord, and he felt the savage ache move through him like a wave. His blood pooled hotly in his groin. He fucking loved it. This woman could do what no other woman in all the years since he was a young boy had been able to do. His body chose her. Her arms slid around his neck. She linked her fingers at his nape, swaying with the music. He caught the rhythm, and they were moving, locked together in a haze of lust and whiskey. Her head settled on his chest, ear over his heart, and he wondered if she could hear it pounding. She surrounded him with some unidentifiable fragrance, and he was lost in it. She smelled like paradise and sin. Neither moved when the music stopped, just swaying on the dance floor until the next song started. This was slow as well, and he knew one of his brothers had selected the song for him. He dropped his head to her shoulder, nuzzling close, his breath against her neck. She didn't stop him, not even when he tasted her skin. Her breath turned a little ragged, and he allowed one hand to slide down her back to the curve of her ass. He loved her ass and the way it swayed when she walked. Looking at her walking away gave him the hard-on of a lifetime. But then there were her tits. She had them, more than a handful on her small frame. Soft. Her nipples were hard and pushing into his chest. His hand slid lower, shaping the curve of her ass. He rubbed gently, little circles, his palm cupping and then once again rubbing. His tongue found her ear and traced it. "You're so beautiful." He whispered it, meaning it. "You have the prenup that asshole didn't sign with you?" He felt her heart jump and then pound hard right through the thin layer of her dress. Her head tipped up until her mouth was against his throat. "In my pocket." Her lips slid along his throat. "That's my girl." His teeth closed over her earlobe and tugged gently. He crowded the edge of the floor closest to the game room. His brothers moved around him, forming a wall so they could sway together. So Ice could continue his slow seduction, because this woman was his. She didn't know it, but she was coming home with him. "You want another drink?" He tipped her face up to his and took her mouth because he couldn't stop himself. He was rough, demanding. She tasted sweeter than anything he'd ever had. Once he started kissing her, he found himself lost in her taste, wanting more, slightly obsessed. She was pure fire, pouring into him, sugar, spice, cinnamon candy. He tried to tell himself to stop, that it was the whiskey, but he dragged her closer until they were nearly sharing the same skin. If he could have gotten their clothes off right there and still kept her, he would have stripped her naked and laid her out right on the pool table. Instead, he slid his hand under her jacket, sliding it up gently to first cup the soft weight of her tits, his mouth on hers, lighting a match to all that whiskey. They both ignited, hot, crazy. She didn't stop him. She couldn't possibly be that far gone yet, but she didn't stop him even though they were right there on the dance floor. His heart went crazy, beating triple time. She was fucking perfect. Before he could blow it, he slid his fingers deftly into the pocket of her jacket and lifted her wallet, sliding it very carefully into the pocket of his jeans. His mouth never left hers, and the flames devoured them both. There was a roaring in his ears, a jackhammer drilling at his head. He was devouring fire, and those flames raced through his bloodstream straight to his groin. Nothing in his life had ever felt like Soleil's soft body melting into his, or the kisses that consumed him with living fucking flames. They rushed through his body like a firestorm completely out of control. Out of control. His legs felt flickering flames sparking up from his toes to his thighs. His belly had a conflagration rolling in it. What the fuck? Did everyone else in the world feel this way when they kissed? Because he'd kissed 1,000 women and absolutely nothing. Nothing. There was no way this woman was getting away from him. No fucking way. He had to stop before he couldn't. Already his body was not his own. Still, she was kissing him back. Her arms were wound tightly around his neck. Her body was pressed so close she couldn't fail to feel the bulge in the front of his jeans, but she kissed him back. She poured that fire right down his throat, stroked her tongue along his, until he couldn't see straight. Lightning seemed to be streaking through him, each strike directly on his cock. That particular part of his anatomy seemed to have a mind of its own, pulsing, throbbing, scorching hot, just like her mouth, like her soft, perfect tits. Hell, he had to stop, or there wasn't going to be any stopping. Ice forced himself to lift his head. The best he could do was put his forehead against hers and try to breathe through the fire. She was breathing hard, too. Her tits were moving with every ragged breath, the feeling like an exquisite fire, flames licking at him, threatening to devour him. It was so fucking perfect, he didn't want to let her go. Who knew the girl next door could turn into a fiery, sinful temptress? Maybe, just maybe, he was going to get it all with her. He could lead her down the path he needed her to be on slowly, but with that kind of fire, she might just put up with and even like his needs. What were we doing? Do you remember? Her mouth curved. He was fixated on her full lower lip, on that angelic bow. Holy shit! His mind was chaotic, filled with all kinds of erotic images. He had a plan, and he needed to have his head clear enough to carry it out. His brothers would help him all they could, but it was up to him to seduce his woman into consenting to everything he needed her to agree to. Not really. Where the fuck did you learn to kiss like that? He demanded. She smiled up at him, her eyes shining bright, her feathery lashes fluttering just a little as she blushed. He loved that she blushed. He could imagine her entirely naked, her skin a soft rose all laid out for him like a banquet. That wasn't me, Ice. That was all you. I've never had kisses like that before. God, her innocence. Neither had he, but he wasn't about to admit it. Let's get another drink and cool down. We can play pool. Elena isn't here to challenge you, but I've played a time or two and might give you a run for your money. She nodded. Another drink would be perfect. He took her hand and led her back into the game room and over to the pool table. She looked around, spotted the ladies' room and pointed. He walked her over to it, stepped in first to assure himself no one was inside before he allowed her in. As she started deeper into the room, he caught the front of her dress there in the doorway and pulled her back to him. He kissed her again, over and over, feeding off her fire, demanding she kiss him back because he needed that firestorm rolling through his belly into his groin to show him there was something human left in him after all. He could feel. He hadn't believed it possible, and in a short time this angelic creature had turned his world upside down. Heat rushed through his veins like a fireball. Flames engulfed him. His heart jerked hard in his chest. His arms were steel bars, a cage surrounding her. This woman, this sweet, far too innocent woman he was never going to give up. He knew it was wrong, but he just didn't give a fuck. She didn't belong out there in a world where she wasn't protected from predators like him. He could do that. He could keep her safe, and she could damn well make him feel human when he'd lost that ability too long ago. Every fucking thing in the world had a price. Everything. Especially safety. His mouth left hers and trailed fire over her chin and down her throat. Deliberately, taking a chance, he dragged the front of her dress down to find the curves of her tits. He planned on apologizing later. After all, he'd been so far gone he wasn't thinking straight. The trouble was, it was the truth. Her soft curves were fuller than he'd thought. So beautiful. Round and high, jutting toward the heat of his mouth, wanting freedom. He bent his head and took the left one deep into his mouth, tongue flattening her nipple to the roof of his mouth, stroking caresses. Soleil's head fell back, her tit pushing deeper, as if she were feeding herself to him. Her hands came up, one under her breast, the other at the back of his head, holding him there. It was hot. It was sexy. He heard himself groan, and it shocked him. He stroked over and over with his tongue, suckling, and then, his cock pulsing in time to his heart, dared to use the edge of his teeth. Carefully, almost gently, an exquisite torture. She groaned, and both his heart and his cock jumped. She was beyond perfection. Beyond anything he could have conjured up on his darkest night, when he was so in need. He didn't think he could make it one more second, let alone through the long night. Abruptly, before it was too late for both of them, he pulled back, using his crystalline blue eyes unashamedly. "I'm so sorry, Soleil. I've never lost it like that before in my life." He poured sincerity into his voice, although for the first time he was telling the truth. Very gently, he pulled the top of her dress up. "Really, baby, I'm sorry. Must be the fucking liquor and the fact that you kiss like sin." She touched his face, a barely there whisper of her fingers across his mouth. His heart stuttered in his chest. "You aren't the only one, Ice. I lost it too." He could fall in love with her right there in the fucking ladies' room of the bar. "I'll be right outside." Getting her another drink, making sure his plan was carried out step by step. Losing her wasn't an option. He stepped back out of the room, giving her privacy and his body a reprieve. The moment the door closed with Soleil inside, his brothers crowded around him. Soleil knew she was going to burn in hell forever. This was so wrong. It didn't matter that he was trying to seduce her. It didn't even matter why she'd come to the biker bar in the first place. She'd come and she'd chosen to stay. That had been her choice. And she'd stayed because of Ice. She wanted him to seduce her. She wanted to have a night of pure, perfect, tipsy sex with a gorgeous biker like Ice. But more than anything, she wanted to keep him. She wanted to keep his friends, who thought they were so cleverly helping him with his plan. The handoff of glasses was almost cute. The bumps to bring him closer to her. The way they chose the music so he could dance with her. They really were like a family, trying to help their brother get what he wanted. She loved that he wanted her. Ice had almost managed to make her forget what had made her run from the hotel and her life. She hated her life. She really hated Winston. She detested who she'd become over the years. It wasn't who she was inside. She was this girl, the one in the bar, plying the gorgeous man with drinks, just as he was doing to her, in the hopes of getting her way. What were the real chances of riding off into the sunset on the back of his bike, far from her life? Probably zero. She rubbed her temples and looked at herself in the mirror. If she really did seduce him into marriage, how would she keep him? She clearly wasn't all that interesting. She didn't have anything but money to offer him, and he was a biker. He liked being free. Sex? He probably got that on the daily. It wasn't even ethical, moral. What was she thinking? Was she really that desperate? The answer was yes. She was so damn tired of being alone, of hotels, of silence, or disgusting, vile people like Winston. And now she was actually thinking of becoming one and tricking Ice into marriage. It wasn't like trapping him. He had a choice, but not if he was drunk. Her conscience wasn't going to let her do it. That had always been her problem. She wanted to be a bad girl, but there was always that moment when she weighed whether she should do something against whether she wanted to do it. It had been so hot when Ice had touched her on the dance floor, rubbing the cheeks of her bottom, and then in the doorway of the ladies' room, pulling down the top of her dress. She almost wanted someone to see. It was just hot. He'd been so frantic, as if he couldn't resist her, as if her body were so incredibly seductive, he had to have her right there, right in front of the world to show them she belonged to him. She loved that. She'd always wanted that, craved it. She wanted to show the world he belonged to her. He was everything she'd ever wanted, and all she had to do was work it a little. Finesse a bit. Flirt. Drink. She rubbed at her temples, wishing her life had been different, wishing just once she had the chance to do things over, to do them differently. Winston wanted her dead. He was going to kill her. Sooner or later it would happen. She hadn't had a chance to live her life at all, to be herself, to laugh and be ridiculous, to ride off with the hottest man in the bar, to do one single thing she'd dreamt or fantasized of doing. She was going to die, and it was going to be ugly. And she was going to do that with all kinds of regrets. She was tired of always doing what was right. It hadn't gotten her anywhere. She had no one to turn to. This could very well be her last chance to have anything that remotely resembled anything she wanted. She found tears running down her face and wiped them away. She didn't deserve to cry, not when she even contemplated for one moment the idea of matching Ice drink for drink, knowing she wouldn't be drunk, seducing him and trying to get a ring on his finger. She'd lost her mind. She was as bad as Winston. "You sure about this?" Maestro asked. "She's a fucking innocent, Ice. She isn't like Breezy, who grew up in the life, or even Anya, who grew up in a shelter and bartended rough crowds. Blythe knew what she was getting into. This girl, she's like some sort of—" He broke off, shaking his head. "She doesn't belong, brother. She belongs with me," Ice said as they made their way back to the game room. "She absolutely belongs with me. She's scared out of her fucking mind. Someone's hurt her, and they're still after her. She needs protection. We can give her protection, Ice," Keyes reminded, "without seducing her or getting her drunk. She needs it. She's a woman. We'll give it." Ice shook his head. "You're not hearing what I'm saying. A woman like that, Ice, you take her on like this, there's no going back," Maestro reiterated. "You'll end up watching over her for the rest of your life. No more women. No more women in the plural. She'll be your only. Hell, she doesn't even get that she's sexier than hell. She walked into a place like this wearing that dress and looking like a fucking angel. Everywhere you go, someone is going to be challenging you for her." There were nods all the way around. Ice shrugged. His hand closed into a tight fist. "I have no problem with giving up other women. I was fucking tired of telling my cock to cooperate. Woman goes down on me, the damn thing won't work until I tell it to. With her, my cock is going to stand up all on his own. Fucking happy to see her, to feel her. We all got that problem, Ice. You don't take on a woman like that just to put a little steel in your dick," Keyes pointed out. "You don't get it. It isn't about my cock. It's about feeling something. Actually being alive. She makes me feel alive." "Fuck her, then, Ice," Player said. "But you tie yourself to her, and she tries to walk when she finds out we aren't the band of merry men she thinks we are, or that you're not Mr. Nice Guy. You're going to really lose your shit." "I wouldn't let her leave," Ice said. "She makes that commitment, she's mine, all in. She doesn't get to walk." "She won't understand the consequences," Absinthe said. "You know she won't. She's probably walked away from everything difficult she's ever run into. She's got money. Anyone can see that. It doesn't matter if she understands or not. There's a code we live by. She takes me on, she lives with the code, Ice said. His voice turned hard, dripped with glacier cold. His eyes had gone hard like twin blue diamonds. He meant what he said. It's a trap, Maestro said. You're fucking putting that girl in a trap, and she doesn't have a hope in hell of getting free. Now you're beginning to understand, Ice said. She's mine, and I'm not giving her up. So give up arguing. You all know me when I make up my mind. If I don't have this woman, I don't exist anymore. That's the fucking bottom line. There was a small silence. I think Ice just put it on the line, Code said. What do you need, brother? Maestro shook his head. I hope you know what you're doing, brother, but you need help. We're here for you. Call the shots. We'll back your play. Ice was grateful to his brothers. He knew they would back him when he laid it out for them, although he doubted if they realized he meant every word. He tended to use humor to throw anyone off from knowing he was at the very end of his rope. He had nightmares and woke in a sweat. He often couldn't find a reason to walk out of his room. He always volunteered for the most dangerous position on any job they ran, a part of him hoping he wouldn't come back from it. He just couldn't feel a thing anymore, not anything worthwhile. At least not until his little princess had walked through the door. Maestro called it exactly the way it was. Soleil was too innocent for their world. She wasn't like Reaper's old lady, or Steele's. Even Blythe had knowledge of bikers and knew every single member of Torpedo Ink was an assassin. Soleil thought they were all sweet. She was surrounded by a pack of vicious wolves, and she thought they were sweet. If there was one woman in the world who needed protection, it was his woman, and she was going to get it. Code, I need to know whatever you can get on her between now and midnight. You lift her wallet? Ice nodded and slid it into Code's hands. It was very slim, a buttery leather that must have cost more than the boots he wore. He slid his thumb over it as he handed it off. Just touching it inexplicably made him want her more. She's so far out of our class, Ice, Code said. You know that, don't you? Ice nodded. You make certain she isn't just a challenge. Code slid the wallet under his shirt, those two old eyes staring straight into Ice's. She's no challenge, Code. If she was a real mark, I'd have her in bed already. That was the truth, and all of them knew it. After you get her information, set her up for me. I want it all to happen tonight. Get the paperwork done and make it legit. No backing out. No wiggle room for her. I want her tied to me completely. His brothers shook their heads, but Code nodded, and he was gone, sliding to a corner of the bar where he could get the internet and do just as Ice asked. Need someone to get her a drink. A screaming orgasm. Want to keep those coming until I got this locked down. I've got it for you, Mechanic volunteered. He followed Code out of the game room. Need cameras in here shut down, and no one gets in but one of ours, Ice continued. He'd been listening, and the water was running in the restroom. She'd be back any minute. Need her wallet back as soon as possible. I'll tell Mechanic to bring it with the drink, Maestro said, and then I'll guard the door. He gave a good impression of a smile, a shark's smile. No one will get in. Thanks. Ice knew his brothers, and they would come through for him, no matter how crazy they thought he was acting. Soleil came out of the restroom looking more beautiful than ever, like an angel. Her skin looked so soft it was an invitation to touch. Her eyes were large, that deep, unbelievable dark chocolate, but more, the color no one would believe if he tried to describe it to them. Her lashes were long and thick, a dark brown that looked black until one got up close. They framed her eyes, giving a man all sorts of needs when he looked at them. Her nose was straight, a little princess nose. She was born to look fresh and young and way too innocent. The kind of innocent most men wanted immediately to corrupt, or at least he did. He would never tire of looking at her. Every time he did, the ideas that came into his head were dirty, erotic, and not for the innocent. Yet he knew he was going to try every single one of those scenarios with her. He could still taste her in his mouth, feel her nipple on his tongue, that soft, soft mound that was so full and round and perfect for a man like him. He was a breast man. He loved looking at tits, but now that he had found perfection with her very sweet ass, he planned on being very attentive. Ice held out his hand to her. Soleil didn't even hesitate. Her eyes were shining, her perfect bow of a mouth smiling. And when she moved into him, she did so all the way, her body sliding up along his. "I've been holding the pool table for us," he said. His lips brushed her ear. He felt the shiver go through her. "What do you want to bet? It has to be interesting, not money." Her lashes fluttered. "I don't know. What sounds good to you? You win, you call the bet. I win, I get your panties." Mechanic set 2 drinks on the slim side table just below a rack of cues. Soleil eyed them warily. "What's that?" "I don't usually change drinks midstream. I don't want a hangover." "You won't get one, and I know you'll love this drink. It's a screaming orgasm." Soleil rolled her eyes. "Seriously, Ice? There's no such thing. That's a myth. Someone named a drink after a myth." His eyebrows shot up, and he stepped into her, crowding her until he knew she felt the heat rolling off his body, until he felt every breath she drew into her lungs. "Baby, I won't even need my cock in you to make you scream when you come for me." He stared straight into her eyes when he told her the fucking truth, because it was important she know he meant it. "First game I win, I get your panties. The second I win, I make you scream." Soleil stared up into his crystal blue eyes, excitement coursing through her. Heat rushed through her veins. He was the one suggesting bets. More alcohol. Did that make her responsible? Or him? He was definitely set on seducing her. And his friends were all in on it, helping him. She loved that. Loved that they were willing to do anything for their brother. A part of her recognized that she could be in a dangerous situation, but Ice was too focused on her, and she believed him when he told her he didn't share. He made her forget everything but the excitement of being with him. She needed to forget. She wanted this one night. It wasn't forever, but she didn't have that long. She had this one night, and she was taking it and this amazing, gorgeous, sexy man. She might burn in hell for the things she was going to do this night, but she didn't care. Looking at him, she was certain every single thing would be worth it. Chapter 5. Soleil's face flushed. That beautiful rose Ice knew he was going to enjoy seeing all over her body when he had her laid out with his mouth between her legs. Her chin went up. "You think I'm not up to the challenge? You aren't going to win." He flashed her a grin. "Princess, win or lose, I'm still going to count myself a winner. You in?" "All the way," she declared. He was going to burn in hell for this, but he'd already had a place reserved in the hottest inferno, so he took her fingers, brought them to his mouth, brushed a kiss into the center of her palm, and then put her screaming orgasm into her hand. He took his as well. "What's in it?" she asked, bringing the glass to her nose to cautiously sniff it. He took a drink, leaned in and kissed her, sharing the taste of Bailey's, vodka, and Kahlua with her. He couldn't stop his hand from curling possessively around the nape of her neck. The moment they kissed, there was an explosion. Her match to his dynamite. They both went up fast, her mouth moving under his, following his lead, tongue sliding along his, catching every tiny taste left of the drink in his mouth. It was sensual, erotic. It was the hottest kiss he'd ever had, and he didn't want it to end. He thought he was playing her, seducing her. That was the play, but it felt all too real, and he'd never had real. He'd never felt anything at all when he was kissing. He had no idea that one touch could ignite a firestorm that roared and burned through him, leaving him craving more, needing it until her kisses were more important than breathing. She was supposed to fall in love with him. That was the ultimate goal. His life was an illusion, nothing more. He didn't exist anymore. There was no Ice. There was a killer, and she would be living with that. In return for her love, he would take excellent care of her, and he would have this. The rush that was beyond anything he'd known, the innocence of her to corrupt and protect. If he played his cards right, if he was careful and saw to every detail, this would work. It had to. Now that he had a small taste of what it could be like with her, he would have a semblance of a life, and that was all someone as fucked up as he was could ever ask for. He knew the others thought he was moving too fast, but when a man knew the worst in life, he recognized the best when he saw it. When he had been with hundreds, maybe more, with nothing working for him, he wasn't about to throw away a miracle when someone walked in and handed it all to him. He pulled back and regarded her with his blue eyes, those blue eyes that tempted so easily. He stayed focused on her, not because she was his mark, but because he was fascinated by everything she did, every gesture, every expression, the way her fingers folded the material of her dress between them, the way she brought the glass to her lips and sipped. He loved that her eyes widened and those long, sinful lashes fluttered before she actually took a drink. "This is good?" She sounded surprised. "Sometimes, Princess, you have to take a few chances in life. This is our night, remember? We're going to say the hell with everything and just have a fucking good time." She regarded him over the glass for what seemed an eternity before a slow smile lit up her face. God, that mouth. He wanted her lips wrapped around his cock right there. He needed relief, and thinking about her mouth wasn't giving that to him, especially when her tongue came out and she swiped at a bit of cream lingering. He nearly groaned. "You didn't drink, Ice," she pointed out. "There's no taking unfair advantage." He was almost desperate to avoid thinking about her lips wrapped around his cock. He picked up his glass and downed the liquid, noticing his brothers exchanging peculiar little grins with one another. He couldn't interpret them because he was too busy trying to get his wayward mind off her lips. He turned to the cue sticks and hefted a couple of them before choosing the one he wanted, while she handed his glass to Maestro. Maestro handed his glass off to Keys. "You break first." Her eyebrow went up. "I see you didn't learn from the darts." "I learned. No mercy, woman. That's what I learned. But I am a gentleman." There was a derisive snort behind him, and he turned to glare at Maestro, even as Soleil burst into laughter. "He's a fucking liar," Maestro said. "He's a hustler with a cue stick." She flashed a smile at Maestro that made something dark and ugly swirl in Ice's gut. He'd never been jealous in his life, certainly not over a woman, and not when she smiled at his brother. He had no problems sharing as a rule, but he meant what he'd said to Soleil. No one touched her but him. That smile was innocent enough on her end, but hell, she was so sexy without knowing. His brothers were right. He was going to spend a lot of time beating the shit out of outsiders who didn't get the rules. The thought was uplifting. "So am I," Soleil assured Maestro. "I think we should keep this game interesting," Ice said. "When you miss, I get to ask you a question. You have to answer truthfully." It was a game they all played, which was also part of a seduction plot they'd learned, and it always worked. They needed information to seduce their chosen mark, and the truth game was irresistible and invaluable. She made a face at him and downed the rest of her drink before putting her glass on the table. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Maestro glance at her, send the others a small grin, pick up the glass, and immediately leave for the bar. Yeah, his brothers. He'd fucking die for them. "Just as long as when you miss, you have to answer my question," she agreed. "No one-word answers," Ice added. "You have to actually answer the question." Soleil racked the balls and then made the break, sinking a striped ball immediately. She circled the table until she was almost standing in front of Ice. He was acutely aware of her, the scent of her, the way her hair cascaded down her back, that incredible shine under the lights. She bent slowly toward the table, and his heart nearly stopped. She wasn't trying to be seductive. He was absolutely certain of that. She was too innocent. He could see her full concentration was on her shot, but the way the folds of the skirt fell over her ass, called his attention to the way she was shaped, so perfectly. A woman's feminine form had always been pleasing to him. She had a perfect heart-shaped ass, one that just called to a man like him, putting all sorts of dirty, very erotic thoughts in his head. His brothers said he was an artist. He would never claim such a title, but that said, he did like to look at a woman's body, her physical form. There was such beauty in the way she was put together. Looking at her, he waged a battle with himself. Let her go, which he knew he should. She was too classy for a man like him. She wouldn't have a clue how to be in his world, and if he was honest with himself, that was half the reason he wanted her. He cursed under his breath, fighting his protective, selfish nature. He was the very devil stalking her, and she was an angel chased by demons straight to him. Shit. He knew better than to trap her. Those kinds of things never worked out. Never. He'd convinced himself she needed him, and so the exchange was fair. But it was bullshit, and he knew it. While he was fighting to save her, she'd sunk 4 more balls. She turned her head, still bent over the table, her mouth so close to his groin he nearly felt her breath on the front of his jeans. She looked at him, as serious as sin. "If I don't remember to tell you again, Ice, thank you for tonight. You have no idea what you've done for me. You most likely saved my life." She turned back to contemplate the table. He stood there staring at her. Slowly, he lifted his gaze to the others crowded around watching. They'd all heard her. She wasn't being melodramatic. There was a ring of truth in her voice. He looked to Absinthe. He was a human lie detector. Absinthe's nod was barely there, but it told Ice Soleil had just revealed something extremely important. Whoever her ex-fiancé was, he wanted her dead, and she was terrified he'd succeed. A woman like Soleil should go to the cops for protection. Yet she hadn't. Why? That didn't make sense, but the fact that she was in that kind of trouble hardened his resolve to keep her. He could keep her safe, make all her troubles go away. He could do that. He was that man. Her ball spun in the pocket and leapt back out. He whistled softly. "You almost ran the table, darling, but almost doesn't count. You owe me an answer." She sent him a small smile and a shrug. "I didn't want you to feel bad. You know, a girl beating the crap out of you at pool. What's your question?" "Never worried, Princess. I'm not the kind of man who gets upset if my woman manages to squeak out a win. I'd be proud." She looked pleased. "Let's see what you can do." "What's your best and worst trait?" Ice asked as he walked around the pool table, studying the position of all the balls. She hadn't left him much of a shot, and she'd sunk nearly all the stripes. "You only get 1 question. That's 2. He flashed her a grin. "Worst, then. Might as well get it over with." She narrowed her eyes as she watched him line up his shot and then call it. He banked his ball, clipped and then sank it. His grin widened, and he reached for his drink, took a sip and indicated hers. Soleil sighed and took a healthy drink before pushing a few stray strands of hair out of her face. When she lifted her arm to push her fingers through her hair, her breasts rose, calling his immediate attention to her straining tits. He swore her nipples were hard, pushing against the thin material of her dress, trying to get to him. He felt around for his glass again, staring at her breasts. Maestro handed him his drink, and he all but downed it before he remembered he had to stay in control. He was sweating, breathing too hard, his cock a fucking spike in his jeans. "I drift. I'm a drifter. I don't like conflict, and I never can make a decision. So I just drift along. I'm working on it all the time, but I still find myself just going along with something when I shouldn't. Like Winston." The bastard's name was Winston. He glanced at Player, and the man nodded and disappeared in the direction of the main room, where Code was busy pulling up everything he could on Soleil. "I couldn't believe when he hired a lawyer without so much as consulting me. It should have been my decision when to hire one after Kevin died. Kevin was my lawyer from the time my parents died. I wasn't ready to have anyone else come into my life, but Winston decided he was in charge. Nothing I said deterred him. I decided then not to marry him, but I didn't tell him that. Not decisively. I kept saying I needed more time. Out of desperation to stay on track with his intended agenda, Ice had lined up his next shot as he listened. But he straightened and then stalked her purposefully around the pool table. He must have looked scary because she backed up a few steps. He kept coming. He caught the front of her dress again, this time very gently, and pulled her to him. "Baby, you don't like something I do. I want to hear about it right then. You don't like something anyone else says or does to you? I want to hear about it right then. You don't tell me, I'm going to be pissed off. You don't want to see me pissed. You get me? You talk to me. That's how we resolve this shit. We talk. You, me. You get me?" he repeated. His voice was pitched low, but it was intense. She swallowed hard and nodded. "Don't do that. Don't be afraid of me like you are of him. I would never hurt you. Never. I don't hurt women. You need to learn to say what you think, and I can help you with that. But between us, I need to know you're going to always tell me what upsets you. I need that from you." Soleil nodded slowly. "I'll try, Ice. I don't like being a drifter. I just never learned to be any different. I grew up in hotels, being alone. I think I wanted to fit in so much I just learned not to say what I thought. I was always afraid it would get me kicked out." Ice took Soleil's hand and pressed a kiss to her knuckles. "Torpedo Ink welcomes opinions, and we listen to everyone with equal attention. Say what you want, baby. You're free." She took the drink Maestro put in her hand and took another sip. "For tonight, anyway. You have no idea how lucky you are." He sank 3 balls in a row and then straightened up to look at her. "You're rid of that parasite, Princess. There's no reason not to be free. We're celebrating, remember? What are we celebrating? Your freedom. You're one of us, and we've got you safe. You can say or do anything you damn well want to. No one can get to you." She took another sip of her drink. "That sounds good, Ice, but it isn't exactly the truth. You're going to get on your motorcycle and go wherever it is you go, and I'll still be here, facing him. He's out there. And yes, tonight I can forget him, but he's going to keep coming after me. You want to park your sweet ass on the back of my bike, baby? Just letting you know, that seat will always be reserved for you." There it was, the invitation Soleil wanted more than anything. Ice had just opened the door for more, for visiting the 24-hour chapel or just riding away on his motorcycle. She wanted that with every breath she took. More and more she wanted him. The more time she spent with him, the more she wanted to dare to be the bad girl and seduce him. He was there. He wanted her. It was easy so far. He couldn't take his eyes off her breasts or her butt. Ice was everything Soleil had ever fantasized over. Everything. Why had she finally met him now, when there was nothing left for her? She could feel the burn of tears at the backs of her eyes. Ice acted like more of a man than Winston ever had. He actually seemed to really care what she thought and felt. No one had ever given that to her before. She could fall hard if she let herself, and she was afraid she was doing just that. Maybe it was the alcohol. She wasn't used to mixing drinks, but she didn't care. She wanted this night with him. She wanted as much time with him as possible. A lifetime. She had this one night to pack a lifetime in, and she made up her mind she would do every single thing she'd ever dreamt of doing, and more, if she could. If she drank enough, she might just dare to get on the back of his bike and ride off with him. She wouldn't look back. She wouldn't want to look back. He would be enough for her. She could make a life with him. She knew she could. Ice turned back to his game and sank 2 more balls. Soleil was coming with him no matter what. She needed someone like him. Someone ruthless and ugly mean. Someone willing to beat the shit out of anyone for looking at her wrong. Someone willing to kill an enemy that scared her so badly She'd walk into a biker bar for protection. The sad look she sometimes got on her face had to go. He heard her soft laughter and couldn't help but look over his shoulder to see her face light up the way it did whenever she laughed. "What?" he demanded, his voice harsh because his body was reacting to that laugh, and he couldn't afford not to be in control. The stakes were too high. He was going to get her to go home with him, but their code demanded she give full consent. "Park my sweet ass on your bike?" she repeated. He winced. He really needed to learn how to talk in polite society. On the other hand, she might as well know what he was really like. "You got to admit, baby, you have a very sweet ass." "I love that you think so. I've never ridden on a motorcycle with someone else. I own one, and I fly planes. I love planes. Have you ever been on a glider? So cool, especially when the sun is coming up. And then there's paragliding and parachuting." His girl was an adrenaline junkie. Who knew? That beautiful little angel face liked to do crazy shit. He was all kinds of crazy. He just might suit her. Hell, he fucking hoped so. "I think you need the experience of riding with me," he said. "You like all that. You'll love going up the California coast on my bike. What difference does it make if you wait a few days or weeks to face this bastard? Come with me when I head back. You'll be able to see Lana again. She went home with the president, his wife, and a couple of others." She didn't answer, and he turned back to the game. She was thinking about it. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw her finish off the screaming orgasm. They went down smooth and tasted even better. He concentrated on his shot. He needed to win this game, and the next. She was a hell of a pool player. He'd probably have to cheat next game and distract her. He grinned to himself, thinking about how he'd do that. He sank the rest of the solid balls and then went around the table to indicate where he was sinking the 8-ball. Maestro handed Soleil another screaming orgasm. She was going to need it. Very smoothly, he sank the ball and turned, grinning at her. Maestro had a glass of whiskey ready for him. He was grinning just a little too much at ice as well. What the hell was up with that look? Soleil shook her head, her eyes bright, laughter in them. "I can't believe I lost. I was picturing you without your jeans." "I can do that for you, princess, but I'm commando at the moment, so you might have a screaming orgasm just looking." Her gaze dropped to the front of his jeans. Her tongue slid out to moisturize her full lips, making his body ache so bad he wanted to groan. She looked like she wanted to drop to her knees and pull his jeans down just to see if he was commando. The stark longing on her face almost undid him, right along with her glistening lips. He could imagine them stretched around his cock. Someone snickered, but he couldn't look away from her long enough to see who it was and mark them for a beating later. Soleil looked up at him and rolled her eyes. "You're so arrogant." But she was laughing. "I've got reason to be." It took a moment before he could take a step close to her, subtly trapping her against the pool table. "I think I won those panties." His voice came out nearly a growl. He felt like growling. If he was supposed to be seducing her, he wasn't certain he was the one getting the job done. She nodded. "I think you did." He put his hand on her leg, just above her hemline. Her skin was so soft against his calloused hand, his breath caught in his lungs. Before she could protest, and he wasn't certain she was going to, he leaned in and took her mouth. As before, fire erupted. He wanted to be gentle, but it wasn't happening. Not when she went up in flames and just gave herself to him. All in. She tasted like a mixture of screaming orgasm and cinnamon and spice. The combination was an aphrodisiac, and he couldn't get enough of her. He lost himself in her, kissing her over and over, kneading her mouth. The fire he found there, so hot he knew he was burning in hell or heaven. It didn't matter. He was going to stay there. His hand slipped higher, right to the edge of her panties. Gentle, completely at odds with his kiss. She should have protested, stopped him. She didn't do either. Instead, she leaned into him. His heart clenched hard in his chest, and his cock jerked and pulsed. "How the hell do you get your skin so damn soft?" he murmured against her neck. "I didn't know it was that soft," she said, sounding as ragged as he felt. He caught her earlobe between his teeth and tugged, just before reluctantly pulling back and allowing her hem to drop down again. They stared at each other for a long moment, and then he grinned and snapped his fingers. "Hand them over." He half expected her to renege, or at least try to. Instead, without looking around at anyone else, keeping her eyes solely on him, she slid her hands under the skirt of her dress and hooked her panties. She skimmed them down, wiggling a little as she brought them over the curve of her hips. His heart nearly stopped. Staring into his eyes, she brought up the sides of the dress rather than the front or back. He caught a glimpse of her legs and hips, but that was all. It was the sexiest thing he'd ever seen. Hell, he needed more liquor if he was going to survive this night intact. She crouched down, still looking at him, stepped out of her panties and, straightening, handed them to him. She'd been wearing a little white floral thong that looked as innocent as she did, until you factored in the sexy little twisted cords that made up the band and fell between her cheeks. His eyes meeting hers, he brought them to his nose without thinking, inhaling the scent of her. He wasn't in the least surprised to find out she had her own unique fragrance. His body didn't just stir. Hot blood rushed through his veins and pooled in his cock. He wasn't just hard. He was diamond hard. The kind of hard that meant a man could shatter if he so much as took a step. It hurt. A damn good pain that meant he was alive. That meant he didn't have to command his body to respond. It just did it all on its own because his woman was so fucking hot. She was an inferno. She sent him a smug little look. "Maestro, I think Ice could use another drink." There was that snicker again, coming from someone behind him. Someone else answered, as if his brothers knew something he didn't. He should have turned around to look, but he couldn't stop staring at her. He just took the drink Maestro put in his hand and tossed it back, letting the fire add to the steel in his cock. Soleil racked the balls and picked up her cue stick. "You want a break?" He should. He was taking a hell of a chance if he allowed her to break and she ran the table. She was certainly capable of it. On the other hand, he wanted the chance to distract her. He needed to see her reaction. She was so focused on him, he wasn't certain if she was aware of the other members of Torpedo Ink moving around the room, and that was exactly what he wanted, what he needed. He had managed to slip the wallet back into her pocket when he'd kissed her again. Code had made certain the cameras didn't work in the back room. The others were guarding the door and turned away anyone wanting to come into the game room. His woman should be mildly and just pleasantly drunk. Maestro had gotten her a bottle of water, which she'd been drinking between sips of the screaming orgasm. Everything was lining up properly. He indicated with his cue for her to break. Maybe he needed to stop drinking and start paying more attention to what was going on. But between the whiskey and the woman, this could just be the best night of his life. "You sink 4 in a row, I'll sign your prenup. I sink 4 in a row, you sign mine," he said, just as she was about to take her shot. She stopped and turned to him. Her eyes were suddenly pure focus. She didn't look in the least drunk. In fact, she looked stone-cold sober. But as if those beautiful eyes were swimming with tears. "You'd sign my prenup?" "I said I would. Any man would be an idiot not to. Do your worst, baby. I can take it." She blinked at him several times, and he swore tears looked like diamonds on her lashes. Then she turned and sank a stripe and proceeded to follow it with 3 more. "I believe you need to find a pen, my man." She looked very somber, as if Ice signing the prenup was a very serious situation. She bent over the table to take her next shot. Her flirty little skirt slid up the back of her thighs and showed just the very edges of her cheeks. His heart nearly stopped. "Got one right here, baby." Ice moved up beside her, as if studying the table. He dropped his hand to the back of her thigh, stroking it for a moment, before sliding it up under her skirt to find her bare cheeks. He rubbed gently, his palm continuing up until he was cupping one cheek, his thumb stroking caresses, gently. He waited, his heart pounding for her to pull away from him. She felt perfect to him. Every stroke of his thumb over her soft skin sent hot blood thundering with desire through his body. He took his time, stroking, caressing, claiming her. He was careful to keep each touch light. He shaped her cheek, palmed it, then went back to those slow caresses. Soleil pushed back into his hand, her hips moving invitingly. She didn't stop him. She didn't protest or move away. If anything, she moved back into his hand. He followed the curve of her cheek to find her entrance slick and hot for him. He used his fingers to edge all that scorching heat, and then he caressed her cheek again before sliding his hand over the back of her thigh, leaving the skirt of her dress to ride up high. Soleil couldn't believe that on the last night of her life, every fantasy she'd ever had was coming true. If it was possible to fall in love, fast and hard and completely, in just a few hours, she knew it was happening. She loved everything Ice did, everything he said. He made her feel hot and sexy and desirable. He made her feel as if he couldn't see another woman, would never see one. She loved the fact that he touched her openly in front of everyone. That just made her all the hotter and made her feel even more desirable. The way he touched her was beyond anything she'd ever known, and she wanted more. She wanted it all with him. She knew he liked her body. It was in the way he looked at her, in the feel of his hands on her. She felt the same way about his. Seduction wasn't difficult when two people were both willing, and she was so willing. Whatever he wanted, any way he wanted, anywhere. He made the suggestion to sign the prenup, not her. Still, she had to keep her mind from going anywhere permanent. It wasn't right to get him drunk, drag him to a 24-hour chapel and marry him, and then ride away where Winston and the rest of the world would have to leave her alone. She'd make Ice so happy. She'd be happy. She had never been happy, not until now. Not until right that moment in a biker bar, bent over a pool table, with her skirt flipped up and her very hot bottom hopefully holding Ice's attention while she contemplated whether or not she was going to burn in hell for all eternity after sinking 4 balls to get her prenup signed. And if she was going to miss the next shot in order to sign Ice's prenup to get him one step closer to the altar, or stop the fantasy before things could go any further. Soleil was gorgeous, absolutely gorgeous. Ice was dripping with need, his balls so tight he was afraid he might embarrass himself. It was the most amazing, perfect night of his life. "Try making the shot, Princess," he whispered, deliberately bending his body over hers. He pressed his cock against her inviting, bare cheeks, keeping one hand on her back. She laughed softly. "How am I supposed to do that?" "I'm signing your prenup. You don't make the shot. I get the chance to get you to sign mine. I think that's fair." He pressed tighter against her, moving his hips so that his cock slid along the seam of her cheeks through his jeans. "Don't you? Try it. You might make it." Soleil didn't try to straighten. She studied the table, took a breath, and lined up her shot. Ice waited until the exact moment she went to hit the ball, and he pressed his cock right into that snug warmth, and his hand dipped low to flick her clit. She jumped, and the ball went at an angle, crashing into several solids, sending them flying. He kept his hand on her back while he fucked her with his finger. She was tight, surrounding him with heat. So slick, so ready for him. He took her just high enough to leave her wanting more before he pulled out of her and straightened slowly, letting her skirt fall back into place. He caught her hair, tugged until she stood upright, and then, deliberately, he licked his finger, savored her taste, all the while staring into her eyes. Those amazing eyes of hers had gone a little dazed. He knew he'd left her wanting. That was part of the game. But he didn't only savor the taste of her in his mouth, he savored that look of helpless hunger on her face. For him. She didn't seem to be aware of anyone but him, although when Maestro handed her a drink, she murmured her thank you very politely. He handed a pen to Ice. "Prenup, Princess," I said. "I'm a man of my word. You want the fucking thing signed? It's signed." She nodded solemnly. "It's important." She frowned. "I can't remember why, but I know it's important." "It is," he agreed. She pulled the paper out of her pocket, unfolded it, and smoothed it out. "Kevin wrote this up for me. Isn't it wonderful?" She acted like it was sacred. Ice took it just as carefully, pretended to read through it, nodded his head and signed. Maestro witnessed it. "There you go. Signed, dated, witnessed. That is a legal binding document. If Kevin wrote it up for you, you know it's right." "It is. He always did what was right. Thank you, Ice. I appreciate it." She sipped at her drink and indicated the pool table. "You have to sink 4 balls so I can sign yours. That's only fair." Ice moved around to the other side of the table and went to work. He sank 4 in a row, fast, hardly taking time between the shots. It was Player who solemnly handed him the prenup for Soleil to sign. She did so with a small flourish, adding a little smiley face above her name. "That was so easy," she said. "Didn't you think so? Why wouldn't someone just sign?" She stumbled a little and had to use the table to keep upright. Ice put his arm around her waist. "I don't know, baby. He was a fucking clueless dick. You're with me now, and we're going to forget his ass and have this night for ourselves, right?" "That's right. There isn't any use in marriage at all." She sounded like she was trying to convince herself. "Why bother with it when the man isn't going to be worth anything? When he's nothing but a clueless dick?" "I agree totally with your assessment." She reached for the water bottle. "There are reasons for marriage, darling," Ice countered. "Quite a few, but the number 1 reason would be that screaming orgasm. We talked about the importance of that." She waved her hand in front of his face, shooing his opinion away. "No such thing, Ice. I mean, they named a pretty good drink after it and all, but I'm telling you, as a woman, there's no such thing." Again she was very solemn, looking him in the eye. Ice couldn't help but brush a kiss along her temple. He still had his arm around her waist, and he eased her back against the pool table. He took her assessment as a challenge. "You were with the wrong man, Princess. I told you that. He wasn't worth marrying for a long list of reasons, but number 1 is he put his fucking hands on you. 2 is he didn't make you scream when you came. You want that? You marry me. I can give that to you 100 times a day if that's what you want." She raised an eyebrow and regarded him with a shake of her head. "Ice, you are insane to think it's even possible. If you could do that, you are probably the only man on earth worth marrying. Even Kevin would agree. I'm certain of it." "Kevin absolutely would agree," I said. He turned back to the pool table and took another shot, making certain to miss. His breath hissed out in pretend irritation, and then he smiled at her and waved her to the table. "You're a good man, Ice," she said as she moved around him to study the layout. "I've decided what I'm going to do with my life." She leaned over the pool table to eye the setup more closely. Ice slipped behind her and put a light hand on her back. He loved touching her, claiming her. He wanted her for the rest of his life. "What are you going to do with your life, Princess?" He used his palm to rub along her spine, down to the curve of her ass. He was very fond of the way her cheeks were firm globes, round and perfect. He didn't make the mistake of hurrying. Seduction was all about patience, giving the other whatever they needed or wanted. She responded to him as if born for him, and he was certain she was. More importantly, he was beginning to think he had been born for her. "Do you know what a vendetta is?" She straightened and turned toward him. He was so close that when she turned, her breasts pushed into his chest. He didn't move. Neither did she. A blood feud? Exactly. They killed Kevin. I know they did. They killed him, and they think they're going to kill me. But it isn't going to happen. You know why? She put her lips against his ear. I'm on to them. Ice glanced around the suddenly quiet room. His brothers had heard every word Soleil had said. Whatever had made them laugh and snicker was gone. They'd all sobered up as well. He glanced again at Absinthe, who nodded. Soleil still didn't seem all that far gone, but drunk or not, she believed what she was saying. Someone had killed her lawyer? That was her belief? This was getting complicated. His woman needed him a lot more than he'd first thought. He was beginning to feel a lot less guilty for what he was doing. Yeah, he knew what a vendetta was. He lived one every fucking day. They were a wolf pack, spreading out, hunting prey and bringing them down when they were certain they had uncovered the filth walking among the innocent. Vendettas weren't for soft, sweet creatures that were clueless when they stumbled into a pack of wolves. He swore under his breath. Soleil needed him more than ever. She wasn't going to hunt anyone. That was his job. She was going to stay safe, locked away from predators who killed lawyers and threatened women, scaring them so badly that they ran to a biker bar. What the hell was wrong with the world? I was going to get married, have babies, spoil my husband rotten and paint. I'm good at art, really good. I would love to have a family, but no more. Now I'm going to go after Kevin's killers, all of them. Cops or not. Lawyers, it doesn't matter. I can get to them. She nodded as if to emphasize what she believed, and then turned back to the table. She bent over the table, her dress sliding up to the backs of her thighs. She had killer legs. Killer legs. He could imagine them wrapped around his hips very easily. In fact, if he wasn't careful, it was going to happen right there in the bar. Or he'd put her on the pool table and devour her the way he wanted. She wasn't going to waste her life on a vendetta. She might think she knew what she was doing, but he was taking that off her hands. His palm slipped to the back of her thigh, and he rubbed gently, soothingly. I like the part where you spoil your man. Tell me about that. Not sure what spoiling means. Haven't you ever been spoiled? Still bent over the pool table, she looked at him over her shoulder. Again, when she looked at him, she didn't look drunk. Her face was flushed, her eyes bright, but she looked completely and utterly focused on him. You're beautiful, Ice. Truly beautiful. When I look at you, sometimes I can't breathe. Other women must have spoiled you. He heard a little snicker when she told him he was so beautiful she couldn't breathe. He sent a glare around the room. His palm never stopped sliding up and down her thigh, and then finally, slid around to her inner thigh. Very gently, he applied pressure until she shifted her weight, spreading her legs for him. He was fairly certain she was barely aware she was doing it, but she widened her stance at his insistence. Triumph burst through him. Another sweet victory. She wanted this with him, right there, anywhere he asked. Was it the alcohol, or was it her? Was she that perfect for him? Never once, Princess. I don't live in an ivory tower. I live in the gutter, remember? She shook her head. If you were mine, I would spoil you until you couldn't stand it. It was a declaration, a solemn promise. If I didn't have to go after Kevin's killers, I would find a way to make you so happy you'd never want to leave me. He already didn't want to leave her. Her gaze had drifted over his body, stopped and dwelled on the bulge, stretching the confines of his jeans. Her tongue touched her lips. The full bottom lip glistened. His cock jerked hard, throbbed, pulsed. The monster wanted out, and Ice wanted it out. Her gaze stroked him like the touch of fingers. You like giving head, baby? He asked, one hand still stroking up and down her thigh, and then rubbing along the seam between her thigh and buttocks, while the other cupped his raging cock. Just the thought that his little innocent angel might talk to him about blowjobs sent his dick into a frenzy of pulsing, throbbing, and jerking. He was going to spill everything if they kept it up, But he didn't want to stop. She looked so sexy, with her innocent eyes and that skin of hers that invited a man to touch her just to see how soft it was. Then there was that mouth, that perfect, perfect mouth. Ice pushed the hem of her dress up to her waist, exposing her gorgeous ass. He continued to use the pad of his finger to trace the seam where her cheeks met her thighs. Back and forth, a hypnotic rhythm. He wanted to drop his jeans and ram his cock home. Her mouth, her pussy, her ass, all of her. Claim every fucking inch. He already felt as if she belonged to him. "Answer me, Soleil." He poured steel into his voice. She blinked, but she responded to his order. "Depends," she said. "I wanted everything from my man, so I practiced until I thought I was pretty damn good. But seriously, he wasn't worth the effort." "The right man?" He wanted to yank his cock right out of his jeans and stroke himself for relief. Maybe push her to her knees and have her swallow him down right there. "On the right man? Yes. Isn't that spoiling him?" She smiled at him, sexy, alluring. "I could spoil you every morning. I bet you taste yummy." She turned her head back to survey the table. "What did you think spoiling a man entails?" He couldn't move or speak for a moment. He thought dragging her to the altar right then was the only solution. Mornings with her lips stretched around his cock sounded damn good to him. He forced air into his lungs. His fingers danced along the tempting seam between her thigh and cheek. She didn't realize, or maybe she just didn't care, that he'd pushed her skirt up above her ass, exposing her perfect cheeks. She'd look good with his handprints on that pale skin. Hell, he wanted to take a bite out of her. Instead, he palmed one cheek, letting the heat from his body warm her. She pushed back into his hand, and his heart stuttered. "Ice," she kept her eyes on the pool table. "What would it take to keep you happy?" Was there a little quiver in her voice? He was certain there was, and he wanted to reassure her that her ex-fiancé was a worthless dick who didn't know a good woman worth keeping when he saw her. Ice, on the other hand, had no intention of allowing her to get away. "I want my woman to give me everything anywhere I want it, anything I ask. And it has to be mutual spoiling. I want to give her everything, including a screaming orgasm." She laughed softly, and drunk or not, the melody was still pure gold. He could almost see the notes dancing in the air between them. "I think any woman who belonged to you, Ice, would give you whatever you wanted when you wanted it, whether or not you could actually give her the mythical screaming orgasm." His fingers whispered down her cheeks, slid over her lips to catch the slick honey spilling from her. He rubbed his fingers through the liquid, and then did the barely there over her clit. Her entire body shuddered, and she pushed back against his fingers. "God, baby, you're too easy. I love the fact that you think I can't do it." She turned her head again to look at him over her shoulder. Her face was flushed. Her breathing had gone ragged. "Not you, Ice. I think you could do anything. It's me." Her voice was sad. "I'm just not built that way." His fingers strummed over her lips. She kept herself bare, and he liked that. He wanted to put his mouth on her and suck all that honey right out of her. Instead, he placed one hand on her back to hold her down over the table while he pressed his finger into her. She was tight, surrounding him with such heat his finger burned. He let out his breath, just his breath moving over her left buttock while he worked her pussy. Her body sent him another fresh wave of liquid heat. With the pad of his thumb, he rubbed circles around and over her clit. Again, just whispers. His teeth scraped gently on her cheek, tongue stroking a caress, and then just his breath. Her body pushed back onto his hand. She felt like a sheath of silken flames. "That's it, baby. Ride my finger, just like that." He whispered the words against her left cheek, and then bit down gently, and was rewarded with more liquid honey. A low moan escaped her mouth, and she rested her head on the table, her fingers clutching the cue stick as if it could save her. Nothing could. Ice had made certain of that. She needed his brand of care, and he was feeding it to her slowly, expertly, making certain she would get hooked, addicted. She would need him. He wanted her to need him, to be addicted. He wanted that desperately. He took her up slowly, higher and higher, backing off, taking control, until her breath was so ragged she was almost sobbing, and her hips were riding his finger in desperate need. He had had no intentions of using his mouth to bring her off, but he couldn't resist her or the terrible temptation. He tried, but his own control was slipping beyond his ability to carry out his perfect seduction. He needed to taste her. He thought he might go insane if he didn't. He kicked her legs farther apart, crouched down, and fit his mouth over her pussy. His tongue slid in and dove deep, pulling out her sweet, spicy honey. She cried out, the sound almost agonized, yet at the same time pure bliss. It wasn't the scream he was looking for, but it was close, and he didn't want that yet. It couldn't be over. He needed his mouth on her as much as she needed a catastrophic release. When she was close to exploding, he pulled back, just sending warm air over her clit and pussy, his mouth a breath away. She was nearly crying, pushing back, trying to get to his mouth. He attempted to stay in control. This was for her, not him. But damn, she was so fucking responsive, he couldn't see straight. He couldn't resist those bare lips, licking at them, using his teeth to nip and tug while she writhed and began to press her hips back into him in desperation. And her taste. He was already addicted when it was supposed to be the other way around. She cried out when he fucked her with his tongue, then went to suckling her clit until it was inflamed. He experimented, flicking with his finger and thumb. Each strike sent a shudder through her body, and she moaned louder. She was so perfect for him, as if she'd been born to be his. Everything that came before her was gone in that instant. Her taste, her soft skin, her cries, rising for him, wiped out the images of death and torture until there was only Soleil, his son. Ice took her over, needing her wild, crashing orgasm as much as or more than she did. Her voice swelled, a crescendo in a beautiful symphony, until there was a long, drawn-out scream of pure pleasure. Ice grinned and wiped his face on her thighs. He slowly stood, his hand rubbing her perfect ass cheeks gently, bringing her down slowly. "You can have this every damn day, baby. I think we should make us permanent, don't you?" Her lashes fluttered. She looked up at him as if the stars and sun revolved around him. "Yes," she agreed. "Absolutely yes." Chapter 6. Soleil had never known happiness. She had never felt a part of anything. She had more money than most people saw in a lifetime, but she had never had anyone to share her life with. She'd lived in hotels and wandered from city to city, country to country, seeing every sight alone. It was a strange night. She'd gone from having one of the worst days of her life to having the absolute best. She felt as if she were walking through a dream, a fairy tale, floating. She didn't ever get drunk, yet she knew somehow she was actually tipsy. The combination of drinks, maybe, when she never mixed them. It didn't matter. She still knew exactly what she was doing. She'd always believed in taking responsibility for her actions, and alcohol or not, she was responsible. She lay over a pool table, very aware of where she was and what she'd done, knowing she was surrounded by a lot of bikers and her body was still rippling with strong aftershocks, sending waves of pleasure spreading through her. She should feel shame, and she tried to, but all she could feel was amazing, alive, exhilarated. She wanted more. She'd wanted what Ice had given her. She'd practically begged him to give her an orgasm, even with her irresponsible, very risky behavior, so typical of her. She couldn't say she hadn't gotten the best of the deal. Her body had never felt like that before. She hadn't known it could feel that way. She had deliberately seduced Ice into this position, and she actually thought his brothers had aided her. Instead of laughing and walking away, Ice soothed her body with his hands, stroking caresses over her back, rubbing her gently until she felt like her spaghetti legs could hold her up. His hands went to her waist, and he gently lifted her off the table. She heard him talking to her. She wasn't certain what he said, but he tucked her close under his shoulder, her front to his side, and leaned down to whisper in her ear that they were getting out of that place. She couldn't look at the others, certain they knew she was seducing Ice and that she was a terrible person. She couldn't make herself look at him. The guilt was overwhelming, but still not enough for her to walk away from him. He was so caring, and she was grateful to him for that. She'd never known caring. They left the bar, going out into the cool night air. "Baby, you okay with walking? Some of the brothers will ride, but we'll have protection. I don't want you on the back of the bike until I know you can hold on. And I think maybe I drank a little bit more than I should have." It was the last thing she expected him to say. "I did drink way too much," she admitted. She had. And she shouldn't have mixed her drinks, but she'd do it again. She wouldn't change one single thing of this strange, wonderful night. "You didn't drink any more than I did, Ice." She had to take the blame for that. "I was plying you with liquor, matching you drink for drink, remember?" "We're both fine," he assured. He kept his arm tightly around her waist, so it was impossible to feel unsteady. The night air was cool, and she hoped it would help clear her head. She'd gone off the deep end. Just because her life was about to end didn't mean she had the right to screw up Ice's. This was one night. Seduction, sex, fun, nothing else. She could be the girl she'd always wanted to be. She loved to show off. She craved attention, was starved for it. She loved to be looked at. Her fantasies had always been safe ones, but the need in her was very real. The only thing that had kept her from being the way she was right now was her sense of responsibility. Where had that gone? Because she was still in the back of her head, thinking, would it really be that bad to wake up married to her badass biker? She heard several motorcycles fire up, the pipes loud, roaring through the night air. She stumbled over an uneven spot in the concrete and staggered a few steps. Ice's arm tightened around her waist. Maestro and Player, two of his Torpedo Ink brethren, steadied her by gripping her arms. She was surprised, shocked even. They let go of her the moment she had her equilibrium, but their touch had been caring, not at all handsy. Their touch felt respectful. She knew they thought she'd stumbled because she'd been drinking, but was it awful of her to let them think that when it wasn't the case? They had a group of 5 members walking down the street together. She was in the center with Ice, and they were halfway down the street when she realized they were protecting her. The members of Torpedo Ink recognized that she was afraid of someone. She had deliberately let her fears about Kevin's death not being an accident slip out because when she turned up dead in an accident, she wanted someone to know it was murder. Maybe they would remember her and care. Maybe they wouldn't, but at least she'd told someone the truth. Ice suddenly leaned into her and brushed a kiss along her jaw. That little brush of his lips set her heart pounding. Her body had come to life after being frozen for so long. Blood rushed like a fireball, pooling low and reminding her she was really alive, and that not only could she respond to a man, but rockets had gone off. More, he responded to her. He thought she was beautiful and sexy, and he wanted her. She could see it in his eyes and feel it in his touch, see his body's staggering reaction to her. For the first time ever in her life, she felt everything she had ever wanted to feel as a woman. "I can't imagine what your friends think of me," Soleil whispered. She didn't care that she'd been bent over a pool table in a bar with Ice's hands and mouth all over her, but he might. She might have embarrassed him. Ice stopped dead on the sidewalk, turning to block her forward momentum. He framed her face with both hands and bent until his head was level with hers. "You don't worry about what anyone else thinks but you or me, Soleil. My brothers have our backs at all times. They won't judge you. They'll always look out for you. But you're mine. I stand in front of you. Some asshole wants to say something to make you feel bad because we make each other feel good. They better know they're saying it to me, too. And all of them as well." His glacier blue eyes stared directly into hers, mesmerizing, hypnotizing. She couldn't look away. He had some kind of power, or, more likely, he was saying all the right things to her, things she desperately needed to hear. She had told herself 100 times that she didn't need anyone, that they were after her money, and time and again that had been a proven fact. She'd all but thrown herself at Ice because he was that prince in the fairy tale, and she desperately wanted to be a princess, his princess, if only on what could be the last night of her life. She couldn't help it when tears filled her eyes. "I don't know what happened, Ice." But she did. She had set out to seduce him, and she'd done it. She was still doing it. She wanted him exactly the way he was. She couldn't help touching his face, stroking the pads of her fingers down his jaw. He was so incredibly gorgeous. Maybe when someone only had one night, they were given the perfect gift, and Ice was hers. What happened was perfect. "You're so fucking beautiful, I can't believe it." He kissed her eyelids, brushed kisses down her face to the corner of her mouth. This time, when he kissed her, he was so gentle her heart turned over. She'd never had that kind of caring from anyone. She didn't remember much about her time with her parents. Aunt Deborah had been gentle and kind with her, but her life after she had died hadn't been that way at all. Her Aunt Constance had made an art out of slapping her, reminding her constantly that she was costing her money, that she was in the way, that she was an ugly, stupid child that no one wanted. She still felt like that unwanted, ugly child, and Winston had only confirmed her aunt's opinion of her. Ice was physically a gorgeous man. He had scars, but they enhanced his good looks rather than detracted from them. He looked scary dangerous. She wasn't so far gone on him that she couldn't see or acknowledge that, but with her he seemed unfailingly sweet. She needed sweet. She needed someone to be nice to her, to be kind, gentle, caring, not want to kill her just because she had money. The liquor continued the buzz through her veins. It rushed along with her blood, hotter than ever before. No one had ever treated her so kindly or said the things Ice said to her, and God help her, she needed that tonight. "You still with me, Princess? You going to come with me tonight and let me have you?" No one, not even Kevin, had wanted her in their life. No one. She ate alone. She slept alone. She was always alone. Ice had turned the worst night of her life into something wonderful. He hadn't complained about what she was wearing, even though she clearly didn't fit in. He hadn't made fun of her when she didn't know something and when she'd gone a little crazy in the bar, throwing herself at him. Rather than act like she would be entertainment for his friends, he'd protected her. She couldn't keep the stars out of her eyes or her brain. She wanted it all. She wanted the fairy tale, with him, with Ice, for this one night. Didn't she deserve one wonderful night when not one but a group of people wanted to kill her? She nodded because she would have followed him straight into hell if he'd asked her. "Say it, baby. Tell me you're with me." "I'm totally with you," Soleil said decisively. She dared to glance around her at the men surrounding them, waiting patiently while Ice reassured her. Ice flashed a heart-stopping grin of approval that sent blood running like a hot, steamy river through her veins. He tucked her under his shoulder again, wrapping her arm around his waist, almost at his belt buckle. That put her fingertips dangerously close to his cock, and she couldn't help glancing down. Her heart accelerated. Her mouth watered. There was a distinct bulge in his jeans, not a small one. It stretched the denim to a danger point. She tried not to be so thrilled. She shouldn't be thinking about how impressive that cock was or what she could do with her mouth to make him want to keep her with him for a long, long time, if not forever. She wanted him forever. She would be so good to him, so good. She knew Ice was all about sex. He'd relate that way. He'd solve arguments that way. He'd expect and want sex often. She needed that from her man. She needed that to feel he wanted her, that he found her beautiful and sexy. She'd tried telling Winston that. He hadn't wanted her. Their sex had been mediocre at best. It didn't matter what she'd tried. Winston had barely been able to get it up for her. And he'd said he wanted to marry her. Why would a man pretend he wanted a woman when he couldn't even manage to get hard around her? Does that make any sense to you?" She slapped a hand over her mouth when she realized she'd spoken aloud. Ice gently removed her hand. "Baby, if you're saying that limp-dick asshole couldn't perform when he had you in his bed, I'm telling you straight up, he's gay. Nothing wrong with that. But any straight man is going to take one look at you and get hard as a fucking rock. Look at me. Haven't been able to calm my monster down since I laid eyes on you." He casually dropped his hand to the front of his jeans and rubbed, as if trying to ease the ache. His little grin was a bit boyish, as if he was actually happy his cock was hard. Soleil wanted to rub his cock for him. She dared to drop her hand over his jeans, and he immediately took it and laid her palm over that thick bulge. Heat pressed into her, hot and inviting. She touched her lips with her tongue. "I can't wait." And she couldn't. She wasn't trying to seduce him. She was telling him the absolute truth. She wanted him in her. Wherever, anywhere, just in her. "That's two of us, baby," he assured. She looked around her and realized they were walking away from the seedier streets, back towards the main boulevard. She dragged her feet. "Ice, we don't need to go to the Strip. Why are we headed in that direction?" Winston had the cops under his thumb, a lawyer. She knew there were others. She just didn't know where they were, but she knew they'd be looking for her. Winston couldn't afford to let her go, not after what she'd heard. "There's nothing to be afraid of, Princess. We've got your back. Anyone trying to take you away from us is going to find themselves with more trouble than they've ever known." Soleil had the distinct impression not only Ice but the others would welcome a fight. She was terrified Winston would take out a gun and shoot them. If any were left alive, his cop friends would arrest them and throw them in jail. It would be her fault. She stopped completely. "Ice, I'm not sure where you said we were going." The cool night air wasn't helping with those screaming orgasms. Instead, walking sent the liquor rushing through her bloodstream to pool low, hot, scorching and burning. It didn't make sense that she was so mesmerized by Ice, other than the fact that he had a wicked tongue that could do all sorts of things to her along with his incredible fingers. "Your fingers and mouth need to be insured, like for millions, Ice." She pressed her fingers to her lips again, certain she really had blurted that aloud. "I think I might really have had a little too much to drink." She was astonished, because alcohol as a rule didn't affect her. Ice laughed, and this time the others joined in. He kept walking in spite of the fact that she was very serious about them not going up to the main Strip. Having his arm around her forced her to go with him. Or maybe she just went because he was utterly amazing. They had walked past the hotel where she was staying with Winston, but one street down, so she still felt relatively safe. "Ice, really, where are we going?" "Shopping. You need clothes, panties, although most of them will end up in my pocket." "Do you collect women's panties?" There was a collective derisive snort and suppressed laughter from their entourage. "I'm collecting yours. Of course, since I'm going to be buying them, technically, they're mine, right?" "Not if you give them as a gift," she said. "Well, I think I'm just going to loan them to you, and you have to give them back whenever or wherever I ask for them." Soleil laughed. That was intriguing. She could imagine him asking in all sorts of places, and she would give them up in every single one of them. Just the idea of it sent more heat rushing through her body. She loved being with Ice. She loved everything about him. She was more aware than ever that they were downtown, very close to those 24-hour chapels. She had the prenup, and he had his. She could get her lips around his cock and seal the deal. He would want her the way she wanted him. Why hadn't she met someone like him before she'd gotten entangled with every loser that ever was born? Still, they hadn't slowed down. If anything, they were walking faster. When she stopped looking down at the ground and managed to look up from her fantasizing, she realized where they were. This was the part of the Strip that was equal to Rodeo Drive in Beverly Hills. Every store was a very high-end establishment. Worse, most would be closed this time of night. Did they plan on breaking into one of the boutiques? She might be contemplating going to hell for seducing him into marriage, but she drew the line at robbery. "Where are we going, Ice?" She tried to put demand in her voice, but the sound came out more like a squeak. In spite of her trepidation, adrenaline was beginning to rush into her system, mixing with her need for him. She wanted to push him against the wall and have wild sex right there, in the street, by that upscale hotel. She wished she had a screaming orgasm right at that moment to give her the courage to do it. "We're heading just up the street. There's a shop the girls always use. Elena called the owner for me, and she'll be meeting us there to let us in so we can get you some clothes. You need a new dress for tonight, and a few things for tomorrow." Tomorrow? Ice used the word tomorrow as if they had a future, as if once they had sex, he wasn't hopping on his bike and heading off alone. Just like that, she was excited for what was to come that evening, what he had in mind. Elena went off with someone for the evening. Soleil gave a token protest, feeling she needed to say something. She was very aware of the tension between Elena and Pierce. It wasn't going to be resolved easily. "She can't want to come back just to make certain I have other clothing." She started to protest further, to say she could make do with her dress, but it occurred to her she wasn't even wearing panties. Ice had them. She could ask for them back, but she liked that he had them. They were hers. They'd been on her. She wanted him to keep them. If she did die tomorrow, something of her would remain with him. Her hand crept down to the hem of her dress at the backs of her thighs. It was a stretch, and Ice, who seemed to see everything, saw her tug at the hem. He immediately caught her wrist and pulled her arm up to circle his waist. "You're covered, baby. Totally decent. And Elena is my birth sister, as well as a fellow Torpedo Ink. Nothing is going to keep her away tonight. She'll be at the shop waiting for us, and she'll stand with you, Soleil. Never think differently. Once we make this official, you'll be her sister. She won't take that lightly. Neither will Lana." Sisters. That sounded so wonderful, like in the real fairy tales, where all dreams came true. She loved that. She didn't think too much about the word official, because if she did, then she would have to ask. If she asked and he mentioned anything that had to do with prenups, she'd have to do the responsible thing and confess she'd gotten him a little drunk and deliberately seduced him, and the night would end. She wanted sex, at least once, maybe more, like dozens of times. She was taking a chance on messing that up. He tucked her back under his shoulder as if she belonged with him and continued walking down the block, turned down an alley and stopped 3 shops up. A light was on in the elegantly appointed boutique, and he was right. Elena was waiting at the top of the 3 cement stairs. She appeared to be arguing with Pierce. He had his back to them, and Soleil could see he wore his diamondback jacket. His club was reputed to be 1%ers, and no one messed with any of them. As they neared the stairs, 2 men wearing Torpedo Ink jackets came out of the shadows to join them. One had his face turned away from her. The other was savage. Elena smiled as Ice took Soleil straight up the stairs. "Sweet, brother, you pulled it off. I had my money on you all the time. You know a keeper when you see one." Ice brushed a kiss on her cheek as she held the door for him. "Did you have any doubts?" He ignored Pierce completely, urging Soleil inside. Pierce shook his head and left, making his way down the alley. Soleil stepped into the cool little foyer that led to the inside of the store. The boutique was extremely high-end. Soleil knew clothes and what they were worth. She knew brands and designers. She had a lot of time on her hands, and she'd spent it doing adrenaline-filled activities, frequenting art galleries, or going through shops like this one, looking for one-of-a-kind, beautiful artworks of clothing. Ice bent his head close to her ear. "I was proud of you using your money for bets when you were playing darts with Elena, but in here, I pay. There's no argument. It's what I want, and you give that to me." "Ice." She hesitated, and then lifted a hand to stroke the side of his face. She could fall head over heels for him. Just the way he made the statement to her sent her stomach somersaulting. "I'm okay with paying." She always paid. She was used to it. If she was anywhere with anyone, they always expected her to pay. He was capturing her heart, taking it prisoner. She was never going to get it back. I'm not okay with you using your money when we're together. When you're with me, I pay, unless we agree ahead of time. I'm not agreeing to that shit tonight. This is our night and you're mine. I take care of you. That's the code I live by, and you're going to live by it as well. That means we live with whatever I can afford. You understand me?" Soleil knew she should protest and tell him all about her trust fund. She felt guilty making him pay for everything. On the other hand, it was a fantasy. One night she could be Cinderella, the princess he called her. He obviously needed to be the one to pay. She didn't care about the money. She'd learned it didn't buy her anything she needed or really wanted. She'd felt jaded and sad until she met Ice and the Torpedo Ink members. She could live within his rules, especially knowing she had to give it all up the next day. "If you're sure," she found herself whispering, holding her breath, waiting for his answer. He just seemed too good to be true. She paid her way from the time her Aunt Deborah had died. After that, all the expenses that had been incurred had been paid from her trust fund. She supposed she shouldn't blame her Aunt Constance, but most parents supported their children. She'd been paying her way ever since. Ice gave her a smile that sent her heart pounding and blood moving through her body from her nipples to her clit. She couldn't have that reaction every time he smiled. It wouldn't be good to just attack him, although it sounded good. She only had one night. She needed to make the best of it. And didn't Cinderella lose everything at midnight? Was it midnight? She glanced at her watch. Not yet. She still had time. For what? Seducing him? Trying to keep him? She couldn't be greedy. She just had to have this one-night fantasy and go along with whatever he wanted because she wanted to be whatever his fantasy was. Ice took her hand. "Don't like you wearing panties and bras, but figure you'll be a little uncomfortable without them all the time, so we'll start there." She wanted to laugh and knew she was a little giddy from his attention and her unexpected reaction to the screaming orgasms. Or maybe it was the sex. Did getting off on just his mouth and fingers count as sex? She didn't care. She followed him to the little table where exquisite lace underwear lay on silk. "Ice!" She glanced around, making certain no one else could overhear them. "I do have underwear at the hotel." "You're not going back there," he said. His forceful tone set her heart pounding. She didn't like upsetting him, and the thought of her going back there obviously did. She didn't want to go back. The thought was terrifying. Panties weren't worth facing Winston and whatever he had in store for her. She loved that Ice didn't want her anywhere near that place, or Winston. He suddenly flashed that heart-stopping grin again, his blue eyes turning hypnotic. "And I like choosing sexy panties for you." His hand dropped to her bottom. He seemed to like the shape of it because he stroked caresses over her cheeks before sliding his hand under her skirt and rubbing his palm over her bare skin. "I love to be able to touch you, Princess. I like knowing we're surrounded by people and I can run my hand up your thigh and use my fingers to see if you're ready for me." Soleil held very still, looking down at the pale blue lace in one of his large hands, while his fingers sank into her. Instantly, she was slick. His thumb strummed her clit, and she gasped. His grin turned wicked. "I could get you off right here, baby," he offered. "You'd have to be very quiet. So Elena's friend, I think her name is Diana or something close to that, doesn't realize what I'm doing to you. Wouldn't want to make her jealous." His grin was very wicked. She'd never heard anything so sexy in her life. His fingers plunged deep, teased and withdrew, only to slide deep again. She couldn't stop her hips from moving, riding his hand shamelessly. She had to hold on to the table to keep from losing her balance as he teased her. "I love how you look when you're close to getting off, baby," he whispered. His voice as wicked as his grin had been, the lines in his face purely sensual. "You look so completely abandoned, so caught up in the moment, and when you look at me," he shook his head, "you look like I'm a fucking god, and you'd spend your life worshipping me." She knew it was true. She did look at him that way. How could she not? She couldn't think straight with his fingers in her and the look on his face. because he looked at her as if she were the sexiest woman alive. She would worship him. She'd never had anyone. If she had him, a man like him, she would never want to lose him, and she'd give him everything. I could look at you all day, just like this, your head thrown back, the light surrounding you, so you look like a fucking angel while you ride my fingers. Sexy as hell, baby. She loved his voice, how it had that velvet rasp to it that seemed to slide over her skin, stroking sensually and making her hot, fevered even. She knew she'd always have a response to him, whether it was his voice, his smile, his blue eyes, or his fingers. Always, no matter where they were, she'd be slick and ready. More, she'd anticipate his touch, crave it. She loved that he was willing to come into a boutique and choose her underwear. She'd never understood why men could be prudish about buying underwear. They liked taking them off, yet couldn't walk into a store and buy them. That didn't make sense. She also loved that Ice wanted to touch her the way he did, wherever they were. She wanted to touch him as well, and she hadn't yet had the opportunity. Her gaze dropped to the bulge in the front of his jeans. Ice didn't seem to be embarrassed by any kind of sexy act. I think it would be unfair for you to get me off twice when I didn't reciprocate, she said daringly. Her breath was coming in ragged little pants, but she managed to get it out as an invitation, and she meant it. She really wanted to have him in her mouth. This wasn't about seducing him. It wasn't. She was certain of that. She wasn't trying to get him to take her to a chapel. This was about giving him something unforgettable, a gift. She wanted his night to be as perfect as he was making hers. He studied her face for a few more moments, his fingers moving in her, his thumb circling and flicking until the blood pounded through her sheath and her clit was inflamed. Very slowly he pulled his fingers free and brought them to his mouth. She had never seen anything as sexy as the way he sucked them clean. Her body was on fire, but it didn't matter. Not when he was looking at her like that, possessively. With such intensity and focus, she squirmed, rubbing her thighs together to try to reduce the fire between her legs. "You'd do that here for me?" She was mesmerized by him. She knew that. He leaned down and kissed her, sharing her taste, his tongue sliding suggestively along hers. When he lifted his head, still cupping her chin so she could only stare into his blue eyes that had come alive with a dark, dangerous lust, she nodded. "I don't think it's very fair that you're still wanting when you took care of me. So yes, if you want me to, of course I'll take care of you." She bit her lip and then decided, the hell with it. She might as well tell him the truth. "I want to. I more than want to." "Right here? In this store? In front of the window?" He jerked his chin toward the front of the boutique. She was certain he was testing her resolve. Little did he know she would have been on her knees in the bar for him. "Absolutely." He slung his arm around her neck and pulled her into him, tight against his chest. "You couldn't be any more perfect for me, Soleil. Let's get these panties and bras to Elena's friend, and then we'll do a little more shopping. You'll need a dress for tonight and some jeans and tees for tomorrow. I think we'll manage to take care of the monster somewhere and all that." He took her hand and curled her fingers around the thick length of him through the denim. Every step they took had her palm rubbing him. She put pressure on his cock as they neared the owner of the store, just before they moved out from one of the taller displays. Ice let her hand go, and she reluctantly dropped it to her side. Diana and Elena turned toward them, aware she didn't have any panties on, and her thighs and bare lips were slick with telltale liquid hunger. Soleil stayed very still beside Ice. The owner of the shop was a tall, very elegant woman. She wore her hair in a tight chignon at the top of her head. Gold and diamonds dripped from her ears. Her dress was a tight sheath, emphasizing her firm, high breasts and the curve of her hips. She was extremely slender, making Soleil feel chubby beside her. The cool eyes swept over Soleil dismissively, and then she pounced on Ice, smiling at him, her eyes lighting up like a predator's. "We'll take these." Ice sounded abrupt. "Looking for your jeans and tees. A jacket? Socks? You have shoes here?" "I do. I can take you into that part of the store if you'd like. Point us in the right direction and we're good, I said, turning away from her before she could engage him in more conversation. As they walked down the aisle toward the section of the store the owner had indicated, Ice took Soleil's hand and brought it to his mouth. Don't like you feeling inferior to someone like that, Princess. You're mine. You're my choice. That means I put you above any other woman. That should make you feel confident if you're not already just by being you. He stopped just out of reach of the lights. What's wrong? I'm almost dripping because I want you so much, she admitted. I think I might be a little tipsier than I thought I was, and I'm letting you pay for my clothes. She was used to going into boutiques as Soleil Brodeur, a woman of extreme wealth. She was always dressed in the hottest designer clothing and given deference when she entered a store. She didn't know how to act as Ice's chosen babe for the night. I love that you're ready for me, that you're so attracted you'll let me touch you or eat you whenever I want. Do you know how rare you are? I never want to give you up. He dropped to his knees and yanked her legs apart. I'll make sure you're clean, and you don't have to worry about that superior bitch. She wouldn't know how to fuck a real man if she ever got one to go near her. The girls spend tons of money in here, so when I said she was their friend, I meant she wants their money any way she can get it. His tongue slid up her thigh. She closed her eyes and held on to his shoulders. Her legs were shaking. She threw her head back and let herself feel, just feel. Every stroke of his tongue, his breath, his lips. She had to open her eyes again to look down to watch him. Who could resist the sight of him on his knees? Soleil found she couldn't stop herself from pushing her fingers into his thick blonde hair. The strands were platinum, gold and a thread of silver. It was unique, just like him. She closed her eyes again and let him take her away from her life. Far, far away. She didn't care if everything she was doing this night was considered wrong by anyone else. Tonight, this man was making her feel alive, packing everything she had ever wanted or needed from a man into one night. Ice. He was so giving, so unselfish. It shocked her that a man could be the way he was. The tension coiled tighter and tighter until her breath was coming out in ragged pants and her legs were shaking almost uncontrollably. She felt the wave gathering so fast and so strong. She pushed her hand over her mouth hard to hold in the cries that threatened to give them away. Tears burned behind her eyes. It was so good. That good. She'd never experienced anything like it, and she knew she never would again. The tsunami hit in waves, powerful ones that swept her away from her life of endless loneliness, of always wondering what was wrong with her, away from Kevin's murder and the fact that a circle of strangers had targeted her for death because of her money. The feeling was almost euphoric, so beautiful she couldn't believe it. She'd never had this, never had anyone who cared enough to bother to make certain she felt this. She jammed her fist into her mouth to keep from making any noise. He looked up at her and immediately stood up, a worried look on his face. "Princess." Ice gathered her into his arms, holding her against his chest, muffling the sobs. "That's not the reaction I was hoping for." His voice was gentle, almost tender, bringing on more tears. No one ever talked to her in a voice like that. No one held her like he did. He had 3 teardrops tattooed on his face, dripping down from his eye, while she had unbelievable waterworks going. Just that velvet soft voice moving over her skin made her feel more exposed and vulnerable than ever. "Baby, look at me." She shook her head, trying to stop crying, but the more he was sweet, the harder the tears fell. Could she be any more pathetic? What was wrong with her? She was having a complete breakdown in front of a man she didn't even know just because he was kind to her. She'd been more intimate with him than she'd been with anyone in her life. What was she going to tell him? Sex without his cock had been better than anything she'd ever experienced with one. He'd been sweeter, kinder, more wonderful than any other human being had been to her in years. Even Kevin, her beloved lawyer. She tried to get air in order to stop crying. She wouldn't blame him if he just left her right there in the middle of the store and disappeared. Ice caught her chin and forced her face up so that she had no choice but to look into his eyes. "Soleil, stop. Right now. You're safe. Everything is fine." She shook her head. "I have to go." Suddenly, she was desperate to leave. It was the only sane thing to do. She had to save him, because right there, right then, she knew if she stayed with him much longer, she would commit the worst sin possible, and she'd do everything she could to seduce him into keeping her. His smile was slow, beautiful, breathtaking. "You run when things overwhelm you, don't you? That isn't happening tonight. You're going to see this through with me. You're having a little panic attack, but I'm right here. We're going to walk right over there to that table where the jeans you'll need tomorrow are, and we're going to grab a couple of pairs that are your size. Then we'll find a few T-shirts. After that, we're getting you a killer dress." She found herself drowning in his eyes, his smile. He was so completely confident, and he was sticking with her when she was an emotional mess. It was going to hurt like hell in the morning when he was gone, but she just needed to hold on to the promise of tonight. Instead of falling apart because she didn't have anyone, she had to let herself enjoy the moment. Ice was too good to be true, but she was going to see this night through with him, have her fairy tale, even if she couldn't seem to clear her brain. Give him his because he deserved it. "Princess, I need you to say you're with me all the way on this." She was in love with his voice, with him, with everything about him. Maybe he was a fantasy, and in her very emotional state, she had made him her prince, but he was asking her to stick with him for the night, and she was going to give this to herself as a gift. She'd face the mess she had made with Winston tomorrow, but tonight she had Ice. "I'm in it all the way with you." The declaration slipped out, and she meant it. His smile was worth everything. "That's my girl." She wanted to be his girl. She even needed to be. She knew he was saving her because, God help her, she'd run out of strength on her own. He took her hand and led her to the small table. The jeans were a designer brand she actually wore, so she knew the size that fit her like a glove. She chose a pair, and Ice added a second one. She had to bite her lip to keep from pointing out how expensive they were. He flashed his heart-stopping grin, almost as if he knew what she was thinking, and then he led her over to the tank tops that were sheer luxury. So soft, lightweight, perfect. She let him choose the ones he liked. Ice caught her hand and tugged her under his shoulder again. He evidently liked her close, and she didn't mind in the least. They made their way back to Elena and Diana. Ice handed the owner the jeans and tanks. "Where are your couture gowns? Elena told you what I wanted? Soleil needs something particularly spectacular for tonight." "I do? Couture dresses?" Was he out of his mind? How did he even know what that was? Gowns like that were thousands of dollars. He kissed her hand. "Yeah, you do. And I want pictures. Lots of them." Elena blew him a kiss. "We've already got that covered." She glanced at her watch. "You've got about an hour, a little less." "I'll show you the dresses," the owner said, looking Ice up and down with interest blazing in her eyes. Ice moved away from her. "Just tell us what part of the store they're in, and we'll find them. That's half the fun." Deliberately, he bent his head and brushed a kiss across Soleil's mouth. "Isn't it, Princess?" She nodded, shocked that he didn't flirt back with the owner. She was tall and beautiful, very elegant. Ice didn't so much as glance at her. He was most definitely wholly focused on Soleil. She couldn't help but feel beautiful and sexy. No one had ever done that for her before. Her money was a draw, but never her as a woman. Ice made her so happy. She went with him in the direction the owner had indicated, and when she glanced back, Elena was tugging Diana toward the back room. The dresses were toward the front of the store, framed by the windows, but back away across the aisle. There were few lights on, and those were dim, as the boutique was officially closed. The lights that were on shone on the couture dresses, and Soleil was shocked at the designers represented. "Ice, these dresses cost a fortune." Baby, didn't I tell you not to worry about money tonight? We have an agreement. I like a couple of these. That one there. What do you think about it? It looks your size. Elena said if it needed alterations, Diana could do them. He indicated a dress with white open lace over a silken black slip. It was gorgeous. And pricey. She moistened her lips but didn't speak. Or this one. It would suit you as well. It's about the same length, form-fitting, and sexy as hell. This one is my favorite. Like the other dress, this one was white, but one side was completely made up of peekaboo fabric, small diamonds cut out of the material to show skin from shoulder to ankle on one side. The chiffon wrap on the other side covered one breast and wrapped around the waist, colliding with the peekaboo fabric. The slit up the front was wide and bold, with the chiffon dropping to the floor on either side. Concealed beneath the chiffon were panties made of the peekaboo material, so the diamonds showed beneath the dramatic slit when she walked. I could push my fingers right through that fabric and keep you wet for me all night, he whispered wickedly. Ice, I love it, but it's too... That's it, woman. I told you not to bring up money again. His hands dropped to his jeans, and he opened them, sliding them off his hips easily so that his cock sprang free. They were in front of a long storefront window, one that showcased the couture gowns. The light was dim in the store, but the street light seemed to shine right on him. She gasped, staring at his cock. He was gorgeous. That particular part of him went with his amazing good looks. It was hard and thick, standing straight up, and he looked so casual and at ease standing there, waiting. He was beautiful. She just stared until he caught her by the shoulders and pushed her to the floor, right there, in front of the couture gowns. Use your mouth for something better than arguing with me, woman. Soleil was shocked at the way her body went hot and slick at the idea of getting him off there in the store, with the owner just a small distance away. He was larger than she'd expected, but she wanted him in her mouth. She wanted the taste of him on her tongue. She rubbed her hand up his thigh. I've wanted this ever since I first laid eyes on you. Which was pretty much the truth. This was her chance to give him something back for all the wonderful things he'd given her. He widened his stance and bunched her hair in his fist. We don't have all night, baby, so get to work. If you don't want me to blow my load all over these dresses, you'd better swallow me down fast. The sight of you on your knees is fucking sexy. He made her feel sexy. He made her feel beautiful and his. She couldn't help but be turned on by the way he just touched her whenever he wanted to, almost as if he had to. She loved the demand in his voice and the way, when she looked up at him, his eyes were so blue, so amazing, and so filled with lust. You're incredibly beautiful, you know that? She couldn't help the awe in her voice. She cupped his balls in her palms and rolled them, hungrily watching his cock as it jerked in appreciation. She licked up and over his balls, loving the velvety feel of them. He was hot and definitely needed her attention. He was leaking pearly drops, and she couldn't resist licking them off and then sliding her mouth over the broad crown. He tasted good, like addictive good. Your cock is amazing, she whispered. Glad you appreciate it, Princess. I'd appreciate you using your mouth to get me off. I'm about to embarrass myself. She slid her mouth over him again, feeling him stretch her lips, his weight on her tongue. His cock was scorching hot and unexpectedly heavy. She used her tongue to map him out, so she'd always remember him. That was important to her. She traced the heavy vein and flicked under the broad head while she tried to take him deeper. That didn't work out, so she jacked him with her mouth, sliding him in and out while her tongue lashed and danced. She had to get him wetter, and her lips needed to stretch wider. She wanted time with him, days and nights until she could take all of him. The wetter she got him and her lips, the more of him she could take. You love that, don't you, baby? His hands fisted in her hair. I can tell. Her eyes met his, but she didn't stop. She did love it because it was him, and he'd been so generous, getting her off twice, teaching her that she could actually have a real orgasm, treating her as if she was someone special. Yeah, She loved having his cock in her mouth. He smelled good, he tasted good, and his cock was amazing. He began to move, thrusting gently, filling her mouth, pushing her limit just a little. She worked for him, determined. She found it sexy as hell to have him looking down at her with those crystal blue eyes that seemed cold but now had blue flames burning so hot she thought she might actually explode. Was it possible to have an orgasm while giving a man a blowjob? "What's going on back here?" the owner's strident voice demanded. Soleil made a move to pull back, but Ice held her head firm, thrusting faster now. "No, baby. Get me the fuck off. I'm so close." He practically groaned the words. Her gaze shifted just for a moment. She could hear heels clicking toward them. Outside, a man passing by paused and tried to peer in. She was aware of both. Her body clenched hard in reaction, grew hotter. Her breasts ached. She really was close to orgasm again. "Don't you fucking stop. Your mouth is making this fucking for real." She didn't know what that meant, but Ice's voice was hoarse, raw. His grip in her hair made her scalp ache and her sex pulse. His cock seemed to swell and grow hotter. His thrusts went deeper, almost to the point that she gagged, but not quite. She didn't stop because Ice mattered. Not some woman who had already judged her and she'd never see again. Not someone outside a window who couldn't see her face. They didn't matter to her. Only Ice. He mattered. His pleasure, making him feel as good as she could. She wanted this for him. She would give this to him anywhere. If he needed, if he wanted, she would provide it for him, and she could tell, right then, it was a need. She hollowed her cheeks, sucked harder, took him deeper. Out of the shadows, two men materialized, both wearing Torpedo Ink jackets, moving between them and the owner, murmuring to her, taking her arm and leading her away. She wouldn't have cared if the woman saw her with Ice's cock in her mouth, practically down her throat. The woman wanted him. Soleil had him. Her tongue lashed the crown of his cock, danced and flicked just under it, curled around his shaft as he thrust deep, cutting off her air. She didn't care about breathing either. Everything was for him. She felt his cock expand, pushing at the soft tissues of her mouth, and then he was pulsing, jerking, and she was swallowing, nearly choking as he poured down her throat. Ice pulled back slightly, just enough for her to breathe. His hands loosened in her hair, so his palm could stroke caresses over it. "Fucking hell, princess. I've had 1,000,000 blowjobs in my time, sometimes with more than one woman trying to bring me off. You did it in minutes, all by yourself, without help from me. That's never happened, not one single time." He sounded shocked, awed. He didn't remove his semi-hard cock. "Clean the monster, baby, so I'm not a mess. Unlike you, I don't have a change of clothes." She was more than happy to. She felt the burn of tears behind her eyes, and she hoped she'd given him something to remember her by. She loved what she'd done. She loved having him in her mouth, giving to him what he'd done so generously for her. It was just one more thing to put down in her fantasy fairy tale. Chapter 7. Riding on the back of a Harley in a couture gown wasn't the easiest, although the two long sides of the skirt had been brought up to Soleil's waist and tied there. She sat on the seat in the bodice made of peekaboo chiffon and nothing else. Yet she looked as elegant as hell. Her tits were tight against his back, and her bare mound, covered by that peekaboo material, just as tight against his buttocks. The machine roared with life. Another sexy monster Ice used to shamelessly entice her into his world. Ice had pulled her arms around him once Elena and Maestro had helped her onto the bike in her sexy heels. Now he had her so close to their goal. The chapel was just ahead. Everything was arranged. Elena had done exactly what he had asked, and had given his woman another drink while she'd helped her dress and done her hair. Soleil hadn't asked questions, but she had drunk the whiskey Elena had supplied. Ice wasn't about to lose her, not after what had happened. He hadn't been lying when he'd told Soleil he'd been blown by countless women, sometimes 2 and 3 at a time. He'd still had to command his fucking cock to work if he wanted release. They had done their best, trying to suck him dry, yet he'd never once had a natural release, not until her sweet, talented mouth had closed around him. It had been all he could do to stay in control and not shove his cock down her throat. She had been that good. Nothing had ever felt like it had right there in that shop with Soleil on her knees looking up at him. Paradise. Another fucking dimension. There was no forcing of his body, no controlling, no commanding his own release. She was his, made for him. How it happened, he didn't have the first idea, but his body wanted hers, reacted to hers. He had always appreciated the female form, but his body had been taught from childhood never to react on its own. He hadn't been able to overcome that training. Nothing and no one had ever ruined his control until Soleil. She had enjoyed blowing him. It was more than that. She had wanted to do that for him. She hadn't been thinking about herself at all. That had been all about him. He could tell. He'd had a hell of a lot of blowjobs, and no woman had ever looked at him the way she did. For whatever reason, she looked at him and saw something in him no one else did. But he needed it. He made the run to the chapel with his brothers surrounding him, taking his back, making certain to show Soleil what family was all about. She needed them every bit as much as she needed him. That was the one thing he could provide for her. And as far as he was concerned, Torpedo Ink was the only family they would ever need. Ice had known, when she'd made that decision to stay on her knees, his cock in her mouth, in front of a window with a judgmental woman coming straight at them, that he would never let her go. He'd seen indecision on her face, but when he told her she couldn't stop, desperation, he was certain, in his voice, he'd been too close. She cared more about him and taking him to oblivion than about getting caught by the owner. She'd chosen him over bullshit moral rules. He had never thought he'd find a woman who could put up with his needs and, on top of that, get him off without his commanding his cock to cooperate. But she fit every requirement. He wasn't fool enough to throw a miracle away. She had let Elena help her dress, but she'd gone very quiet. She hadn't asked questions, nor had she said anything. That alarmed him a little, and Elena had frowned a lot when she had reported it to him, but she'd said she'd kept very close to Soleil. She hadn't said she wanted out, which, had she, at any time, they would have had to let her go. She wasn't so drunk that she didn't know what a wedding gown was. She had gotten into the gown, the heels, and let Elena do her hair without a word. She'd drunk the small shot of whiskey and climbed onto the back of his bike and held on tight. The chapel wasn't far from the bar where he had retrieved his bike, and it was Player who carefully helped Soleil off the motorcycle when they arrived. Elena was there, quickly, to untie the gown and let it fall to the ground. She fussed over the dress for a few minutes until she was satisfied it was perfect, and then they were all moving inside, surrounding the bride. "You look beautiful," Ice whispered to her. He took her hand. "Absolutely beautiful." "It's the dress," she whispered back. "I can't believe you bought this for me. It had to be—" "Don't say it, Princess. After that exceptional blowjob, I made up my mind. You give me any nonsense about money, I'm going to occupy your mouth with better things. You're not going to want to accommodate me here in front of everyone." She laughed, out loud. The sound played over his skin and slipped deeper, striking inside his chest so that he rubbed his hand over his heart. There was something very real about Soleil, as if she took every moment and tried to live it to the fullest. "You never know. You tasted amazing, and that cock of yours is worth worshipping." His heart clenched hard. His cock jerked, coming to attention at the praise. He kept his eyes on her face, her high cheekbones, and the long sweep of her lashes, the generous mouth, the straight little princess nose. Her eyes were almost too big, but the kind that a man could drown in. "You can't say things like that to me. I don't give a damn who sees me fucking my woman, as long as they know they can't touch what's mine." "I don't much care who sees me fucking my man, As long as they know they can't touch what's mine." She echoed and laughed again. She shook her head. Her eyes were dark chocolate, looking liquid, as if all that chocolate had melted for him. She did things to his insides he wasn't expecting. She had his body, he accepted that, but she was crawling inside him, and that was a little dangerous. She might see things that would scare her to death. Winston was a little pussy, and he scared her. Ice was death coming. He couldn't imagine what she would think. Storm had told him more than once, when he'd been beating the shit out of someone because he couldn't take forcing his release one more time, that fucking wasn't everything in a relationship. That even if you found the perfect woman, the way Reaper had found Anya, or Steele, Breezy, even Czar with Blythe, if you wanted to keep her, you had to find a way to live with her. Judging by the rocky beginnings each of his brethren had had, it was true. At the same time, Ice knew Storm was wrong. There had to be a real physical attraction, one his body recognized. Just looking at Soleil almost hurt. More, she suited his peculiar proclivities. He wouldn't be an easy man to live with, but he would find ways to make that up to her. He knew he had charm. He was an expert at all things sexual, and he wanted her to be happy. He could make her safe. While he was going through all the reasons in his head to convince himself that he was doing the right thing, Soleil was looking around her, suddenly sobering. She looked at the chapel, the flowers, the way his club surrounded them, Elena holding 2 bouquets, the strange little man at the front of the chapel with an open book waiting for them. "Ice," she whispered his name. "What are we doing here?" "I signed your prenup, Princess, and you signed mine. This is all we've got left to do. Almost everyone is here. We're missing a few of the brothers and Lana, but they know about it and are waiting at home to welcome you. They're getting the house ready for us." "You don't understand what I did, honey." She touched his face with the pads of her fingers. "I deliberately set out to seduce you. I made certain you were drinking too much. You don't know what you're doing." He stared at her for a long time, shocked that she would think she was responsible for getting the 2 of them to the chapel. She'd had way too much to drink if she thought they were there because she'd trapped him. "Baby, I know exactly what I'm doing. This is what I want." Her dark eyes searched his. She gave a little shake of her head. She looked so helpless, he wanted to pull her into his arms. "I wanted you so much, Ice. I kept having you drink when I don't get drunk. I seduced you. I know I did. You'll wake up tomorrow happy, because this is what I want. I set out to make you mine." "What are we doing?" she whispered again, her face going pale. Her eyes were enormous, as if she was in shock. "You're marrying me." She stared at him as if he'd grown 2 heads. Panic began to set in. She had to do this of her own free will. There was the code they lived by. All was fair as long as he made certain it was what she wanted, and every step of the way she'd agreed verbally. His club watched for that. "I am?" She shook her head. "We can't do that." "Why?" She opened her mouth and then closed it, and shook her head. "I don't know, but we can't. You don't know me. I'm in so much trouble. I don't want that for you. I know you don't believe me, but I put this idea in your head. I did." His heart clenched hard in his chest. She wasn't rejecting him. She was worried about him. The others were watching, waiting patiently. No one tried to hurry them. The preacher wasn't as patient, but he didn't voice his annoyance, not with all the bikers crowding his small chapel, not with the money they were paying him. As a rule, biker weddings could be over the top, and he didn't want any damages to his chapel. He wanted them gone, but that fat paycheck was more than he could resist. "You don't know me either. I specialize in taking trouble away. That's what I plan on doing for you." Ice brought her hand to his mouth and nibbled on the pads of her fingers. Immediately her eyes darkened with desire. She was so responsive to him. He wasn't letting her slip away, not when he was so close. He had to close the deal, seal it for good. You can't let me down now, Soleil. You promised me. Every step of the way, I gave you an out, and you said yes. You said I was your choice. You made me believe that. Are you deserting me now?" She frowned, biting at her lower lip, calling attention to it. He had a thing for that lower lip, and he wouldn't mind biting it himself. "But are you sure we should do this?" Those dark eyes met his, asking him, trusting him to give her the right answer. He didn't hesitate. "Absolutely. Aren't you? Think about being with me, what I can give you, what you give me. Don't we make perfect sense together? Is it the club? They're my family. They would be yours." Unashamedly, he dangled his brothers and sisters out in front of her, knowing she wanted a family. She stared up at him, her eyes searching his. He wished he knew what she needed from him to say yes, to give herself to him. He had to get her home, surround her with family, give her anything she wanted, be that man every day so she'd never want to leave him, rule her fucking nights, put kids in her belly so she'd need him even more. Whatever it took, he'd do it. A slow smile curved that sweet mouth, the one he planned on using daily. A real fucking erection, a fantastic release he hadn't ordered up himself. Give his woman everything. His world would be right. "I need you, princess. No one will ever need you the way I do." "For sex? Anyone could give you that." They couldn't, but that wasn't the point she was making. Did he want her for more than sex? It was a fair question. He thought about her laughter, the sunshine. He lived in a dark place. Just listening to the sound of her voice took him out of it. Was that enough to reassure her? Or him? "It's not just for sex, princess. You're the one, the only, for me." Her gaze moved over his face and then went back to his eyes. Her chin went up. "Let's do it, then," she agreed. Isa's world righted instantly. Not taking a chance she'd change her mind, he squeezed her hand and nodded to his sister, who came to stand beside his woman. He left Soleil there with Elena and walked down the short aisle to stand beside his brother. Storm was there, his twin, and that added another layer of happiness for him. Ice had done it. He'd gotten his siblings out of that hellhole alive, both intact, at least somewhat. They were alive, and there when he needed them to see this through with him. He turned to look at his bride, and his heart stopped. She was the gift, all his. Soleil looked so beautiful, he hurt just looking at her. His lungs squeezed down, burning for air. That dress fit her curves like a glove, the peekaboo material showing that soft, silky skin to perfection. The slit up the front was almost all the way to her mound, the material barely showing beneath the chiffon skirt, but it did peek out as she walked toward him. The bodice was a halter top with 2 thick strips of material covering her tits. The slash was all the way to her waist, and one side was made of the peekaboo diamond pattern. She not only looked beautiful, she looked sexy as well. She handed her bouquet to Elena and took his hand to stand in front of the strange little man who had the biggest beard and mustache Ice had ever seen. That didn't matter. What did matter was looking into Soleil's eyes to give her courage, holding her hand tightly because she was trembling so hard he was afraid she might fall. "Keep looking at me, princess," Ice whispered, the command when her gaze strayed to the preacher who was reading some crap that didn't matter. He wanted the questions asked and the answers made, not something this little man with his squinty eyes and wild beard that needed a trim said to them. Her gaze jumped back to his. He faced her squarely and took both hands when the little man asked the burning question. Did Isaak, Ice, Koval, take Soleil Brodeur as his wife? Hell fucking yeah. He took her as his wife, for better or worse, sickness and in health until death parted them. She frowned up at him, wondering, no doubt, how they had her last name. She'd never told him, but they had the papers to prove they'd taken out the license, thanks to code. Everything would be properly filed by their preacher man. Then the same question was asked of Soleil, and again his full name was given, Isaak Ice Koval. Did she take him as her husband? The chapel went eerily silent as his entire club waited with him for her answer. Storm shifted closer. Elena did as well. He didn't take his gaze from her, shamelessly mesmerizing her, willing her to say yes. God, he needed her to say yes. She swallowed, hard. Her eyes went liquid. His stomach dropped. His thumb slid back and forth over her hand in a small caress that he needed more for himself than for her. Her voice was shaky, very low, but the room was so silent there was no doubt that his brethren heard when she committed her life to his, when she took him for her husband. He couldn't help the grin or the triumph bursting through him. He hadn't had a lot of time, but he'd pulled off the most important seduction of his life, and she was just as bound by their code as he was, as they all were. It came time for the ring, and he pushed the one he'd made, drawn in a hasty detail on paper and made into a continuous band, onto her finger. He'd done it while she was getting ready. He told Elena to take her time. Then he'd had transporter laminate the thing so it would stand up in the shower, until he had time to make her the real thing. He pushed the band onto her finger, and his heart jerked hard in his chest just seeing it there. She looked down at it, gave him a smile, and he swore she had tears in her eyes. "We'll have matching ones, baby. You aren't alone." He wore rings, but they were generally on his fingers for other purposes. He'd wear his wedding ring right along with the other ones that fucked people up when he needed them to. The preacher pronounced them man and wife, and I stepped close, took her into his arms and kissed her as lovingly and as tenderly as he possibly could. A loud cheer went up, nearly shaking the small building. She turned her mouth up to his, and once again gave him everything. She surrendered completely to him, her lips soft and pliant, taking everything he offered, drowning him in fire. It didn't smolder in his belly. It was a raging inferno, starting in that soft, sweet mouth and continuing through his body like a firestorm out of control. It took a few minutes to remember where they were and that an outsider was watching. He turned his woman away from the preacher and toward his brethren. Instantly, another roar went up. He glanced at Savage and brushed his finger across his watch. Savage held up 3 fingers on one hand and his pinky on the other. 3.5 hours. That's all he'd have with his woman. Cementing their relationship, making certain it was legal, and she couldn't renege in the morning when she woke up, fully realized what she'd done, and went into full-blown panic. He swept his arm around her waist, locking her to him, where he wanted to keep her forever. He had had enough of bullshit lonely, of believing he was the devil walking on earth. He might be a monster, but to this one woman, he wasn't that. He hoped the others could take notice and have hope. He hadn't believed for one moment this miracle could ever happen to him, not even after Blythe had taken Czar back and Anya had kept Reaper in spite of all his mistakes. Even Breezy had forgiven Steele and seemed to be able to work with him. That hadn't been enough for Ice to think his sins and his needs would ever be forgiven enough for him to find a woman of his own. But he had, at the 11th hour. Each member of his club had sins and needs that weren't considered normal by society's standards, but because he'd found Soleil, he wanted the others to know they had a chance to find someone of their own. He fucking loved his club, his brothers and sisters. They'd helped him pull off the seduction he needed in a short time, and a wedding in just under 3 hours, a record for certain. More, when they'd gone shopping and he'd lost his mind because he couldn't get enough of her and the way she made his body come to life, they'd taken his back and made certain she hadn't been embarrassed or ashamed. He was certain that would come in the morning, when the magic wore off, but he would handle it when it happened. Now they had the reception, her party planned. There would be plenty of photographs. She might not like that in the morning, but she would later. Both Lana and Elena had assured him women liked that. He wanted the photos to help ensure there was no sliding out from under him. He led her out of the chapel and back to his bike. Elena carefully tied the skirt of Soleil's wedding dress around her waist, and Mechanic helped her onto the back of the motorcycle. Soleil clung to Ice. He turned his head, caught her by the nape of her neck, and pulled her in for a kiss. Sweet, gentle, filled with promises, tasting like forever in the fairy tale he was weaving for her. The role was familiar. Prince Charming to the rescue. He'd played it 100 times. Usually with Storm. The two of them could get a woman of just about any age to fall hard when they played it just right. Most of it was learning what a woman needed or thought she wanted. He couldn't have Storm or anyone else play Soleil. They weren't assassinating her. They weren't carrying out orders. No one but Ice was going to touch her. Still, he'd managed to get a ring on her finger. Soleil stared down at the ring on her finger. She had jewelry worth a fortune locked in her safe at her home in San Francisco. Not one piece mattered to her the way that laminated, drawn-on-paper jewelry did. She wanted time to inspect it, to look at it under the lights and see every detail. She couldn't believe that Ice had managed to make it for her, or that he would have even bothered. Just looking at that laminated ring was one more reason to fall for her knight in shining armor. She tried to put aside her guilt. She told him what she'd done. He insisted on taking the blame, insisted he'd gotten her drunk. He didn't understand that she was one of those rare people who didn't really get drunk. Maybe she was a bit tipsy, or pleasantly feeling the rush of the screaming orgasms, although more likely it was the real thing. But she knew what she was doing, probably better than he did. She was really afraid of what he was going to do in the morning, when he woke up and realized he had gotten married. She took a deep breath and held on to him as tightly as she could, pressing her face against his back as they rode back to the bar where, apparently, they were planning to celebrate. She was all for that, or just skipping the party and going straight for a hotel room and hot sex. This was still the fairy tale, and if she could have Ice for this night, it was going to be the best night either one of them had ever experienced, if she had her way. If she had the chance to keep him, she would move heaven and earth to do so. Still, she did promise herself, in the morning she would tell the entire truth to him, that she didn't get drunk and that she wanted to run off with him, and she would handle the annulment if that was what he wanted. She was always responsible, and she always took responsibility for her actions. Ice was a good man, and he didn't deserve to be trapped into marriage. Ice liked showing off his woman. That was very, very clear. He wanted her to look sexy. He wanted her to focus wholly on him, while others wanted what he had. Tonight was his night, and she was giving him the best of everything if she could. She was going to give him his fantasy, his fairy tale, because if anyone deserved it, he did. Soleil made a spectacular entrance in her long white gown, walking like a model on a runway. She was used to walking in heels, and these were a good 4 inches high. The leather cutouts went up her ankle and partway up her calf. The heels made her legs look like they went on forever. With the chiffon skirt parted almost in the middle, her right leg showed all the way up her thigh. Catching glimpses of her left leg was just plain erotic, and made her feel that way. She knew how to work a dress. She'd been wearing designer clothes since she was a teen. Then there was that peekaboo fabric that went down the entire left side of her body. The dress had a halter top, with a dramatic slashing V down the front so that the rounded curves of her full breasts showed to perfection. The material was draped over both breasts, yet moved as she walked, a sexy, erotic feel the designer had clearly created the dress for. It was easy enough to feel sensual in a gown designed for that purpose, walking in on a man's arm, when that man was as gorgeous and as sexy as Ice, especially when he was looking at her with lust-filled eyes. Ice thought she was the sexiest woman he'd ever seen. He loved walking into the bar with her, watching the faces of the bikers who were drinking and partying in true biker fashion. One by one they turned their heads and took in his sexy, elegant woman, who had eyes only for him. He stopped in the middle of the room, caught her to him, and kissed the hell out of her. His kiss was all about ownership, possession, The moment his mouth touched hers, fire leapt between them. He couldn't disassociate from the scorching flames pouring through his veins, a rush that was real, more than real. Heat swirled through him like a storm, racing to his lungs so he had to fight for air, to his heart so he had to fight to keep from drowning in the depth of feeling she was creating between them. He hadn't known a man could feel so overwhelmed by a woman or by his emotions for her. He didn't have them, not for outsiders, not for women. He pretended to have them. His life was all about pretense, to his brothers, to his sisters, to himself. She was wrapping herself around his heart and invading his mind. This wasn't pretense. This was as real as it fucking got. No one got close to him. No one, especially an outsider, could see into his soul. That would be a mistake for both of them. Yet she was doing just that. How? He didn't know. He had to take control back. She didn't have it. She was his possession. She would stay with him and keep the demons at bay, but on his terms. It had to be that way for his survival, didn't it? His hand slid down the enticing curve of her ass. He palmed the chiffon-covered cheek, knowing she was bare beneath the material. She didn't try to move away from him or stop him. She hadn't since she'd first entered the bar. He kissed her again just because she was so perfect, and he felt far more in control when he turned things between them back to sex. He could handle sex. There wasn't anything he didn't know about sex, and he could keep her under control easily as long as they stuck to the plan. "Come on, Princess. The brothers set up a party for us. Drinks, cake, dancing. We won't stay long." He whispered it in her ear and then stepped to her side again. The sides of her halter top had slipped just a little when he'd kissed her, when he'd moved his body tight against hers, so he could feel her hard nipples as he rubbed against her. The way he'd shifted his body had pushed one of the strips just a little more to the side, revealing the round curve of her tit and a shadow of her nipple, just a glimpse, sexy as hell. As he walked toward the back room, he slid his hand under the chiffon swath and over that full round curve. His thumb found her nipple and stroked. She looked up at him and smiled. He fucking loved that she didn't push his hand away or cover up, even knowing her breast was partially exposed and anyone looking could see he was stroking and pinching her nipple, making a statement, showing her off, making cocks hard but knowing she was going home with him. Just thinking about the way other bikers looked at her made his cock so hard he thought he might shatter. She had eyes only for him, and that turned him inside out. The game room of the bar had been transformed. The cake was there for them to cut and the others to eat. How the hell that had been managed at the last second he didn't know. Maybe Vegas sold pre-made wedding cakes 24/7. Soleil's eyes lit up, and she smiled at him as if he were magic and had managed it all on his own. Taking her hand, he led her inside the game room and immediately pulled her into his arms to dance with her to the blaring music. It was his kind of dance, holding her close, her body moving against his cock hard against her soft little mound while her head rested on his chest. "You know it's a huge turn-on for me, baby?" He placed his lips close to her ear, so his every word brushed caresses over her sensitive lobe. Warm air was a steady assault as well. She nuzzled his neck. Her teeth teased his throat, and then she was pressing little kisses over his neck. "Tell me. I like other men seeing what's only mine. I like knowing they want you, that you've got their dicks so fucking hard they have to go find their own woman or jerk off alone. Doesn't matter how they get relief, only that they have to. You do that, you know. You're so fucking sexy that you make cocks hard as a rock." Using his hand, he curled hers against his chest, inserting their joined hands between her breasts so he could use a finger to rub over the enticing curve of her exposed tit and then over her nipple. "You're so hot, Soleil. So damn hot you're on fire. Anyone can see that. Did you feel their eyes on you when we walked in? All those men hungry for you? I felt your eyes on me. That was what mattered to me. I like you looking at me. I like when I know you're hard and that you find me sexy. You didn't answer my question, baby. It's important. Did you feel them looking at you? Hungry for you? She kissed the side of his neck. Her teeth nipped his earlobe, sending a small bolt of lightning through his body to his cock. Yes, she whispered it. It was hot. I liked it, but I don't want anyone else close to me. I would never let another man touch you, not ever. I like them looking, but not touching. We have some crazy parties, babe, not like this one. This is for us. But at home, when the other clubs come, that's when it gets hot. Or when we go on runs. You don't ever have to worry. I won't let anyone touch you. He kept rubbing her nipple and then over the curve of her breast. She kissed the hollow of his throat, a small shiver going through her body. That feels so good, Ice, so sensual. What, princess? He wanted her to say it aloud, telling him so he could remind her. He also liked hearing the words from her. Any other woman he wouldn't be giving his attention to the way he did her. He didn't know why it was so important to him that she feel good and that he was the one making her feel that way. He needed her to voice it, to tell him out loud. She didn't disappoint him. When you rub your finger over my nipple like that, when you pinch and then stroke it, it's like fire arrowing straight to my clit. It's very sexy knowing you're doing that while we're dancing and no one else knows. You like me touching you like this? Even in a room full of people? I love it. No one has ever made me feel the way you do. He moved slower, finding the rhythm of the music with his knuckles on her tit. How do I make you feel? Like a princess? Someone beautiful and sexy. I'm not really, you know. I don't want you to ever be disappointed. Baby, you got on your knees in a fucking clothing store for me, because I needed it. You could never disappoint me. Not to mention, you're the most beautiful woman I've ever met and sexy as hell on top of it. I'll keep telling you that until you believe me. She laughed softly, her breath warm on his throat. You'll have to tell me for a long, long time. I don't think the night is long enough. He tightened his arm around her, pressing her body into his. She was finding her way somewhere deep inside him, regardless of how hard he tried to make their relationship about sex. He didn't know anything else. He didn't have anything else to give her. She was bright like the sun, like her name. She was truly elegant, a princess stumbling into a monster's path. His hand pressed hers deeper into his chest, this time over his heart. He was called Ice for a number of reasons, but the biggest was because he was truly ice inside, a glacier, deep, wide, dense, impossible to penetrate. He thought his heart was encased in ice. He thought his emotions long since frozen, but she was changing everything, including his perception of himself. He felt protective of her. He didn't have to pretend. There was happiness, and he didn't fake that either. It was there, like a light piercing the darkness in him. Do you know what you're doing to me? He whispered the question, half hoping she didn't hear it above the music. Her face was turned up to his throat, and she brushed another kiss there, and then a series of them, so light, like a feather whispering along his collarbone. Each kiss was so barely there, and yet he felt each one like a brand, burning through his tea straight through his flesh to bone. I hope I'm really your princess in the fairy tale we're sharing tonight. I want to be that for you. Everything. I want to be your everything. You make me feel as if I'm somebody special. I want you to feel that, because for me, you are. You're my everything. She sounded so sincere, so certain. He was certain she was drunker than he'd thought. He'd pushed the drinks on her. She was still standing, and her words weren't slurred. He was actually quite surprised that she wasn't acting drunker. She definitely knew how to drink. Ice couldn't help but love what she'd said to him. He was her everything. He wanted to be that. For tonight, he was going to let her be his everything. He'd promised her a fairy tale. She was only giving one back to him. In his fairy tale, his woman didn't mind his needs. In fact, she got off on them. The song ended, and he was careful, as he stepped back to make certain the material of her dress was back in place, covering her gorgeous body. Those tits. Hell, he was a breast man for certain. He hated covering her up, but he wanted this night to be perfect for her, not him, although it was fast becoming that. He couldn't remember ever feeling the things he was feeling, especially with such overwhelming intensity. He had ice in his veins. He wanted to have emotions he pretended to have, but the truth was, he'd lost all that long ago. He'd traded his soul and living like a man for a zombie life. He went through the motions, and that allowed those around him to be happy. But there was only that cold, cold place inside left for him. Until her. Soleil. Somehow her sun extended to him, finding that place inside of him and thawing the ice. He was out of his depths, but willing to go there with her, at least for tonight. His brothers gathered around them, congratulating them. Ice was pounded on the back until he thought he might have to punch a few of his brothers to get them to stop. They grinned like hyenas, giving him a bad time. A few told him they weren't certain just who had done the seducing. He had to agree. She was so damn sexy, there was no resisting her. A few others thought she'd gotten him a little more drunk than he'd gotten her. Others asked him what in the hell he was going to do with her when she was sober. He didn't quite know. He hadn't gotten that worked out yet, but he was thinking on it. He found himself enthralled with her laughter, the way she moved. She listened to every single one of his brothers as if whatever they said was important. Through it all, she had eyes only for him. She looked at him as if she could see inside him, past the glacier, penetrate deep and see the man he could have been. He wrapped his arm around her waist when they called for cutting the cake. "Are you having fun?" "Way too much. I think I need to stop drinking. You're drinking mostly water, while I'm actually having screaming orgasms. They've become my favorite drink." He wished he could drink screaming orgasms with her, but he had work later on, and he wanted her to enjoy her night. More than that, he wanted to make certain he could perform at his best. She wasn't going to be able to say he drank too much and couldn't fuck. Hell, he could do that drunk or not with her. Her eyes were bright, shining at him with laughter. That mouth of hers. He was never going to be able to look at her again without needing to kiss her or slide his cock in that warm haven. Ice found he needed to touch her. Every time she'd moved away from him, talking to one of his brothers or playing darts with Elena, he'd found himself slipping back into the abyss. It was cold and dark, that black hole. Touching her warm skin somehow created a way for him to feel sunlight again. It wasn't real. He knew that. It was the night, their night, all about the fantasy. Later, after he took her back to the motel and fucked her brains out, he had work to do. The kind of work a man with ice in his veins and a glacier where his soul should be did. He glanced at his watch and then at Savage. Savage barely moved, his nod nearly imperceptible. Ice glanced at Maestro. He gave Ice a faint grin and pointed to his watch. "You don't have to go this time," Storm said. "I'll take your place." Ice shook his head. "I pulled the straw. I do the work. Besides, you're going to make certain my wife doesn't wake up and make a run for it." It was stupid crazy, but he fucking loved saying "my wife." He couldn't take his eyes off her. She was sipping at a drink, her gaze fixed on the dartboard as Absinthe threw his darts and hit 3 17s right in a row. Soleil put her drink down, gave him a smile, and stepped up, darts in hand. She looked so coolly confident. Ice's body stirred all over again. "How am I supposed to do that?" Storm demanded. "I don't care how it's done, but she doesn't leave," he said, meaning it. "You make sure of that for me." Storm clapped his brother on the shoulder. "She'll be there." Ice gripped his arm, his show of affection for his brother. At least that was real. After that, the photographer was gone. The doors to the game room were closed, and the party got wild. He was out of control, and Soleil looked beautiful laid out on a pool table for him to feast on. She tasted even better than he remembered. They had to pose for any number of pictures Maestro took for their private wedding album, and then he'd had enough. He wanted to be alone with his bride. Ice wrapped his arm around her waist and pulled her back against him, declaring to his brethren he wanted his wife to himself. Immediately, because every single one of them knew what was at stake, they prepared to leave. Elena tied up the skirt, and Keys helped Soleil onto Ice's bike. Soleil laid her head against his back, her body tight against his, while the bike roared to life. Her hands were tight around his waist. He dropped his gloved hand to hers and moved one to his lap, right over his cock. The motorcycle vibrated, sending waves of stimulation through him, adding to the ache in his body. Her hand curved over his cock, and she made a small rubbing motion, in counterpoint to the vibration of his Harley. He loved riding. It was the only way he felt free, alive. Alone, or with his brothers surrounding him, hurtling down a highway with the wind on his face, had always been the best feeling in the world. Now, that included Soleil snuggled up tightly against him, her tits pressed into his back, and her hand making his cock very happy. The motel was 2 stories, an L-shaped structure with a fenced-in pool in the middle of the L. 6 rooms were right next to one another on the 2nd story, with Ice's room second to the end. Storm had the end room, and Elena was on the other side of Ice. Keys, Absinthe, and Code each had a room on the 2nd story as well. The rooms on the 1st floor were directly under the ones above them. 7 rooms were taken on that floor. The bikes were parked in a row just outside those 7 rooms, so they could be watched. Glitch, one of the prospects, had accompanied them, and he also had a room on the 2nd story. Keys helped Soleil off the bike, and she stood close, waiting for Ice. He liked that. She hadn't even looked at the motel. She clearly had money, but she didn't seem to care that they were staying not in a suite at one of the most luxurious hotels in Vegas, but in a small motel a distance from the Strip. The moment he backed the bike into his space, Ice had his arm wrapped around her and was walking her to their room. His brothers gave them some good-natured catcalls, which he replied to with a rude finger gesture over his head. As they walked up the stairs, he slid one hand under that intriguing layer of chiffon covering her tit. He loved how soft she was, how her nipple was already hard. At the top of the stairs, he put his mouth there, pulling her tit right into his mouth, sucking hard, using his tongue on her nipple, flicking and flattening it to the roof of his mouth before using the edge of his teeth. She gave a little broken cry and cradled his head to her, arching a little to give him more. Her soft moaning nearly drove him wild. He locked his arm around her waist and pulled her tighter against him, forcing her to bend backward just enough for him to have even better access. Everything faded away for him, everything, until there was only Soleil and her soft body. His demons died down and then stopped tormenting him. He didn't hear or see anything but her. He didn't think about enemies or killing or hear the cries of children. There was only Soleil and her gorgeous tits, his fierce cock, and the sounds she made filling his mind. "Get a room," Storm ordered. His twin's voice startled him. He was that far gone, and that had never happened to him before. He reluctantly lifted his head, flipped off his brother, and took her straight to the room. The moment the door was closed and locked, he spun her around and very gently unhooked the halter top and let it fall in a graceful shimmy of chiffon and peekaboo down to her waist. His breath caught in his throat. She was truly beautiful. He knew the female form. He'd been introduced to it early and taught to admire and revere it. "Baby, you're so fucking beautiful, I can't believe it." He ripped his shirt off with one hand and tossed it aside, his eyes on her breasts, that small rib-cage narrowing even more to her waist. The chiffon fell gracefully over the curve of her hips, and he wanted her out of that dress. He wanted to see her body, all of it. He went to the floor to remove her shoes. He couldn't help running his hand up and down her calf. Her skin was incredibly soft, even on her legs. He removed the classy heels and dragged the dress down her body. He peeled the peekaboo panties off of her, and without the dress she was entirely naked. His breath caught in his throat. Not only was she an elegant princess, but she had the body of a temptress combined with the innocent look of the proverbial girl next door. "Ice," she breathed his name, and her hand went to his shoulder to trace one of his many scars. "What happened to you?" He liked the feel of her fingers on his skin. A soft touch, but it burned like a flame. "I'll tell you the story some other time. Now, I just want to eat you alive. Like candy, princess. Devour you until you're screaming for me." He pulled her with him to the bed and indicated she sit on the very edge while he removed his motorcycle boots and tossed them aside. One hand on her belly had her lying down. He dropped to his knees and pulled her thighs apart, wide. He wanted room. Her little pussy was like a flower. He could never say that corny crap to her, but it was. He opened her with his fingers, rubbing gently, making little circles, hearing her breath leave her lungs in a rush. "Should have kissed you, Soleil, but once I start, I can't seem to stop, and I wanted this. I thought about this all the way back to the motel, the way you taste." He licked his fingers. "Eating you out at a fucking pool table. Couldn't help myself. Love the way you taste. Love that you let me, baby. All mine. All for me." Her hand went to his hair, burying her fingers deep so she was stroking caresses and massaging him, connecting them. "You go right ahead, honey, and do whatever you need to do. You certainly gave me the best night of my life. It isn't over, Soleil, not by a long shot." He wanted her first time with him to be a memory she'd never forget. He wanted her to feel as if he cared about her. Strange thing was, he did. She'd gotten under his skin very early on, but there was a moment that he absolutely knew what he was doing was right. That moment when she stayed on her knees and risked exposure just to give him paradise. She'd gotten inside him, deep, and somehow twisted around his heart. He put his mouth on her, and again, just like before, the world dropped away completely. One hand on her belly to keep her where he wanted her, he started out with the best of intentions, to drive her up as gently as possible. Her taste was like an aphrodisiac. The addiction grew fast, and he found himself lost in a world of pure erotic sensation. Every cell in his body was alive. Every demon was banished, because there was no room for anything but his mouth devouring her and the fire running through his veins. Her breathy moans became soft little pleas that began to rise to a crescendo. She writhed under his hand. He didn't stop, driving her higher, keeping her right on the edge, licking and sucking and using his tongue like a weapon until she was nearly sobbing his name. Her cries fueled his hunger. She was giving him so many firsts. He wasn't setting her up for seduction. He was totally consumed with lust, with desire, with something else that was undefined in his mind. She came apart for him, nearly sobbing, her hands fisting in his hair. He wiped his jaw on her thighs, his hands dropping to his jeans, the last barrier between the two of them. His wife. Soleil was his wife. He liked looking at her, sprawled half on and half off the bed, naked, her skin gleaming in the moonlight, streaming through the window. Knowing she was his body was on fire for her. He stroked his cock, shocked at how hard he was, how sensitive to every movement of his fist. The woman was fucking paradise, a miracle. She set up such a craving in him. He lodged the head of his cock between the bare lips of her pussy. Her heat blasted him, surrounded him, wet, scorching. His heart thudded. He looked into her eyes as he pushed deeper, invading that tight tunnel that was his alone. Her muscles resisted, refusing to give way, but he persisted with that slow penetration. "You're so fucking tight, baby. Your little pussy is so damn hot, princess." For him, it was like being surrounded by a fucking inferno, a silken fist full of flames. "What's it feel like, Soleil?" He kept up that deliberate, leisurely assault, refusing to go fast as his body urged him to do. "To have me in you. What's it feel like?" "Burning. You're big and you're stretching me. Full. Watching your cock disappear inside of me is the hottest thing I've ever seen." He caught her leg and wrapped it around his waist, lifting her beautiful ass with his palms, changing the angle so she gasped. "Wrap both legs around me, Princess." His hands slid to her hips. He flexed his fingers. Obediently, Soleil did what he asked, hooking her ankles behind him. Just that movement sent flames rocketing up his spine. The sight of her on his bed, her tits swaying with every movement, made him want to see more. He buried the last couple of inches in her fast, sliding through those tight muscles so that the friction sent heat waves rushing through both of them. Her fingers caught the blanket and fisted it, holding on as he began to move in her. Again, he tried to stay slow and gentle, not with her lifting her hips to meet his every surge. He couldn't believe his body was reacting of its own accord, fire racing through him, every nerve ending responding. "Fucking paradise, Princess, that's what you are. You and this little pussy of yours." He hadn't thought it possible, but that hot, wet, silken fist squeezed and massaged, such a tight tunnel that he thought he might not make it through every time he withdrew and then surged forward, driving through the small, resisting muscles. Streaks of fire burned through him, and if anything, his cock swelled more, forcing her to take his length and girth, pushing against the tight sheath and adding to the friction. "Look at you, baby," he hissed. "You look so beautiful. Your tits, your pussy. Look at us together." Her skin was flushed a soft rose all over. "I'm going to have ink tat my name on your tit. He can tat your name on me as well. You want it on my dick? Property of Soleil?" She smiled at him and shook her head. "Not taking a chance on damaging that beautiful cock. Love it so much. It's pure magic, Ice." He grinned at her and watched her gasp when he picked up the pace, letting the fire get just a little out of control. "Appreciate that, Princess." "It's the truth." He fucking loved hearing her say that. Every man wanted their cock treasured. She wasn't shy about telling him, and that added to the building hunger in him for her. She was the treasure. "Love your ass, too. Tits and ass. My name might have to be on both." He leaned forward and licked at her nipple before he caught her hips again and began to fuck her the way he needed to. Each stroke was hard and deep, so that her tits jolted, and her breath turned ragged. Her gaze clung to his face, but he could see a daze developing, that beautiful flush spreading over her face, the haze in her eyes, her mouth open as she struggled for air. Her body moved with his, harder, faster, the rhythm perfection. Every stroke sent flames streaking through his body. His cock was surrounded by a silken inferno that locked down on him tighter than he ever thought possible. He could feel her body gathering, coiling tight. He didn't want paradise to end, but he couldn't stop moving. It was impossible when every time he buried himself deep, that erotic ecstasy surged through him like an intense wave. He'd fucked 1,000,000 times, and it had never felt like this. His wife, her perfect little pussy. He wasn't ever giving that up, not ever. He plunged into her over and over until he knew he was going up in flames. Then her body clamped down on his, a vicious vice, strangling his cock, milking with those tight muscles as her orgasm took her. The wave was so intense it took him with her, so they both erupted together. His cock jerked hard, over and over, coating the walls of her sheath, triggering another huge wave that traveled on the tail of the first one. He rode it out with her, his head thrown back, his cock on fire, bathed in their combined cream. He loved the smell of sex, but now there was only their sex. That fragrance, that steamy, sexy combination that added to his addiction. He lowered her legs gently to the floor, triggering a third orgasm. His cock loved it. He loved it. So perfect. "You okay, Princess? I think I'm still alive." Her lashes lifted and she searched his face. Seeing too much. He couldn't let that happen, especially tonight. Ice pulled out of her a little reluctantly, half expecting his cock to be burned, but he was intact, and he leaned forward to press a kiss onto her bare mound. She immediately dropped her hand into his thick hair and massaged his scalp with gentle fingers. The moment she did that, he didn't want her to stop. He had no choice. He remained there for a few minutes, savoring the feeling of belonging to someone, before he pressed another kiss on her skin and then hurried to the bathroom to clean up and bring her a warm washcloth. She washed herself thoroughly and then suddenly stopped, looking anxious. "Ice, we didn't use a condom. I can't get pregnant, but I'm clean, baby. You?" What the fuck was wrong with him? Why hadn't he thought about using a condom with her? "Yes, I always made a partner wear a condom, even Winston, although it made him angry. I should have been thinking." She scooted up to the pillows. He flung himself on the bed beside her, framed her face with both hands, and kissed her. He wanted more time with her. His cock wanted more time. The moment he had cleaned himself, returned to the bedroom to see her naked and sprawled out, his seed running down her thigh, all of a sudden the steel was back. He wanted her again. He wanted her in so many ways. He'd like to take her by the windowsill, bend her over and fuck her with her tits pushed up against the glass, and her staring out wondering if someone would walk by. Just the thought excited him. He kissed her over and over, drowning in her, wanting to consume her, to bury himself in her all over again in a million different ways. One hand in her hair, bunching it in his fist as he explored her mouth, demanding her response. He made certain she was only thinking of him, surrendering fully to him. Another orgasm or two, and she'd be too wiped out to notice when he slipped out of the room to take care of business. Chapter 8. Ice pulled on his gloves and sent Savage a look that said he had had enough bullshit. "We know that bastard is at the hotel. He's fucking staying in the room she's paying for. I want to pay him a visit after we get this done. Housekeeping can find him in the morning with his throat slit." "Ice," Savage cautioned, "you're supposed to be the voice of reason, not me. We can't do him in a hotel. Too many cameras. No way to control it. You know that. We've got his name." "Winston Trent," Ice said, making the name a bad taste in his mouth. "Who the hell is named Winston? I want to take him apart just for that crap. He lives in San Francisco. We'll arrange a match at the fight club and have a reason to go there. A couple of the brothers will pick him up and take him to one of the safe houses, and we'll have a friendly chat with him." Savage looked at the two men sitting in the chairs in the center of the warehouse floor. "Like we're doing here. We're keeping it friendly." Paul Bitters and a man by the name of Rich Marshall sat tied to the metal chairs. They looked worse for wear. Savage and Player had been there earlier, and Savage wasn't gentle by any means. He didn't mind hurting pedophiles, and both these men, fairly high up in a very active ring, qualified. Torpedo Ink had been hearing for some time that a man would take an order for a child, boy or girl, find a family with no other relatives and kill the parents and take the child, so no one would put a tremendous amount of effort into looking for him or her. At first, when Code searched for similar cold cases, he couldn't find anything. But then he widened the search and began to see more than they liked over the last few years, which meant the rumors were true. Ice walked over to Rich Marshall's chair and toed the front foot. "Got married tonight, you son of a bitch, and I'd much rather be fucking a beautiful woman than cutting you into little pieces. Don't get me wrong, a piece of shit like you usually is a top priority, but not tonight. So, call me pissed as hell." "What he's saying, in a nice way," Maestro said, "is don't pretend to be a hero. Answer the fucking questions so he can get back to his woman." Rich Marshall had been the driver of the pickup truck that had been following Jarvis and Kent to ensure that no one was tailing them before the men met up with Paul Bitters for the auction. Rich looked at Bitters and shook his head. "I don't know what you want from me. I was hired to tail a couple of guys, make sure no one followed them. Your friend ran me off the road and I ended up here. That's it. I don't know anything else." His gaze shifted from Bitters to Savage, and immediately he looked leery. Savage sat on the edge of a table where all kinds of tools were laid out. He calmly took a bite out of an apple. "Waste of time, Ice. Fucking waste of time." He didn't look up as he gave his 2 cents. Ice barely moved, but when he did, his speed was blurring. He slammed a knife straight down into Rich's thigh, burying it to the hilt. The blade was only a couple of inches long, but it was wide, and it was sharp, slicing through skin and muscle like it was butter. Rich screamed. Paul Bitters paled and drew back, trying to throw himself sideways out of his chair. Ice ignored both reactions, shaking his head as he pulled the blade slowly from Rich's thigh. "Don't like lies, Richie. I can hear them. I can feel them. I can even smell them. You like little kids, and Bitters supplies you with them. I already know that about you." Code had been busy getting as much information on Marshall as possible, even while he was doing the paperwork to ensure Ice and Soleil could get married legally. Rich Marshall was every bit as dirty as Paul Bitters. He might not be as high up the ladder in the pedophile network as Bitters, but he had been working within the ring for some time. He preferred girls. He liked them 6 to 8. When they got too old, he sold them either in online auctions or to a trafficking ring. "You're married to a woman with 3 little girls, ages 3, 5, and 7. You've been molesting the 7-year-old for 2 years already. Your wife suspects, but she's afraid of you. But not so afraid that she didn't try to leave you once. You made certain she didn't try again by making a video of her with 2 men and threatening to put it online. One of those men is a good friend of yours, Jaeger Kushner, and he, along with Basil Alanis, raped your wife. She cooperated and stayed with you, but you put that video online anyway. A friend of ours found it and took it apart. He saw things no one got to see, such as her fighting and then cooperating when you threatened the girls. What I learned from that, Richie, is that you're a fucking liar, and you don't keep your word." Bitters cleared his throat. "You don't seem to understand." Ice spun around and backhanded him so forcibly it knocked him over, chair and all. Despite the fact that a tarp lay on the floor, Bitters slammed hard into the cement floor. "I wouldn't speak if I were you," Ice warned. "I don't like you. I don't like anything about you. You locked that little boy in the basement inside a cage with a bomb on it after you molested him for years. You don't want my attention if you can help it, so shut the fuck up." He didn't right the chair, just left the man lying on the cement floor, because he wasn't kidding or trying to be intimidating. He wanted to fuck Bitters up, slice off his dick and shove it down the man's throat until he choked and suffocated. He'd told Savage and Maestro that before coming. Maestro and Savage didn't make a move to help Bitters either. They left him lying on his side, still tied to the chair. Ice turned back to Marshall, dismissing Bitters as if he didn't exist. "Let's try again, Richie, and keep in mind, I'm on a time limit here. I ask you a question, you jack me around, and I'm going to get creative where I put my blades." He watched the man's eyes widen, and he nodded. "I believe we understand each other. I'm looking for the name of the man who is the collector. He scouts for a small family, either a single mother or parents without any other family members. They have a toddler, boy or girl, doesn't matter. He takes pictures of these children and then sends out a little brochure. I know this is familiar to you. If it is to me, then it has to be to you." Code had discovered the brochure online. Little toddlers, both male and female. The collector had their pictures, and if someone put in an order for one of those children in his advertisement, he murdered the parents and took the child. Sometimes there were special orders. He advertised that as well. Twins were rare, very hard to come by. Usually there was an extended family that would continue to raise a fuss, not let the murders fade away, so finding the right child or children was imperative. Marshall hesitated, his expression betraying him. Ice moved again with blurring speed. The knife slipped in about 2 inches higher up the thigh. Marshall screamed and screamed. Blood ran down his leg. He stared in horror at the hilt that couldn't be seen when it was in Ice's hand. Now it was sticking out of him. He began to cry. Ice removed the knife again, very slowly, wiping the blood from the blade on the pedophile's shirt. "Is this brochure familiar to you, Richie?" Without hesitation, the man nodded over and over. "Yes, I've seen it." "You know this man is a murderer, and he's killing to take these children, so no one remembers they even exist. Isn't that right, Richie?" Ice's tone was low, mild, all the scarier because of it. His eyes were twin glaciers, so blue they looked crystal and completely merciless. Richie nodded over and over. Yes, I know that's what he does." "I want his name." Richie looked terrified, and his gaze once more shifted to Bitters. Ice again moved with that blurring speed, and this time the knife went in very high up, close to Marshall's groin. The man shrieked, sobbed, screamed, one long, intense wail that didn't seem as if it would stop. Unfazed, Ice slowly removed the knife and again wiped it clean. He sauntered over to Savage and took the bottle of water his brother offered. He drank down a third of the liquid and then capped it. "He's kind of dumb. Thinks Bitters is getting out of this alive and somehow is going to do worse to him than we are." Ice shook his head. Maestro grinned at him and shrugged. "Got to know who you're dealing with. Guess he doesn't get it yet." "Say the word, Ice, and I'll start on him," Savage offered. "No fucking fun just sitting here." He meant it, too. Savage was a mean bastard, and he didn't mind in the least hurting someone. Didn't matter if it was his fists or weapons. He knew more ways to take apart a human being than most people ever dreamt possible. "You're so impatient," Ice said. "I think Richie will cooperate with us. He just has to come to the understanding that Bitters is going to die a very hard death. He's not getting that." Savage stood up then. He'd been sitting on the table, one foot on the bench beneath it. When he stood, it was a show of muscle. His chest was thick with roped muscle, his arms big. He looked what he was, a formidable machine with no fat, all stamina and power. He sauntered over to Bitters as if he were taking a stroll in a park. Even that was menacing. Rich's frightened gaze jumped to Savage. He stopped screaming as if mesmerized. His eyes widened when Savage drew back his heavy boot and kicked Bitters in the ribs, hard, deliberately driving deep, smashing through bone. Bitters shrieked and writhed on the floor. The chair he was tied to looked as if it was thrashing too. Ice found the sight strangely humorous, with the chair moving all around the floor as if it were alive. He stood over Rich, but looked back at Bitters. "He just pissed himself, Richie. That's the man you're afraid of? I think you're afraid of the wrong person. You want to try this again?" He kept his tone mild. They didn't raise their voices when they did this kind of shit. What was the point? They were in control, and in the end, they usually got the information they needed. Sometimes it took a long time, other times they got it fast. It usually didn't matter to Ice how long it took, but tonight was his fucking wedding night. Richie was staring at Savage, swallowing hard, bleeding from 3 different wounds, the blood running down his leg. He didn't see anything but Savage as the big man crouched beside Bitters, took out a large knife and began to cut off the prisoner's clothes in strips. He wasn't in the least careful. Several times the tip of the knife bit into flesh, so long streaks of blood rose on the man's skin. "Richie, I suggest you pay attention to me. You don't want that man working on you. I'm the nice one." Maestro snorted and picked up his coffee cup. Ice gave him the finger. "You are going to give me the name of the asshole known as the Collector. You don't want to tell me you don't know who he is, because if you do that, I'm going to use this knife on you." Savage cut through the ties holding Bitters to the chair, and then sent the chair away with a hard kick. He caught the pedophile by his hair and dragged him to his feet. "You take those little children away from their parents and put them in cages, and then you force yourself on them." Bitters threw out both hands and screamed at the top of his lungs. "Children are sexual beings. They love it. They want it. You don't understand. Let me explain. Don't kill me. Please just let me explain." They'd all heard that speech on the website, Bitters spewing his beliefs to other pedophiles to justify their actions. Savage hit him square in the mouth, driving through his teeth so that the front ones snapped off. He had a big fist, and he could hit hard. He'd honed his fighting skills from the time he was a child, and he knew how to throw a punch with maximum force. Bitters went flying backward and hit the cement hard. Savage followed him up, not hurrying, not paying any attention to the blood and saliva leaking from Bitters's mouth on the cement. He kicked him hard, driving his motorcycle boot into the other side, caving in those ribs as well. He didn't stop there. He systematically began to kick and then punch Bitters, beating him over and over. "Oh, my God!" The voice was faint. Richie turned white. "I don't know the collector's name, but I do know who does. His name is Avery Charles. He runs the website for someone in Russia. He makes snuff films whenever the Russian tells him to. If we sell the kids to him, we get top dollar." The truth came out in a rush of fear, but then he realized what he had revealed and tried to backpedal. "Not me. I've never done it. Paul makes money that way. Sometimes he just grabs kids off the street and sells them to Avery. He doesn't sell the kids. He gets from the collector. That price is too steep." Even Savage had paused in his pursuit of royally fucking up Bitters to listen to Richie. The 3 Torpedo Ink members exchanged long looks. They had run across a Russian connection before. Most of the children in the school where they had been held had been tortured, raped, and then disposed of, but a few had been used in snuff films. In investigations, snuff films were deemed to be not real. They knew better. They had lived through such films when other children, friends they'd been in school with, had not. Ice looked down at Richie without seeing him. Instead, he was back at that school, tied to a pole, whipped, beaten, raped, and used repeatedly. That was bad. He thought it was the worst, but it hadn't been. Not by a long shot. Not when there was Elena and Storm. He wiped the sudden sweat from his eyes and shook his head to clear it. There was no stopping the roaring in his head. "Richie?" His voice was very low. His blue eyes had gone pure crystal. Bile was in his throat. "I think you'd better come clean. It wasn't only Bitters who snatched kids off the street and sold them, knowing Avery Charles was going to have them tortured, raped, and killed in a film for other sickos to get off on. You did too. How many? Where did you find them? I'm not fucking around with you. You don't answer me, and keep in mind I can hear lies. You're going to be in a world of hurt like you've never known." The memories crowded in, so that his gut churned, and his wedding cake threatened to come back up. The demons Soleil had managed to chase away returned in full force. His sins crushed him with their weight. Rage burned in his belly. He could barely see through the haze of red across his eyes, but Maestro and Savage looked equally as enraged. Not that Richie could tell. It was in their eyes, and he was too scared to look that close. "From the park. We'd get them in the park. The young ones. Avery wanted them about 6 or 7, girls or boys. He paid top dollar when the Russian wanted new films." "How often did the Russian want new films?" Ice asked. He put his hands out in front of him and spread his fingers wide. Rock steady. He'd learned to always keep his hands steady. It didn't matter how much blood was in the room, or who was giving orders, or if he knew what was coming. He'd learned absolute control. Absolute. "It wasn't often. Not often," Richie said. "I didn't like that kind of thing, but Bitters wanted us all to be in as deep." I slapped the man almost casually across the face. The blow was hard enough to rock him backward. Blood and spit sprayed out of Richie's mouth. He sobbed and hastily clamped his lips together in an effort to remain silent. "Richie, I didn't ask for your excuses. You need to listen to the question." Yes. He bobbed his head up and down. "I'm sorry. I should have. About every 5 months or so. Maybe 6. I didn't keep track." Richie's gaze went again to Bitters, who was moaning and crying. Savage took scraps of material, wadded them up, and thrust them into Bitters' mouth. "Done with your noise. How many times did you make a child scream?" He got to his feet and walked back to the table to pick up a bottle of water. Maestro took his place, crouching down beside Bitters, a blowtorch in his hand. Bitters didn't seem to be aware that he was there. His gaze followed Savage. Richie, however, stared at Maestro in absolute horror. He tried to move his chair back away from the three members of Torpedo Ink. The chair tipped but didn't go over backward. "What's he going to do?" Richie asked in a low, frightened voice. Ice shrugged. "Ask him, not me." Richie licked at the cracks in his lips. "What are you going to do?" His voice was still low, almost a whisper. His gaze was fixed on the white-hot blue flame coming from the small torch Maestro held in his hand. "This is the kind of thing they use in those snuff films, Richie," Maestro explained. "Paul knows. Don't you, Paul? You have quite the collection. Code found them. You even have them labeled so nicely. The ones with your kids. The ones you sold. You get off on that sick shit, don't you?" Paul began screaming around the gag. "You might want to give me every name in this ring you have going across the country that you know, Richie. Now would be a good time." Ice didn't look at him. He spoke very softly, very matter-of-factly. He didn't sound like he was making a threat, but it was there, right on the cement floor in front of him, along with muffled, agonized screams and the smell of blood and burned flesh. "I don't know very many. I wasn't in the inner circle like Paul. I know Avery, a man named Harold MacDonald. He lives in a little place near the coast, Occidental or something like that. He's a cop, a sheriff." "Small fucking world," Ice observed. They had rescued a teenage boy from a desperate situation with a pedophile. The boy now lived with Torpedo Ink's president, Czar, and his wife Blythe. "We had a little run-in with a man in Occidental, Walter Sandlin. Did you know him?" Richie's eyes widened. "That was you?" "No one had a clue who did him. Some thought the kid he had did him, but Harry said it was too professional to be the kid." "Who else?" "There's David Sway. He's a vendor. Sells hot dogs out of a truck. Goes all over town in Santa Rosa. Lives in Grattan. He's got eyes everywhere. He's close with Bitters and Avery." Richie frowned, trying to remember others, but his body was shuddering, almost in shock, watching as Maestro shut off the torch and patted Bitters' shoulder as he stood up. "Stop your whining, Bitters," Ice said. "You're pissing me off. You like this sort of thing, or you wouldn't get off watching it." Richie began to shake his head. "I don't watch it. I don't. I didn't know they did that to kids." "What did you think they did, Richie?" Ice asked, once more conversational. "It's called a snuff film. I thought they just killed them. Quick, you know. These films aren't for distribution. They're only used for private collectors." He sounded as if that made all the difference in the world. "And each person who asks for a film has to be thoroughly vetted before they're allowed into the circle. It's hard to get in. We're not judgmental. Everyone has different needs and preferences." "So you're not judgmental about anyone who likes to hurt a child and then kill him or her?" Ice pursued. "You're twisting my words," Richie whined. "I didn't say that." "What are you saying, Richie? Because I'm very interested," Ice said. He walked past Bitters, who appeared to be unconscious, and stopped to nudge him with his foot. The man groaned but didn't open his eyes or move. Ice kept walking to the table, where he picked up his bottle of water and downed another third. "That piece of shit thinks he can escape us by going to sleep. Not going to happen." Fury rode him hard. He despised men like Bitters. They had money, and they thought they were above the law. The law would have treated them a lot kinder than the assassins riding after them. Savage got up, scooped ice and water from the cooler on the floor by the table, and stalked over to Bitters. He threw water right in Bitters' face and then stepped on his chest, mashing his foot into the cuts and burns. "Wakey, wakey, Paul," I said. "We're not done with you yet. Until Richie here gives up the name he's protecting, we're going to have to keep showing him what's in store for him if he stays quiet. None of us like you much. We don't mind fucking you up and making sure you feel what those children felt every time you hurt them. So, stay the hell awake." Maestro grabbed the naked, bloody man by his ankle and dragged him across the cement to place him right in front of Richie. Bitters' head bounced on the cement a couple of times, and the hard surface scraped at his skin. He left a trail of blood, urine, and feces behind. Maestro glared at him. "Fucking mess we're going to have to clean up. Should have put a tarp down." "I had one down. You pulled him off of it." "There's one over there," Ice said, indicating the long table under the bank of blacked-out windows where the tools were. "I brought 2 more. His eyes were on Richie, and he caught the shudder and fearful moan. The man couldn't keep his eyes off Bitters. He was fascinated, repulsed, yet couldn't look away. "Good thinking," Maestro said. "I hate cleaning up copious amounts of blood." Shoving at Paul's legs contemptuously, he stalked around the man and went to the narrow table to find the other tarps. "Nice, Ice. Big ones. They burn well, too. My favorite brand." Ice kept watching Richie. "You think you want to give me that name you're holding on to? You gave me a couple of names. A sheriff who we already suspected, a fucking hot dog vendor, and good old Avery, who runs the website which we already know about and infiltrated. Who are you protecting, Richie? Because I promise you, it isn't going to be worth it." Maestro and Savage laid out the tarp and rolled Paul Bitters onto it, keeping him on his back, legs apart. He moaned continuously, a steady sound around the material still stuffed in his mouth. Savage pulled out his knife, the big one, the one that had Richie pulling back in his chair and Paul trying to roll over to crawl away. Both men stared at the obviously razor-sharp knife. Paul made horrible gurgling sounds around his gag as Savage sank a knee onto his chest to prevent him from moving. Richie started a chant, calling on a higher power. For what, Ice wasn't sure. "I need that name, Richie. What is it? Not Avery, but the one who really knows the collector." Richie shook his head, moaning, crying. He didn't take his terrified gaze from the knife, not even when it slashed down through flesh so fast that when it was raised, there was barely a stain of blood on the blade. Richie watched as Paul's eyes nearly popped out of his head. His skin turned purple. He tried to thrash, which sent blood pumping out of his body. It was a slow, ugly death. Ice waited until Bitters was dead. He turned back to Richie with a raised eyebrow. "We didn't like him, Richie. I'm beginning not to like you either. Fucking give me the name, or I'm stripping you and laying you on that other tarp. You've got about 3 seconds to give him up." Tears poured down Richie's face as he stared, mesmerized at Paul's body. He kept shaking his head, but when he looked at Ice, there was a defeated look about him. "Terence." "Last name, and where do we find him?" Ice snapped. "Terence Marshall. My brother, Terence. He knows the collector. He's helped him a couple of times. He was in the ring long before I came in. He sponsored me." As he talked, he kept shaking his head. "He went to school with Avery. They both were contacted by the Russian. That's what they call him, just the Russian." The information spilled out fast. Once the dam burst, he couldn't stop. "Terence helped recruit the ring here. The Russians seemed to know who to send him, and Terence would get blackmail material on them, just in case they didn't want in on the fun. That was what the Russian called it, not me. My brother told me he only had to use the blackmail material on one man, and in the end, the Russian ordered him to kill that one, so he did. The others were happy to be part of the circle, so the blackmail material was just filed away. Terence has it in his safe." "But he's not the collector?" No, he just knows him." Richie began to gag. His stomach heaved, and he began vomiting. Savage grabbed the back of his chair and dragged him over to where the second tarp was laid out. He kicked the chair over, stood behind him, and cut his throat. "Fucking pussy," he snapped. "What a mess. He stood up, holding up his arm. "I'm showering first." He started to walk away and then turned back. "I was 10 years old the first time they burned the fuck out of me, and I didn't even piss my pants. But I cried like a fucking baby. Got the shit kicked out of me for it, too. Second time I was 14, and I never made a sound." He stomped off. Ice was well aware Savage had been burned more than once. He was a twisted son of a bitch, thanks to their schooling and the instructors who loved to torture children. None of them were supposed to survive, and out of 287, only 18 had. They'd banded together, working on strengthening their psychic and physical assets, and had begun to kill off those assaulting them. They had just been children, with no guidance other than Tsar, a child himself, and they'd made their own rules and lived by their own code, relying completely on one another. They were still doing it. Maestro and Ice finished rolling up the two bodies, and they washed off in the deep sink at one end of the room, then peeled off their gloves to add them to the burn pile. "What made you do it, Ice?" "Can't be because she knows how to suck dick," Maestro said. He sat on the table eating an apple as they waited to use the shower. "You mean marrying Soleil?" Ice knew exactly what he meant. "Had to. You knock her up when you gave her an orgasm? Hottest thing I've seen in a long while, by the way. Your woman is fucking gorgeous." "She is, isn't she? And hot as hell." Ice knew Maestro was looking for something to hang on to. They all were. They were drowning, trying to fit into a world they didn't understand. The rules didn't make sense. They'd been raised on violence. It wasn't like they could just stop what was second nature. No, make that first. Ice tried to explain. "She makes my cock hard as a fucking rock. Titanium. I look at her and I'm there. I don't have to have 3 women sucking my dick, one after another, while I tell the damn thing to cooperate. I'm not thinking, Maestro. I'm just feeling. It's terrifying, but holy fuck, I never felt anything like that in my life. I'm not giving that up." "A lifetime is a long time," Maestro pointed out. "What if you can't live with her? What if every time she opens her mouth you want to strangle her?" "I'll shove my cock down her throat, and then she'll be nice and quiet," Ice said, with a little smirk. The smile faded. It was get real time. "She got rid of them." Maestro raised an eyebrow. "Rid of what?" Ice leaned against the wall and drank down the rest of his water. "Wanted to blow my fucking head off, Maestro. Every hour of every day. Demons were eating me alive. Couldn't stop the memories anymore. And they got inside my head and ate their way to my gut. Nothing I tried helped. Lately, I even thought about forcing the cops to do me, but—" He shook his head. "The nightmares were getting so bad sometimes, I couldn't always tell reality from my past. I was really afraid of hurting someone. I stopped going to Tsar and Blythe's house so often because I didn't trust myself." He watched Maestro's face. The man didn't blink but continued watching him. "You know what I need a lot of the time to even contemplate having sex? We're all fucked the hell up. Not one of us is what would be considered normal." He glanced at the door Savage had disappeared behind. "He's the worst of us. How the hell is he going to find someone who'd take him on? Or you? Or me? You just got married, brother." Ice reached for her. She was inside him, wrapped tightly around his organs, his heart, maybe his damn soul if he had one. He let himself smile. She was there. She wasn't going anyplace. She took the demons away. All of them. I didn't feel a fucking thing but good. Paradise, man. She let me do whatever I needed. She didn't flinch when she realized she'd had her first orgasm in a bar in front of my club. And when her mouth was around my cock and I was so close and needed her to keep going, that bitch coming to look down on her because she was fucking jealous, Soleil kept going instead of quitting. She took me all the way. All the fucking way, Maestro. It was a thing of beauty. Never thought I could have it all, but she makes me believe it's possible. Maestro heaved a sigh. "I hope you're right, Ice. But maybe she really was as drunk as fuck. I didn't think so. I thought she was playing you, getting you drunk. We all did. We thought it was funny that both of you were looking to do the other, but then you really went through with it. What's going to happen tomorrow morning when you have to face each other entirely sober? I'm taking her back to Casper with us. Ice made it a statement. I have to keep her. She's my salvation. Maestro shook his head. Face it, Ice. You're not exactly Mr. Romance. You look like it, and the ladies think you are. They want to be with you, but you're not called Ice because you're sweet. That woman doesn't have a clue you're cold and calculating, and you're going to rule her life. Ice shrugged. Doesn't always work that way in the end. Look at Reaper. He's a cold, scary son of a bitch. Anya's got him wrapped around her little finger. And Breezy with Steel. He might be nuts when it comes to knowing where she is every minute, but she still gets her way in almost everything. He looked at Maestro. What about you? What kind of woman do you need? Maestro avoided his eyes. He jumped from the table and walked across to the blacked-out window, as if he could see outside. One who makes my cock work all on its own. I'd be happy with that. Yeah. Wouldn't we all? Savage said, coming out of the bathroom. He carried a plastic bag with his bloody clothes in it. Just once, I'd like to be close to a woman and have my cock go on full alert without me forcing it to. We're talking about what we want in a woman, Maestro said. I'm not sure, beyond fucking her 24/7, Ice knows what he's going to do with his brand-new wife. Savage sent Ice a small smirk. Sounds good. Keep her busy, especially her mouth. She won't say anything to annoy you. Me? I want obedience. The others say that, but they don't mean it. I would have to have it. And she'd better stick damn close to me. Maestro nodded. I like certain things from a woman. If she were mine, I'd expect them. Not going to get what I need from someone I pick up. Savage raised an eyebrow. I do, when I need it. When the rage is so built up, I'm going to fucking kill someone. I get what I need. I find a willing woman to give it to me. Lay it out, so there's no mistakes. She knows what she's getting into. He gave a half-smile that never reached his eyes. She never comes back. There's no going there twice. Fortunately, it isn't all the time. He shrugged his shoulders. You reach a place where you know you're so fucked up, there's no redemption, no way out, and you accept it. I can't change what they did to me. I've tried. It's not happening. So, I live with it same as everyone else. Maestro headed for the shower. Sometimes, Savage, that living doesn't feel like I'm alive. Tsar brought feral jungle cats to civilization and expected us to be tame. There's no taming us. Sometimes I need shit like this just to breathe. He indicated the dead bodies rolled in the tarps. How fucked up is that? Savage watched him disappear behind the shower door. We have to clean that drain, he reminded Ice. The thing is, Ice, you don't need this fucked up shit. You can get it out by beating the shit out of an opponent. Maestro, he's more like I am, although just cutting that fucker's throat would have satisfied him. He has to know he's making a difference for some little kid. Me, I need to make them suffer for what they did. To me, to you, to everyone I care about, to all those kids out there we haven't found yet. Ice hadn't heard the man talk so much in his life. Savage tended to sit back, watchful, lost in the shadows. When he came out of them, he'd explode out and annihilate anyone in his path. Savage was a very scary man, and the best to have on their side. This woman really does it for you? Savage asked. Ice thought it over. Soleil's laughter warmed him when he thought nothing could. She moved something inside him, things he thought were dead or never there in the first place. She brought out his desire to be better. She chased his demons away. She was gorgeous, willing, and seemed to be able to put up with his proclivity to expose her body to others. That aroused him unbelievably, and she was the best lay he'd ever had in his life. Yeah, Savage, she does it for me. I want a chance with her. I may make a mess of everything because I don't know what the fuck I'm doing, but I want that chance." Savage shrugged. "Then the rest of us will make certain you have it." That warmed him. Savage meant it. His brothers would surround him, take his back the way they always did. They'd help him find a way to keep her. He had Lana and Elena to help him. Anya was still with Reaper, and Steele had Breezy. If they could do it, he could. "Things get dicey. I can always go to Blythe for help," Ice said. "Yeah, you might want to be careful there," Savage advised. "She might not approve of getting a woman drunk, seducing her and marrying her, fucking her and then leaving her on your wedding night so you can go fuck up some bastards. She's not going to understand you did all that with the best of intentions because you need the woman." "Shit. Put like that, you got a point." Ice couldn't help his guilty grin. "Blythe doesn't understand what they turned us into. She looks at us the same way she does those kids of hers," Savage observed. "She thinks we can be saved." "I love that about her," Ice said. Savage nodded. "I do too, but I'm just saying be careful." He looked around the room, indicating their talk was over. "We've got work to do. We can start, and when Maestro vacates the shower, you go in and then clean up in there." Ice nodded. He wanted to get back to his woman and wake her up himself. It took another 2 hours of hard work to clean up the mess and remove every bit of evidence that anyone had ever been in the warehouse. They had to burn their clothes as well as the bodies. Fortunately, the club they'd paid to borrow the space from had a nice deal going with one of the local crematoriums. They were careful. They'd learned to pay attention to the smallest detail. Growing up, if one missed a detail, that meant death for them, or another child. They'd learned that the hard way. They'd spent their teenage years and early 20s as assassins for their country. They'd been considered expendable and had been given impossible assignments. But the training they'd been given as children, trying to survive in an environment of rape and torture, had stood them in good stead. They learned how to survive, and whenever possible, one of their brothers or sisters had taken their back. It had been Czar who had brought them together and given them hope. He had been a child himself. He'd seen the dead and dying and knew hope was the only answer. That and banding together. They'd learned to trust one another implicitly, and they still did. They didn't work so well independent of one another. Ice knew that they were somehow woven together, and that was what made them work. That sustained them. Apart, there was no way to survive. Czar had brought them to Sea Haven to find his wife, Blythe, and they'd made the decision to settle in the nearby town of Casper. They'd bought up a good deal of the properties and were slowly bringing the place back to life, but they didn't fit in most places. They would never fit in what was considered normal civilization. They didn't know or understand the bullshit rules of society. Still, they had a great clubhouse and places to live. Their lives were better in some ways. Ice was certain his was going to be getting a whole lot better if he just got over this one last little hump. He had to get his woman on the back of his bike and get her to his home, where he could find a way to convince her to stay with him. Chapter 9. Soleil had the most delicious, erotic dreams she could possibly imagine. She was used to having sexy dreams, but these were beyond the scope of her imagination, making her want to blush. She had been woken up 4 times by the hottest man, with the most amazing body, blue eyes, and 3 intriguing tattooed teardrops dripping down one side of his face. He knew exactly what he was doing with his hands, his mouth, and that gorgeous cock of his. She stretched, arms over her head, and her body protested. Sinfully, deliciously, achingly, all in a good way. She'd never felt that before waking. She wasn't a morning person at all. She didn't like getting up to face empty days. Most mornings, she covered her head and tried to stay in bed as long as possible, but her body felt different. Everything felt different. So alive. She pried her eyes open, just enough to look out. A window faced her, and it was definitely morning, or maybe afternoon. She'd practically lived her entire life in hotels, the most luxurious hotels around the world. This was not one of them. She blinked, trying to change what she was seeing into what she knew her reality to be. Water running in the shower was the first sound Soleil actually catalogued, then voices and the roar of a motorcycle. Her body felt so relaxed and sated, she almost turned back over and went to sleep. But then images began to seep in as awareness blossomed, little bits and pieces floating into her mind. That gorgeous man with the teardrops dripping down his face, crystalline blue eyes, hair thick and wild, so blonde it was almost platinum, a body to die for, his mouth between her legs, bending her over a pool table. "Oh, my God," she whispered aloud. She chanted it as more images drove through her brain. It didn't matter that she tried to stop them. The floodgates opened. Kneeling on the floor of a shop, the most amazing cock in her mouth, looking up at him as she knelt, and her entire body going into the most amazing sensations she'd ever experienced, his body moving in hers. She groaned, turned over onto her back again, and flung one arm up to cover her eyes, trying to push away reality. She'd done some stupid things in her life, but this, she would have to call Kevin and confess. He would tell her what to do. This was on her, completely on her. What had she done? Guilt assailed her. She had seduced a very sweet man because he was perfect. Everything she'd ever wanted. She'd trapped him into marriage. She'd gotten him drunk. She'd seduced him in every way a woman could, deliberately, boldly. It didn't matter that he'd been attempting to do the same to her. She knew she had made a choice to keep him for selfish reasons, and she would have to confess to him and let him go. The thought made her want to cry. She'd have to call Kevin and make this right for Ice. It suddenly came to her that she didn't have Kevin. He was gone. An accident. She had a fiancé. "Oh, my God," she whispered again, only this time it wasn't about whatever insanity she'd done after meeting the hottest, sweetest man in the world. That she'd take responsibility for. This was about Winston and his pack of rabid killers out to murder her. She sat up, dropping her head in her hands, pushing at the hair spilling around her face and down her back. She lifted her head and met piercing blue eyes, crystalline eyes. Her heart clenched hard. Those eyes held amusement, although he wasn't smiling. He just sat in a chair opposite the bed and stared at her. Something wasn't quite right. He didn't feel right. She was certain she'd connected to him in a way she'd never connected with anyone, yet she didn't feel that way now. She just felt awkward. What did one say to a man they'd spent the night with? Not just spent the night with, but had the most amazing, mind-blowing sex ever with. She forced herself to focus because no matter how hard she tried to make this man the one who had given her that very first orgasm, and then 100 more, something wasn't right. He didn't have those 3 teardrops dripping from his eye. The drops were tattoos. One couldn't just get rid of them so easily. A chill went through her. This wasn't the same man. They were twins. She stared at him in horror. "Oh, my God." "You keep saying that." She became aware that she didn't have a stitch on. Not one. The blankets were pulled around her waist, and her breasts were very much on display. She knew because she looked down. There were smudges on her breasts, red marks, faint strawberries. She yanked the blankets up to her chin. "Who are you? I didn't—" She gestured, unsure what to say, what to ask. "Not both of you." That would be the most humiliating thing she could imagine. He drew back. "I wouldn't ever touch my brother's wife." For a moment, her brain froze. Her body froze. She couldn't move or think. She just stared at him. It was all true. She'd really done that despicable act. The worst thing a woman could do to a man. She'd trapped him into marriage. Nice wedding in the chapel. Party at the bar. Pictures. Ice couldn't keep his hands off you or you him. I didn't think the two of you were going to make it to your room before the official consummation. He sounded totally amused. He was laughing at her, and she couldn't blame him. She lifted up her left hand, and sure enough there was a ring. It was laminated paper with a very intricate drawing, but it was there. She remembered the ring he had slipped on her finger, and she wanted to cry. She loved that silly ring, that he'd thought to do that for her. He'd bought her a dress worth nearly $20,000. She'd let him do that. All that money, the chapel, a party with a wedding cake. She'd really done it. She'd gotten him drunk enough that he'd signed her prenup and married her. His twin sat there, thinking it was a huge joke, when poor sweet Ice had been taken such advantage of. She dropped her pounding head into her hands. Her head hurt so badly, but she knew she hadn't gotten drunk. Tipsy maybe, but not drunk. She couldn't even claim drinking as an excuse for her behavior. Fear for her life maybe, but not alcohol. Guilt overwhelmed her. She didn't have Kevin to sort things out. She peeked through her fingers, her gaze searching the room. There was a leather jacket over the back of a chair. It said Torpedo Ink on it, and had a tree, skulls and ravens on it. Ice had that same tree, skulls and ravens, tattooed on his back. She'd traced every bit of it with her tongue. It was beautiful on him. Not only had she married a stranger, she'd married a biker, because when she screwed up, she didn't do it by halves. "I need to get up. Would you mind leaving?" She used her most reasonable voice. She didn't dare show panic when inside she was shaking like a leaf and wanting to put the blanket over her head. "Can't do that, honey," he said. "Ice asked me to look after you while he's getting ready. We're leaving soon. Need to get back home." That was such a relief. She felt like she could breathe. "I'm Soleil, but I guess you know that. You're—" she prompted. "Storm, Ice's twin." The water went off in the shower, and her heart started pounding all over again. She touched her tongue to her dry lips. "I clearly didn't drink enough water last night. Ice left you a couple of aspirin and a bottle of water on the nightstand there." She glanced over, and sure enough, there was a cold bottle of water and a couple of white pills sitting on a tissue. She stretched her arm out from under the covers. "Where is home?" He gestured toward the jacket. "Casper, on the coast." She'd never heard of it. "I live in San Francisco," she volunteered, because she couldn't think of anything intelligent to say. "That's about 3.5 to 4 hours from us. You probably know Sea Haven. Little place, but very popular." She nodded. "I've actually been there a couple of times. It's very pretty." She rubbed her forehead with the heel of her hand. "My head is killing me. I know I didn't drink that much last night, and I don't get drunk. I don't get hangovers. Probably mixing your drinks. Does it every time." Storm stood up as his twin came out of the bathroom, toweling his hair dry. Ice wore a pair of jeans that rode low on his narrow hips. His torso and abdomen were all muscle, and all scars. She could see the white lines and ridges across his skin. They didn't detract in the least from his good looks. No man had the right to be that good-looking. His eyes met hers, and instantly her stomach did a slow roll, and a million butterflies took wing. At the same time, she recognized him. Her body recognized him. She felt him all over again, waking her at least 4 times, his body buried in hers. She had a mini-orgasm just looking into his eyes. She was afraid her makeup was running down her face. It had to be. He looked like a model, and she looked like a wreck. He kept coming straight across the room to her, put his knee on the bed and bent down to take her mouth. She should have pulled back. She should have protested. She did neither. She opened her mouth under the coaxing of his, and then there was nothing at all but ice. His mouth, fire running through her veins, his tongue tangling with hers, his arms sweeping her against him, tight, skin to skin, her breasts pressed into all those defined muscles, her nipples twin flames dragging over his chest. Her arms slid around his neck of their own accord, and everything but ice went out of her brain. His mouth left hers, and he kissed and nipped his way over her chin, down her throat to the swell of her breast. His mouth closed over her left breast while he cupped her right one in his palm, thumb stroking her nipple. "Good morning, Princess." His voice was mesmerizing. let alone his mouth, his kisses, his hands. "Good morning." She was shy, when that was absolutely nuts because he'd had his mouth, his fingers, and his cock inside her so many times. "The shower's all yours. We have to get moving, babe. We're pulling out in under an hour. You hungry? Storm can bring you some breakfast if you are." Storm? Her gaze jumped across the room. The man didn't even have the decency to look uncomfortable. She tried to raise the covers again, although there was that part of her she couldn't quite control that always thought it was so hot when someone caught glimpses of her. She was ridiculously proud of the fact that she had Ice's marks all over her breasts, and someone saw them there. "I'm not hungry." The thought of eating made her sick. She was going to have to confess to Ice, tell him the truth, tell him what a horrible person she was, and make the responsible decision to sort it all out. She'd created the mess, and she was the one who had to deal with it, even though she no longer had Kevin. Ice had the covers in his hand, and he prevented her from raising them. "Shower, then, Soleil. We're really in a hurry this morning. We need to talk." She needed to tell him they were getting an annulment immediately, that she'd take that responsibility. "I have to talk to you," she whispered, trying not to look at his brother. She didn't want him to see the guilt on her face. Certainly, Ice wouldn't want to stay married. They were strangers. She didn't fit into a club. She didn't fit in anywhere. And there were Winston and the others, powerful men who wanted her dead. She couldn't take the chance of them coming into Ice's life. That wouldn't be fair either. "We can talk after your shower." Ice pulled the covers all the way back, scooped her up, and cradled her in his arms. She was totally naked. She wasn't even wearing panties. Worse, just those kisses and his hands and mouth on her breasts had made her slick with need between her legs. She was in such trouble. She wanted him so much. She wanted to keep him. She told herself he wasn't a pet. He was a grown, maybe scary, dangerous man, but to her he was the sweetest, kindest, most caring person she'd ever known. Ice didn't seem to think anything of having another man in the room while she was naked. At all. Before she could think she could protest, his mouth came down on hers again, and her brain malfunctioned. Her body melted into his. Little sparks of electricity danced over her skin, and lightning seemed to zigzag through her, from her mouth to her breasts to her clit. Her sex clenched hungrily. She seemed to float through the air. That's what he did to her. Then her feet were on the ground, and he was lifting his head. "You all right by yourself in here? I can stay and watch you shower," he offered wickedly. "If I shower with you, we're never leaving the room." Wrapping her arms around her middle, Soleil backed away from him. Her entire body trembled. Her insides felt shaky. Her breasts ached, and deep inside she throbbed and burned with need. She wanted him to stay there. Her gaze dropped hungrily to the front of his jeans. She loved what he had there. She wanted it. He let out a groan. "Babe, we're not going to get anywhere if we keep this up." She knew that. She couldn't think straight when she was with him. She should have been telling him they weren't married, and he couldn't touch or kiss her, but instead she wanted him to push her up against the wall and repeat all the amazing things he'd done to her the night before. She remembered everything with great clarity. She hadn't been drunk, not even when he laid her out on the pool table, her wedding dress bunched around her waist, and eaten her until she'd been screaming for mercy. She knew she should be embarrassed about her bad behavior, but it was impossible when he made her feel beautiful and special and wanted, when he'd given her the most amazing orgasms ever, and when he was still looking at her as if she were the only woman on the face of the earth, and he could easily slam her up against a wall and take her 1,000,000 times without it ever being enough. Ice brushed a kiss on her forehead. "Hurry, baby." He gave her a swat on her bottom and turned away from her. She watched him go out before turning to look at herself in the mirror. She nearly groaned. She had bruises on her face, some swelling. She also had makeup under her eyes, with a faint stream of shadowy black running down her face. How could he even look at her when she was such a mess, especially with the lust in his eyes that was so plain there? The hot water felt wonderful on all the sore places. She had a lot of them. She scrubbed her skin, although she found herself reluctant to remove Ice's scent from her body. She liked belonging to him. No, she loved it. Even in the light of day, knowing it would be a mistake to carry on with the fantasy fairy tale they'd woven together, she wanted him and the life he offered. His club, his family. She had things she had to face. She couldn't run away and just become someone else, although she'd fantasized about doing just that 1,000,000 times from early childhood on. And after she told him the truth, that she'd deliberately gotten him drunk, no man would want to be trapped into marriage, especially a man like Ice. She took her time shampooing and conditioning her hair with the expensive and great-smelling products Ice had left for her. She wondered vaguely where he'd gotten them, where he'd gotten the money for the dress. The motel was inexpensive, so it was confusing that he'd laid down so much money for their wedding. Wedding. She groaned and stepped out of the shower, wrapping her hair in a towel so she could see what she could do about her face. She didn't have her clothes, and she needed them. She bent over the sink to study the swelling. It wasn't nearly as bad as it had felt when Winston hit her. Her ribs ached a little, and so did her stomach from where Winston had punched her. Actually, her stomach hurt more than anything else, which was probably why she didn't have any interest in food. The door behind her opened, and Ice sauntered in, coming right to her. Before she could straighten, he laid a hand on the middle of her back, holding her in place, while his other hand caressed and stroked the cheeks of her bottom. She closed her eyes and just savored the way he made her feel. Beautiful, desirable, sexy, like a woman, wholly feminine. "I love the way you smell," he said. "Brought you some clothes, but now that I see the temptation, I don't know." His hand slid lower, fingers finding the instant response he seemed to generate, that slick heat. He buried his fingers deep and then stroked them over her burning clit. She couldn't help pushing back against his hand. "Ice, we aren't really married, are we?" She sounded breathless, wanting. She was so addicted to him it was insane. "I mean, I know we were at the chapel, but you can't want—" She drifted off, because his fingers were magic, and it was impossible to hold comprehensive thoughts. "Definitely married, baby. Have the marriage certificate to prove it. We're locked in nice and tight. Spent all night fucking you. Considering spending the next few days doing the same, but not in this dump. You deserve so much better, and I want you to see the house." "The house?" she echoed faintly. Reality was getting away from her. "There's a house?" "Yeah, Princess. A house. It isn't exactly the castle you deserve, but it's nice. And Lana wants us to get home, so she can see for herself that you're all right." His fingers were gone, and he smacked her on her left cheek a second time. "Get dressed, baby, and let's get on the road." She leaned against the sink, watching him saunter out with that same easy stride that looked like a leisurely prowl. He was so sexy, so hot. One didn't marry someone just because they could provide endless orgasms, did they? Could you fall in love with a cock? She had. She was in love with everything about him, and definitely his cock. Her body was singing, alive, happy. She was happy, if she could push away the guilt. She desperately needed to have the talk with him, but she didn't want to lose him. She took a deep breath and dressed. The clothes were brand new and fit perfectly. She let herself remember shopping with him. Such a beautiful, unforgettable night. She remembered him making her laugh when she was so scared, walking in the open down the street. So afraid Winston or one of his friends would see her. Ice made her feel safe. His brothers and Elena crowded around her, taking her back in the bar, giving her something she'd never had before. What was she thinking? Even if she could escape into another life, she had no way of fitting in. She didn't know the first thing about club life or relationships. She'd blow that right away. She stared at herself as she brushed her teeth with the toothbrush that was left for her on the sink, still in his wrapper. He'd thought of everything, including a brush, comb, and hair ties. She braided her hair on the off chance that she lost her mind completely and went with him. She wasn't going to do that. She needed to stop the nonsense before it was completely out of hand, but Ice was there again, and she realized he hadn't closed the door between the bathroom and the main room. She hadn't even noticed because she was so deep in thought. He caught her thick braid and tugged, pulling her head back. "You thinking of leaving me already, baby?" He tugged again. His eyes met hers, and the blue was more crystal, more glacier than she remembered. Sexy as hell. It felt as if he were seeing all the way to her soul. Her sex clenched, and her stomach did that slow roll. She pressed her hand there. He didn't let go of her hair, and she felt the pull on her scalp, a small bite of pain that was more erotic than anything else. "Well, yes," she admitted, deciding honesty was really the best policy. "You were drinking, Ice. A lot." She cleared her throat. "I did this to you. I took one look at you, and you're so beautiful, so perfect. And I wanted you for myself. It was wrong. I know it was. I knew it then, but I was drinking. Maybe a little too much myself, but that's not an excuse. I shouldn't be making excuses." "Stop, Princess. You can't possibly want to be married to me. You don't know anything at all about me. Isn't being in a club all about freedom?" She tried to make a joke when she didn't feel in the least humorous. Now that she'd made the confession and told him the truth, it hurt to know she'd have to leave him. Really hurt. That was unexpected. That was how far she'd wanted to believe in the fairy tale. "I knew what I was doing every step of the way, Soleil. I wanted you from the first time I saw you on the street. When you walked into the bar, I knew then I was going to find a way to keep you. You wanted me to sign the prenup. I had no problem with it." He let go of her hair. "You signed mine. I gave you an out every step of the way. It's done. We're married. You're my wife, and every single club member knows your husband was in here fucking your brains out because you're not quiet when you come for me." She blushed. That was true. She hadn't believed in screaming orgasms. She wasn't even certain she'd believed in orgasms, screaming or quiet, until Ice. Now it was the absolute truth. He could make her scream, and he had, often. "Sex and marriage aren't at all the same thing," she pointed out. "Yeah, well, if all you're feeling is the sex right now, I'll take it." Ice caught her hand and pulled her out of the bathroom to the bedroom. Putting one hand on her belly, he gently pushed until she sank down onto the mattress. He crouched down and took her foot in his hand, pulling on a sock. "I'm trying to save you, and you aren't helping." Soleil was feeling a little desperate. "Save me from who? From what? I was sober, Soleil. I want you to be my wife. Do you even know what you are?" She shook her head. "A fucking miracle, that's what you are," he said, and pulled on her boot. It wasn't easy. She had to push her foot into it, and she did so without looking at him. He made her want to cry. She was no one's miracle, more like their nightmare. "I'm not, you know. There's things that could get you hurt." There it was, the truth. She had to keep him safe because he didn't seem to comprehend. She came with too much baggage. "You have a sister, Elena. She needs to be safe. Your brother." She waved toward the window. "All the people you care about. And that's not even getting into the fact that we have no idea if we're even compatible." He pulled up her other sock and rubbed over her calf before reaching for the boot. "I think we more than proved that we're compatible, Princess. As for the trouble you bring, the baggage, if you mean that pussy Winston, he'll find it won't be so easy to take on a club, if he's so inclined. My guess, once you're gone, he'll disappear." She shook her head. "He won't, Ice. And he has friends, policemen, lawyers, money behind him. He won't stop." Ice tilted his head to look at her, and the morning sun fell across his face like a spotlight. His eyes were as cold as their color, a complete glacier. He suddenly looked predatory, dangerous even. Her sweet, easy-going Ice caused a shiver to go down her spine. That expression on his face should have been a red flag, but instead it caused her blood to go hot and rush through her veins like a drug. "Let him come, then, Soleil. We're out of here. The boys are ready. Even Elena's ready. I've packed everything, including your dress. That thing needs to be put in a frame and hung on the wall." She ignored the hand he held out to her. Someone had to be practical. He might think he could handle Winston and his friends, but the members of Ice's club would be considered outlaws. Winston could harass them, although would he really think she was with a motorcycle club? Even if he found out about their marriage, how would he know where to find Ice? Unless he found out about their marriage and tracked them through the marriage certificate. The final copy would be mailed to Ice's address. She just couldn't do that to him. She walked to the window and stared out. Below them was the long row of bikes, with men either sitting on them or talking together close to them. She spotted Elena with her platinum hair on her own bike. Heads turned toward the center of the parking lot. A cop car had driven in with another vehicle behind it. Her heart stopped when Winston jumped out on the passenger side and followed the policeman to the office. One by one the bikes started up, their pipes roaring. Heart pounding, she turned to Ice. Her mouth was dry. She felt as if she'd been punched in the stomach all over again. She knew the color had drained from her face. Ice silently handed her a jacket and gloves, and then stepped up to the window to take in everything happening in the parking lot. The cop, manager, and Winston were talking together toward the stairs on the opposite end. Watching them, Soleil pulled on the jacket, zipped it up, and tugged on the gloves, already moving to the door. Ice stopped her. "That him? The maggot? Does he have the cops looking for you?" She knew he might misinterpret the reason, but she didn't care. They had to leave now. She nodded. He pushed sunglasses on her nose and handed her a helmet. She stuffed her braid into the helmet and settled it on her head. Ice took her hand and they walked out together, his arm around her waist as they went to the opposite staircase, their backs to the cop. She could hear them knocking on a door and the manager calling out to the occupant. Ice swung his leg over his Harley, and she put her hand on his shoulder and climbed on behind him, settling onto the seat, her arms around him. His brothers began to take off, one by one in formation. Ice followed suit, and then they were away from the motel. She could take a breath, breathe. Elation filled her. Winston was checking hotels and motels. Some poor woman must have checked in alone, and they were making certain that woman wasn't her. Winston hadn't even glanced at the motorcycles. Clearly, it hadn't occurred to him that she would be with them. She tightened her arms around Ice and let herself be carried away by the experience. The wind was warm, and because there were no doors or windows, she felt as if she were right out with the scenery. It was beautiful once they left Vegas. She loved having the other bikes around them. Somehow it made the experience more powerful. She loved the feeling of freedom. Several times Ice put his hand over hers, and she loved that small connection between them. She should have been thinking about how she had screwed up and needed to end their marriage as quickly as possible, but she loved riding on the motorcycle with him. She loved holding him close and feeling the vibration of the bike between her legs. Maybe it was because she found Ice so sexy that she found the bike that way as well. Hours passed. They stopped for a water break and to top off gas tanks, but they rode steadily throughout the day. The buzz faded a little, to be replaced by aches and pains, her body protesting the long ride when she wasn't used to it. She didn't complain. She was just grateful she had Ice to hang on to. He continued to do little things that kept her aware of him. More importantly, the way he touched her, dropping his hand to wrap it around her thigh, rubbing the back of her gloved hand, just small things, but they made her feel important to him. They stopped to eat at a little diner just off the highway toward evening. They parked their bikes and went in, Storm catching the door to allow Soleil and Ice through. Ice had his hand on the small of her back as they walked inside. Her legs were very shaky, and she desperately needed the ladies' room. As if he knew, Ice walked straight to the door. As she went inside, Elena ducked in with her. "Those boys, they just keep riding no matter what," Elena said, laughing as they raced for the stalls. "I didn't think we'd ever stop," Soleil admitted. "I was expecting you to tell Ice to take a rest." Soleil thought about that. She was tired, and she knew they had a distance to go. Vegas was at least 8.5 hours from San Francisco by car. If Casper was 3 or 4 hours from San Francisco, even traveling a different route, they still had a long way to go. She found she didn't care. She washed her hands and looked at Elena through the mirror. "I like traveling this way. With him, he feels safe." Elena's smile was slow in coming, but it was genuine. "He's a good man. He wants this, Soleil. I know you're probably freaking out a little. You think? I tried to tell him I wasn't drunk, that I was the one trying to get him drunk, but he wouldn't listen. I thought about making a run for it for his sake, but he doesn't want me to. I can handle all the details of getting an annulment or divorce, but he says no." Elena laughed softly. "That's so funny. You both were trying to do the same thing. I think that just goes to show you that you're meant for each other." Were they? She didn't want to leave Ice. She wanted a different life. She always had. But he was a stranger, and his way of life was so completely the opposite of everything she knew. When she let her brain actually work, she knew she was insane not to call a lawyer and get an annulment immediately for both their sakes. But she was already walking out of the restroom, and he was there, leaning against the wall. The moment she spotted him, her heart beat wildly, and she could barely breathe. He had draped himself there, appearing casually gorgeous, looking down at his phone and not at the waitresses vying for his attention. The moment she walked out, he glanced up, his blue eyes drifting over her possessively. Just that look sent her stomach on a crazy roller coaster ride. He smiled at her. His eyes lit up as if beneath the ice was a spotlight, shining through the crystal so that all that blue sparkled, just for her. He made her feel as if there were no other women in the world but her, and she was his everything. "I have helmet hair," she greeted, and then silently cursed herself, wishing she had something scintillating to offer, but looking at him, she was tongue-tied. "You look beautiful, Princess." Ice took her hand and led her to the booth where his brother, Elena, and Maestro sat. Ice waited for her to get in first and slide all the way to the wall. He slipped in beside her and pressed up against her, his thigh to hers. His brethren sat in the surrounding booths, almost as if she was in the center of the club. It was an interesting concept. She was most always alone when she ate, although she didn't frequent diners. She had no siblings, and the idea of having others care enough to look out for her was part of that fantasy she seemed caught in. The waitress hurried over and handed them all menus. She stared at Ice and Storm. "You must be twins." Ice didn't look up. Storm answered. "That's what they tell us." The waitress threw back her head and laughed louder than Soleil thought was strictly necessary. Maestro shook his head, and Elena looked bored. "Anything look good, baby?" Ice asked, leaning into her. He took her hand and rubbed his thumb over her knuckles. She tried not to be distracted, but that light back-and-forth motion felt intimate. She pretended to study the menu, but she couldn't think. He could wreak havoc with such a small gesture. Just when she thought she would have to pull her hand away, he dropped their hands to his thigh, pushing her palm over the hard muscle there and holding it to him. That felt even more intimate. "Princess?" Ice prompted. She cleared her throat. "I'll have the taco salad." It was the only item she could actually read, and she prayed it would be good because she was hungry. The waitress wrote down her order and then stood there, staring at Ice and Storm. They both gave their orders, as did Elena and Maestro. The waitress pulled her gaze from the twins to bat her eyelashes at Maestro. "My woman's hungry," Ice said without looking up. It was a clear order. His tone made Soleil shiver. He pressed her hand tighter and then threaded his fingers through hers. "We would have stopped sooner, babe, had you said you needed a break." "I was pretty impressed," Maestro said. "We all expected you to call a stop. Do you remember me?" He sent her a cocky grin. She tried not to blush. These men had seen her in the throes of passion, Ice's mouth between her legs, her riding his fingers and screaming out her orgasm. Just like that, she was hot and slick again, squirming a little in her seat. "You plied me with liquor all night. "Of course I remember you, Maestro. I would presume you like music." She was so glad she hadn't whined and insisted on stopping. If it had been a test, she'd passed it with flying colors. "You'd be right," Elena said, making a face when she took a sip of her coffee. "Maestro is amazing on the piano. He can play just about any instrument, and when he actually admits it, he can sing, too." "Coffee sucks," Storm said, "but it's all we've got. Elena has a soft opening of her restaurant in a couple of days. That's one of the reasons we're hurrying back. She wants to see to all the details." She was grateful Elena had needed to go back to their home. What if Winston had caught her in the room with Ice? Judging by the way Ice had cordoned her off from the rest of the room with his body, he would have fought for her. He probably would have gotten beaten up or gone to jail. A little shiver went down her spine at the thought. Did she really have the right to put him in jeopardy? Any of them? "You're opening a restaurant?" That didn't seem like a club thing to do. Elena nodded. "I was so excited about it." She leaned her chin onto the heel of her hand. "But now that it's close, I want to vomit. It's so scary. What if no one comes? What if no one likes my cooking? I'm the chef, and I won't be dealing that much with the customers, but it's my place, and I want them happy." "I take it you like to cook." That was such a revelation. Elena wanted to be a chef and cook for others. She hadn't thought much about it, but everyone probably needed to work. At least most everyone. She'd tried various ideas, but the moment any employer found out who she really was, everything changed. Most actually brought her business opportunities for her to invest in. The idea that Elena was making her dream come true moved her. She looked up at Ice. He had put his arm around her and was idly massaging her neck. He brushed the pads of his fingers there, massaging and then using the pads of his fingers again, sliding them gently over her skin. She felt those darts of fire running to her breasts, making her entire body aware of him, aware of everything about him, his scent, his heat, the way he brought every nerve ending alive. She was aware of the breath moving in and out of his lungs. She didn't know if it was the motorcycle that had increased the connection between them, but it was definitely strong. "Does everyone in the club work?" "Pretty much, yeah," Storm answered. "Savage and Reaper work at the club. They aren't the kind of men to work for someone else. We all bring in money. The cash is shared collectively." Soleil frowned. "You work and any money you make goes to the club? Not to you?" Ice shrugged. "We've always worked like that. This way, whoever needs it fast has something to draw on immediately." "The club paid for my restaurant," Elena pointed out. "We have a bar and a couple of apartments over the bar we rent out, although at the moment we're renovating them. We're bringing in a grocery store as well. That's just now getting up and running. Inez Nelson is the owner of the store in Sea Haven, and she's going in with us as partners. Ink has his tattoo shop running, and Mechanic and Transporter have their custom automotive garage." "That's amazing. I didn't even consider that all of you would have regular jobs." She hadn't, and that smacked of prejudice. She liked them. She wasn't prejudiced against bikers, but she did have preconceived notions about them. Ice suddenly caught her chin and turned his head toward her. "Kiss me, babe. I don't think I can go another minute. You want to save my life, right? That can be your job." She didn't think about it or protest. She turned her face up to his without hesitation and kissed him. Butterflies went crazy. Chaos reigned in her head. Her breasts ached and her nipples pushed tightly against her lacy bra, scraping on the fabric. He tasted like sin, temptation, the devil enticing her down a dark, wicked path. She didn't care. She gave herself to him and was instantly rewarded with the fire rushing through her veins. It was hot. It was dangerous. It was everything she remembered. Only Ice, only Soleil. She cupped the side of his face as she kissed him thoroughly, completely, losing her ability to breathe, so he did it for them. The hand holding hers beneath the table stroked her rib cage, and then her stomach so gently, right over the places Winston had struck her. His fingers edged up the material of her tank, so his palm laid against bare skin. It felt as if he branded her. It felt as if he soothed those lingering aches. The waitress almost dropped their plates onto the table. Ice lifted his head very slowly, uncaring of the noise or distraction. He rested his forehead against hers. "Nice job, baby. You got me through the next couple of hours." Is that a real job? She told herself she should be embarrassed by the public displays of affection, especially the behavior she'd engaged in with Ice the night before. But even thinking about it made her hot all over. She loved that she could be with him and he touched her or kissed her whenever or however he wanted. He made her feel wanted when she never had been. He nodded. "Needs saving, Princess, and it seems only you can manage it." He took her hand again, and this time, beneath the table, pressed it over his cock. "See what you do to me? That's fucking real, baby. That's what you do. Need that. Need to know you can put that there for me." She rubbed, wishing she could crawl under the table and have him for dinner. She looked up at him so he could see that need and hunger in her eyes. "I have news for you, honey," she said, reluctant to be honest. "Just about any woman can do that for you. You're amazing." Storm groaned. Elena rolled her eyes. Maestro shook his head. Now he's never going to shut up about how fucking amazing he is. Ice brought her knuckles to his mouth. "She's amazing. Putting up with you, I have to admit she is," Elena said. "How did you meet Lana?" Soleil's heart dropped. She picked up her fork and pretended to find the taco salad interesting. "I came to Vegas with a man who was really nasty. He wanted to get married. I said no, and he got very angry and shook me, left a few bruises. Lana was in the restroom when I came in, and she warned me to be careful when I made it clear I wasn't going to marry him." She touched the bruise on her face. "I have them a few other places as well. He got really angry when I made myself clear. I took off and remembered she put her number in my phone just in case." She glanced at Ice a little warily. He immediately leaned into her and brushed a kiss over the bruise. "Thank fuck he was a bastard and I got you. Soleil doesn't need any more questions right now. We don't like them. She doesn't need them." She sent him a grateful smile. She wanted to fit in. She wanted Elena and the others to like her, but she didn't know what she was doing just yet, and she had quite a few things she had to figure out before she went much further. "Sorry, hun. Ice is right. However you came to us doesn't matter, only that you did. It was a great wedding, and we have some amazing pictures. The photographer was awesome. We sent him home when the party was in full swing, but we all took pictures just for you and Ice." Soleil thanked her, thanked all of them. "You all were so sweet to pull off a wedding in a couple of hours." She was a little afraid to see the pictures. She knew exactly what had gone on once the photographer had left. "Your dress was amazing," Elena said. "I can't believe my brother has such good taste. And I loved your shoes." Soleil loved those shoes, too. They were very sexy and went with the dress perfectly. Ice had carefully wrapped the dress and shoes, and they were stowed away with her extra pair of jeans in a bag on his motorcycle. Just the fact that he was so thoughtful had her wanting to cry. No one in her life had ever taken that kind of care of her. "She looks fabulous in heels," Ice said, his fingers once more massaging her neck. He took her free hand and put it in his lap, over that thick bulge that made her want to lick him from head to toe. She matched the rhythm of his fingers on her neck, slowly massaging the bulge from tip to balls. He was so hard, so perfect. By the time they were ready to ride again, she was fairly certain it was entirely possible to fall in love with a cock. She loved the shape and hardness of him, the promise of what he could bring her, of what she knew she could bring him. His taste. She had that taste in her mouth and wanted more on her tongue and down her throat. It was absolutely possible to fall in love with that portion of his anatomy. Chapter 10. Soleil stared at the house in sheer shock. It was the last thing she'd expected. The front of the house, facing the ocean, was all glass, from floor to ceiling. A massive covered deck wrapped from one side around the back all the way to the other side of the house, leaving just a porch and entryway in the front. It was elegant and beautiful and impressive all at once. Her legs were still shaky from the long ride, and she was very tired, but looking in through the glass, she could see a fire going in the fireplace, and that was something she'd always dreamt of when she'd fantasized about having a home. Just looking at it made her forget how exhausted she was. "Ice," she whispered, "is this really yours?" He slung his arm around her neck. "Ours," he corrected. "Czar insisted we all have homes of our own. Wanted us to put roots down here and become part of the community." He shrugged. "I like this house because of all the glass. It still gives you a sense of freedom, not confinement." Soleil looked up at him. That was a strange reason for buying a house, needing glass so one could feel free versus confined. She leaned into him. He was a strong man and gave her a sense of safety. It occurred to her that he felt safer out in the open rather than behind walls. That was an odd concept to understand. It only brought home to her much more that she knew very little about the man she had married. Ice leaned down and brushed a kiss over her lips. "Don't look so scared. You're safe with me, Soleil. I swear to you, I won't let anything bad happen to you. I intend to make you the happiest woman in the world." He gestured toward the steps leading to an ornate glass door. The heavy door had a replica of their jackets. Torpedo Ink logo, only this was in stained glass and very large, taking up a great deal of the door. The tree, the skulls in the roots, the ravens and the branches, as well as a few flying away, were very distinct and detailed. "Someone made this for you," she guessed. The attention to each element was superb. She could look at the door all day. "Someone you know." "One of the brothers. Casimir is married to Lissa, a glassblower. She's famous for her chandeliers. She also does metal and stained glass work. I pitched the idea of the door to her, and she went to work on it immediately." "The work is amazing." Soleil knew quality when she saw it. Again, her preconceived notions of how her husband lived were completely wrong. She pictured him living in a clubhouse with his brothers and partying every night. "Haven't really lived here," Ice admitted, as if guessing her thoughts. "None of us are comfortable living alone. We spent far too much time together watching one another's backs." He reached around her and opened the door, swooped her up and carried her inside, laughing, his expression happy as he kissed her and then set her feet on the entryway floor. Soleil stepped deeper into the house, and her breath caught in her throat, the question of why they had to watch one another's backs fading along with her joy at his carrying her over the threshold as she gazed inside. The house felt welcoming. It was large, but not too large. The high ceilings gave it a spacious feel, and the thick, luxurious carpets and long stone fireplace made the house feel unexpectedly cozy. She found herself clutching Ice's arm in excitement. "I've never had a home," she admitted, sounding breathless, even to her own ears. "This is spectacular." Ice flashed his heart-stopping smile and gestured to the interior. "Look around, Princess. This is your castle. Feel free to do anything you'd like with it." The brothers and Lana hastily added a few pieces of furniture for us. They also stocked the refrigerator. It's nowhere near the things we'll need, so we can go furniture shopping in a few days. Her heart was pounding, beating way too fast. For a moment, she thought she might not be able to breathe. She wanted a family and a home more than anything. Ice was so casual about it, waving his hand around and telling her they'd go pick out furniture. That was what couples did. They shopped for household items together. Tears welled up, and she looked away from him, not wanting him to see. Naturally he did, because when something involved her, Ice seemed to see everything. He stepped in front of her and tipped up her chin with his finger under it. "Tell me what's wrong, baby." His voice was soft and compelling. Her body reacted the way it did around him, coming to a full alert, every nerve ending springing to life. She wanted to close her eyes and escape his scrutiny, those amazing blue eyes of his that seemed to see everything, but it was impossible. "It's not wrong. It's all right. Unbelievable." She choked back the tears, threatening to clog her throat. "This is like a dream, and I'm going to have to wake up soon and realize it isn't real, and I'm alone in an endless string of hotel rooms." He framed her face with his hands. "You never have to wake up alone again, Soleil. This is your home. You can do any damn thing you want with it." "I may never leave it." She tried a watery smile. "That's fine by me. Stay in the bedroom naked. I'd go about my business all day knowing what is waiting for me at home. I'd be perfectly happy with that." She caught her lower lip between her teeth, anxiety gripping her. "I've never cooked for anyone. I want to learn. I actually took lessons, but I've never had the chance to practice." "You don't have to cook, Princess. You aren't here to be my servant. I wouldn't mind you being my sex slave. Just so you know, that option of never leaving the house and never wearing clothes is always open," he teased. Her heart actually fluttered. She couldn't help but laugh. She tried not to look at him with her heart in her eyes, but she was beginning to think she was feeling more for him than the intense physical attraction she'd admitted to herself they had between them. She couldn't fall for him, not with her heart and soul. She'd already tried giving her heart completely after Aunt Deborah died, and she'd gone to her other aunt, the one who despised her. Soleil had tried desperately to get her to love her. She wasn't the lovable type. Even Kevin, although she loved him because he was the only father figure she could remember, hadn't come out from behind his phone, not even on holidays when she'd begged him. "Soleil!" Ice's voice brought her out of her memories, although the sadness lingered. Her gaze jumped to his. Those eyes of his saw too much, and she tried to look away. He kissed her, long, hot, driving sanity away, driving sorrow away. He left behind feeling. Her body sang, her heart leapt, her sex clenched, and blood immediately heated, rushing through veins to settle between her legs. She kissed him back, giving herself to him, giving him everything she was. Fire burst through her, as hot as the flames leaping in the fireplace. She couldn't hold back when he kissed her like that. She'd had a crap childhood, but she had the feeling his was far worse. She had tried to develop a guarded interior, but evidently, when it came to Ice, the walls tumbled down fast. It was Ice who slowly and very reluctantly lifted his head. "I want you to look around, Soleil. Anything you don't like, we'll change." "I can't imagine not liking something in this house." The idea of exploring was exciting. She was going to continue the fairy tale they'd started and tell herself the house really was hers and she'd never have to leave. She was there for whatever reasons, and she was going to take advantage of it. This was her dream, and strangely, the house came close to being her fantasy home. She moved away from him, toward the other end of the room. The great room was just that, great. It was large, with high ceilings and an immense stone fireplace. The room opened into a hallway that seemed massive. 4 people could easily walk shoulder to shoulder in that space. She could see why Ice wanted the house if he felt confined indoors. There was no way to get claustrophobia when everything about the design of the house felt spacious. The kitchen was extremely large. It included a breakfast nook, which, in her opinion, was no nook but almost a separate room. The nook was situated in a rounded glass turret. The view was of a green forest of tall redwood trees. She could look out and see wildlife, trees and shrubbery as she ate any meal. The setup for cooking was fantastic. She might not be a chef or know much about the inner workings of their space, but she could see how easily one could get from the refrigerator to the oven in a few short steps. Counter space was abundant, as was workspace. She really was eager to try her hand at cooking. The formal dining room had one of Lys's chandeliers hanging over the table. This chandelier dripped drops of ocean spray, captured in crystal. There was color to it, a blaze of light blue, ice blue, glacier blue. All of that was captured in crystalline drops. She swung around to grip Ice's arm tightly. "She's a genius, this Lissa. I've never seen anything more beautiful." "It is nice, isn't it?" Ice admitted, cocking his head to one side to study the light fixture. "It's brilliant," Soleil corrected. "Beyond brilliant. She drew inspiration from your eyes. Can you see what she did?" He shrugged. He was watching her closely, his gaze on her face, a faint smile on his, as if her reactions made him happy. She liked that. She wanted him to feel the happiness he gave to her. She wasn't used to it, and she didn't trust that she'd have it long, but she loved being present in the here and now because she was experiencing something perfect, and she wanted to capture the memory forever. "Look at this room." She waved her hands to encompass the large dining room. It held a long rectangular table made of cherry wood, the light playing over it making it gleam a dark, almost blood red. The sideboard was made of the same wood, that dark, rich red. The floor was tile, swirls of light blue twisting through a field of white, creating the look of sky and clouds, or the ocean on a stormy day. She loved the floor. She went on through the archway leading to the other rooms and the stairway. It went both up and down. She looked at Ice for an explanation. "Upstairs is the master bedroom. Guest rooms and bathrooms are on the main floor, and beneath this one we have the playrooms. Kick-ass home theater, billiards room, as well as a game room with VR and all kinds of other cool games, and the indoor pool." "Are you kidding me? There's an indoor pool?" He nodded, watching her face. "It's more like a spa, a full-sized pool with a hot tub. It's nice. At least I think it is. I've never actually been in it. I've never slept here." "You own this amazing house and you haven't lived in it?" He shook his head. "What the hell would I know about living in a house? Never settled down before Czar gave us the big order. What am I going to do rattling around by myself in a house like this?" She threw her arms out wide and turned in a full circle, joy bursting through her. "I would give anything to own a house like this. It's a home, Ice, a real home. This is the kind of house you raise children in." He rubbed his chin. "Don't know about that, Princess. We have kids I'd have to block off the stairs so they couldn't go down to the pool. I'd worry about that all the time. Then there's the staircase. What if they fall? If their bedrooms were downstairs and we're upstairs, what if someone tries to kidnap them? Or they sneak out the window and I don't know and can't protect them. There's other houses with different floor plans that might make it easier to raise children." He wanted children. The relief was tremendous. He had clearly thought about the hazards of raising children in the house. He might be just a little paranoid, but he wanted them protected. She loved that. She loved that children mattered enough that he'd actually given their protection thought. He gestured toward the stairs and pointed up. "You need to get ready for bed," meaning a shower or a bath to help with the soreness from the ride. I caught a glimpse of the flower beds, the landscaping rolling out beyond the kitchen. So many flowers, and I love the little garden. The one outside the kitchen is all herbs. The one on the side of the house is flowers. The other side, where we get the most sun, is vegetables. I'm no good at gardening, so someone comes here a couple of times a week." "I saw a gazebo." She glanced up at his face, hesitating. "There is a child's play yard, Ice. I didn't see much of it, but it seemed pretty amazing." She didn't want him to think she was making an argument to raise children at the house. If he didn't feel comfortable, then she would change houses in a heartbeat. She wanted to sit on the stairs and weep. This was her dream, dangled right in front of her by a gorgeous man who didn't seem to be able to keep his eyes off her. She just knew not to invest too much, not her heart, not her hopes. She'd been crushed too many times. When she really let herself love, she went all in. She didn't know how to be any other way. It was just that he was giving her every little piece of her dream, every detail, as if he had seen inside her and turned her fantasies into reality. "If you keep getting that look on your face, Soleil, you give me no option but to take matters into my hands. If you want that shower or bath, you'd better look happy." He made it a threat. She turned to him and framed his face with her hands. "I'm terrified of falling in love with you." She didn't know why she'd told him the truth, but she had, and now it was right there, and he could push her off him and say there was no such thing. Their relationship was about sex, that bright, hot chemistry that sizzled and scorched, demanding they stay with each other until the attraction fizzled out. "I'm terrified you won't," he answered. Once again, he kissed her. This was no claiming kiss, not rough, not aggressive. This was sweet, gentle, almost tender. Her heart lurched hard and slipped closer to him. She wanted to grab it and pull it back to her, but it was impossible. Ice filled her with him. Her mind accepted him the way her heart did, and she couldn't shut down and protect herself. She just surrendered to that gentle kiss. The strange thing was, just like when he was aggressive, her blood pounded through her body, racing straight to her clit. No matter what, no matter how hard she tried to keep her emotions apart from the sex, the two things seemed to be intertwined. There would be no saving herself from the consequences of falling in love with Ice. He kissed his way down her throat to the curve of her breast. She was wearing a tank, and he pulled it over her head, bunching it in his hand. Soleil laughed. "You're insatiable." Ice nodded. "Your point is—" She reached behind her and unhooked her bra, so her breasts jutted out for him, begging attention. "Are you going to take a bath with me?" Her voice had turned sultry. She was tempting the devil, and she knew it. "Or a shower, although I don't want to get my hair wet this time of night. It takes forever to dry. I put it in a braid this morning, and it's still damp." "A bath it is." He cupped her breasts, his thumbs sliding across her nipples, bringing them to tight, responsive peaks. "You going to tell me what kind of trouble you're in?" She stiffened. He was always so casual about everything. She'd made the decision to get on the back of his bike with him. Winston had seen the club leaving. Sooner or later he would discover the marriage certificate, or his friends would put two and two together. His body urged hers up to the top of the stairs. She went, but stopped again on the landing that was more of a long, wide room, running the length of the great room downstairs. It overlooked almost the entire floor. Ice wrapped his arms around her from behind and cupped her breasts. "We're walking into our bedroom, and I expect you to tell me what you're so fucking afraid of. I've been patient with you, Soleil. I hoped you'd tell me on your own, but so far I don't see you're inclined to do that. So now I'm telling you, let's put it on the table. Now." His hands on her felt good. He had big hands and strong fingers. He kneaded gently, his mouth kissing and then nipping her neck and shoulder repeatedly. Desire in the form of shivers crept down her spine. She didn't want to tell him. Not now, when she had this beautiful house to spend her time in, pretending the fairy tale was real. She glanced over her shoulder to see his expression. She wasn't certain she could seduce him into forgetting he'd issued his command. "I can see that you think I'm going to forget all about this if we fuck, but that isn't going to happen. Just tell me." Soleil took a breath and looked around the room that was supposed to be the master bedroom. The series of rooms, one opening to the next, were all connected. The bedroom seemed to go on forever. There was a sunken area right in front of a second fireplace. Both fireplaces were gas rather than wood, which she was happy about, because she could wield a remote, no problem, but it was difficult to build a fire. She had no clue where to start. The front of the room faced the ocean, and like the room directly below them, the entire front of the master bedroom was glass. There were privacy screens, but she couldn't imagine using them. The view of the ocean was too amazing. The bed faced the view, and on either side of it were end tables. The end tables were carved from some type of wood she didn't recognize but thought was beautiful. The bedroom, like the great room, was carpeted, a thick, luxurious weave. The bed dominated the room. It was king-sized. The headboard had very thick spindles, looking like a fan. When she got closer, she could see the headboard resembled a sea fan. It was quite beautiful and intricate. Ice left her to open the door on the right. She followed him into the bathroom. She was used to luxurious hotels, but hands down, this bathroom had been crafted so someone could live in it. The bathroom was made up of a makeup room, a long, wide area housing double sinks with golden taps, an immense shower, all glass, with benches and so many jets she wasn't certain she'd be able to remember which golden knob went to what. It was definitely a two-person shower. The bathtub was enormous as well, a clawfoot with the same golden taps. Ice was already filling the tub with steamy water and some kind of salts Lana had provided for them. At least she was certain it had to have been Lana. Whatever it was smelled like heaven, and she was done exploring. She wanted to sink into the hot water and get all the kinks and cramps out of her muscles. She stripped right there. It wasn't like he hadn't seen her entirely naked. He had explored every inch of her body with his lips, tongue, and teeth. He'd claimed every inch. She refused to blush when his icy eyes drifted over her, yet she did. It was that possessive way he looked at her, as if she belonged to him. She had never belonged to anyone, so she didn't know how it was supposed to feel, but to her it felt wonderful, perfect, exactly what she needed and wanted from a man. Her man. She stepped into the tub and gasped at the heat. He grinned at her, already removing his clothes and stepping into the tub. Right away, her attention was caught and held by his cock. She really had fallen a little in love with that portion of him. She licked her lips, remembering the weight of him in her mouth, tasting him on her tongue. Ice groaned and tightened his fist around his hardening cock. "Baby, you can't be doing that. You're going to soak in the tub so you're not sore from the ride. You aren't used to it, and we were riding for hours." She stared at him, mesmerized by the growing length. "Turn around and behave." Ice wrapped his arm around her waist and pulled her back against him, tight. She felt every inch of that impressive cock against her back. His palms cupped the weight of her breasts. "Put your head back and relax. You're going to tell me why Winston scares you so much. I want to know the entire story. Don't give me trouble about this, because we both know you're going to tell me." "Why would you think I'd tell you?" she demanded, belligerence creeping into her voice. He kissed her right between her shoulder and neck. "Because I asked you to, and you don't lie to me, and you give me whatever I ask." He said it as if it were true. She wanted to give him whatever he asked. She wanted to be the one he looked at the way he was looking at her right now. After she told him, he might reject her. That was her greatest fear, rejection. She couldn't look